bigger land grab. We just heard a siren go off for the first time. Air raid sirens ring out in the Ukrainian capital as authorities declare martial law. The United Nations Security Council holds an emergency meeting on the crisis, with the Secretary General making a direct plea to the Russian leader. The United Nations Security Council holds an emergency meeting on the crisis. In Europe, what could be the worst war since the beginning of the century. The escalation comes as Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky makes a desperate appeal to the people of Russia.
It must be stopped. It's not too late, but if the leadership of Russia doesn't want to sit at a table with us for peace, maybe it will sit at the table with you.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to the morning broadcast as we continue to monitor the current situation that is happening from the part of the globe between Russia and Ukraine. This is KOIKIMEDIA, and this is a platform that continues to talk about some of the injustice that is also happening on the other side of the continent in Africa, especially in Nigeria. This morning, we're going to be looking and reviewing a lot of things, especially with the latest update coming from Russia that we've been monitoring overnight, and exactly coming up to 3 minutes past 8 a.m. back here in London. Quite a lot is happening around the globe. My name is Olayemi Koiki, and I welcome each and every one of you that have joined us so far, and those that will be catching up later on as well. As I speak to you right now, Russia has now launched what we can call a military, takeoff of the air base in Ukraine area. We'll be discussing everything. Russia launches military operation in Ukraine. Ukraine armed forces says they have shot down 5 Russian planes. Does it seem now that the war that a lot of people have been talking about is definitely inevitable? Ǹjẹ́ a lè máa sọ nísìnyí pé situation tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní Russia is something that cannot be rectified? The international community are still saying that Russia should back down, but Russia doesn't seem to be backing up. So I'm going to be discussing all that this morning, and then how also does this link to if we allow the Fulani to attack us, and the world will probably just be saying the same thing if we do not also defend ourselves. That is the area I want us to also focus on this morning as we're just about to embark on this conversation. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ might not understand the consequence of what is going on, but my job here is to explain as much as possible and to give us everything that we need to know. Like I said, I have quite a lot of screen in front of me. You might not be able to see them, so that I can monitor everything that is going on in Russia, Ukraine, and around the globe as well. The Russian president spoke some few days ago, well, yesterday, literally. I'll be telling you what the Russian president said as well. So I am monitoring almost everything from this point of the globe, and I also want to get our own view as well. Ẹ má sọ pé kò kàn wá, ẹ má ní ìyẹn ò ní kankan ṣe pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation. That is the mistake that we do, because in tí a bá ń sọ nísìnyí shows that it's part of what we've been discussing for almost 2 years on this platform, when we have been asking the world to come and intervene. À ń bẹ gbogbo àgbáyé kó wá dákun kí wọ́n bá wa dá sí in tó wà ní Nigeria. But the world doesn't seem to be interested in what is happening in Nigeria, They are more concerned about their own selfish gain. Ó dìgbà tí gbogbo ẹ bá wá di nǹkan míì ló máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń pariwo pé ẹ jọ̀ọ́ o, ẹ yé ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ o, ẹ bẹ̀ yé ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́. And that is something that I want us to remember. At the moment, there's a lot of killing that is taking place in the southeast. The international community are playing deaf ears. They are believing that they can't see it, but they can see it. They know what is happening, but all they've done is they've kept quiet, very, very quiet, especially on the situation in the southeast of Nigeria. In the southwest of Nigeria, Nile Yoruba, I'm going to speak a lot of Yoruba and English. So for those of you that are probably be asking, let us remember I'm speaking now directly to the international community, because these are part of the footprint. These are part of what we're going to be discussing when things goes the other way around in Nigeria. Because at the moment, a particular ethnic group is oppressing the remaining ethnic groups, and the world has kept quiet. They're not saying anything. They're not doing much. The Fulani attack us. Should the Fulani, decided to invade every part? Already they invaded us. A lot of people do not even understand that the current situation in Nigeria means that our territory is no longer in our hands. What do I mean by that? If you look at the southwest, invasion tiwa, beba gbé Dubai, wọ́n máa sọ pé Fulani ni, beba gbé Dubai, wọ́n máa sọ pé Fulani ni. Kí ni reason tí Fulani ṣe attack wa? Kí ni reason tí Fulani ṣe encroach on our land? Why are they doing that? What is the agenda? What is the reason for that? A lot of people might say, we should just accept it. We should allow it. But the question is, are you sure that we would have a country together in another 10 years? Should the Fulani wake up one morning and just overrun every one of us? Do you think that international community will intervene? Do you think that the international community, they are speaking now, I can see them. Let's get the voice here from the European Union that spoke earlier on. Let's pick up the signal from there, the sound.
Russia's target is not only Donbass. The target is not only Ukraine. The target is the stability in Europe and the whole of the international peace order. And we will hold President Putin accountable for that. Later today, we will present a package of massive and targeted sanctions to European leaders for approval. With this package, we will target strategic sectors of the Russian economy by blocking their access to technologies and markets that are key for Russia. We will weaken Russia's economic base and its capacity to modernize. In addition, we will freeze Russian assets in the European Union and stop the access of Russian banks to European financial markets. Like with the first package of sanctions, we are closely aligned with our partners and allies, the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, but also, for example, Japan and Australia. These sanctions are designed to take a heavy toll on the Kremlin's interests and their ability to finance war. And we know that millions of Russians do not want war. President Putin is trying to turn the clock back to the times of the Russian Empire. But in doing so, he is putting at risk the future of the Russian people. I call on Russia to immediately stop the violence and to withdraw its troops from Ukraine's territory. We will not let President Putin tear down the security architecture that has given Europe peace and stability over many decades. We will not allow President Putin to replace the rule of law by the rule of force and ruthlessness. He should not underestimate the resolve and strength of our democracies. And history has proven societies and alliances built on trust and freedom are resilient and successful. And that's exactly what the autocrats fear. The European Union stands with Ukraine and its people. we will continue to support them. Ukraine will prevail.
As the European Commission
Okay, I can see that already on our thread, somebody that is in Ukraine is saying, it is true, I am in Ukraine and many airports have been bombed. Ukraine is under martial law right now. Biden and co are fried akara. They cannot eat. I would like you to see if you can call us from Ukraine so that we can also get a first-hand information. As much as you are already on the thread listening to us, maybe you might want to join me through the Skype. I would rather want more people, especially if you want to join, to come through the Skype than the WhatsApp call. But we take calls as well, but for the time being, the question is, the situation that we're watching in our eyes. Àwọn kan máa sọ nígbà tá a bẹ̀rẹ̀ pé, Koiki, intention yẹn kò lè rí bẹ́ẹ̀, intention yẹn kò ọ̀nà yẹn ò gbàbẹ̀. But now we can see that anything can happen in this world that we are living. So don't have it at the back of your head that everything we have been saying about the Fulani Caliphate, that they're about to invade us, they're about to kill us, they're about to take over our land, it will just happen in a space of 24 hours. And everybody will be like, and everything would become standstill. Nobody would have any access to anything anymore. And then the land that the property that you think you hold will no longer be yours because it will be in the hands of the caliphate. I'm going to play a video just to first remind us that we, the Yorubas, are not criminals. We, the Yorubas, do not hate any other ethnic groups. We, the Yorubas, do not say we cannot live side by side with other ethnic groups. But these ethnic groups known as the Fulani Caliphate do not want to be part of us because they want to actually overrun us. But a lot of you are just thinking that, Yoruba politician, governor. What you don't understand is your governor and your politicians will run away when the time comes. They are not going to be part of the country anymore because the moment that happened, the moment that this situation that we are talking every day, assume at the back of your mind that the situation that Fulani will invade us, Fulani will attack us. Assume when the Malafia, the late Dr. Malafia, was telling us that there will be civil war in Nigeria today, just as we are experiencing and seeing it already in Ukraine and Russia this morning. While you were going to bed, there is already attack going on between Russia and Ukraine. So, Emma Filpe, Bugontan is to scare you, is to make the world is what I want. The world is not going to end. Everything they're going to do is they will be coming out, and I believe this is the Secretary, United Nations General Secretary. Let's hear what he has to say.
Not only devastating for Ukraine, not only tragic for the Russian Federation, the tweets.
Okay, please send me some short videos from Ukraine, and then if you don't mind, just make sure you put the date so that when you're doing the video, remember that you have your phone on a landscape. Even if it's 2 minutes, just show us around Ukraine. If I can receive that video, I can play that video. We have a Yoruba man that is currently in Ukraine. We have a lot of Nigerians that are there, not just Yoruba. We have the Igbo, we have the other tribes. I'm not sure whether we have Hausa. So my brother that is watching us from Ukraine, please send us a video so that we can also have a first-hand video apart from the one that we are tapping from the other mainstream media. When we say mainstream media, we're talking about the BBC, the Al Jazeera, the big boys. If we have the money as well as KOIKIMEDIA, I would have sent some of our team down there. Even if I'm not going, I can send people there and say, but at the end of the day, we believe we have somebody there. So if you're watching me from Ukraine, please, I need as many videos. You don't have to even go out and risk your life. You can do it from the front of your bedroom and say, look, this is what Ukraine looks like this morning. Because everything is changing. People are now moving towards Poland. The traffic is building up. But some are still in Ukraine. We don't know what is going to happen. The Russian president have spoken yesterday. I'm going to be playing his video quite a lot. I can see right in front of me right now, on the screen. I have about almost 5 screens in front of me that I'm monitoring. You cannot see. Russia launches military operation in Ukraine. Russia has launched a full-scale invasion. Definitely, the Western world will also portray it the way they want. Let us remember that. So when they speak, they will speak to the favor. But Yoruba, àwa là ń bára wa sọ̀rọ̀ nísìn ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá tẹ́ ń sọ pé kò lè tẹ́lẹ̀ Koiki máa dẹ́gunlẹ̀ shut up your mouth, shut up your mouth, shut up your mouth. Stop saying that àwa la fẹ́ dógun sílẹ̀. Ogun ti wà nínú Nàìjíríà already. Ogun àlejẹun ti wà nínú Nàìjíríà. Ogun kò sí education wà nínú Nàìjíríà. As we speak right now, there's war in Nigeria. The student can no longer go to university because they are already on what they call ASU strike. As I speak to you today, there's hunger war in Nigeria. Nigeria remains the capital poverty of the world. O mọ̀ tó mean that? Èmi nísìn, mo ti jí báyìí ní tí wọ́n bí mi pé ṣé mo fẹ́ coffee, mo ní mo fẹ́. Èyí tí mo jẹ lánàá gan sẹ̀ kó tẹ̀ jẹ́ kó digest díẹ̀. Ìwọ tó wà nílé nísìn, ṣé ìwọ náà lè mu coffee? Ṣé o ní omi nílé? Ṣé o lè lọ plug omi? Ìjọ níná? Already you are at war. Somebody was even saying to me, Koiki, kí ló dé tẹ́ kí n sọ̀rọ̀ nípa àwọn electricity bill. We are paying so much, but mélòó la fẹ́ sọ nípa ẹ̀? I mean, I understand that there's another video that was sent to me that I had to quickly delete. Very, very disgusting. Ṣẹ̀rẹ́ yìí fídíò file àti Yorùbá àti Igbo àti Hausa ọjọ́ yìí ń bọ̀. A video was sent to me while this man on video ààrẹ pẹ̀lú àwọn kékeré tó ń bá ṣe so much. I'm sure you can understand. I don't have to go into the nitty-gritty. Ẹ má bí mi pé kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ nínú fídíò yẹn. But at least imagine a 4-year-old girl pẹ̀lú àgbàlagbà ọkùnrin. Ó tún wá ń fídíò ààrẹ báyìí. And these are the part of the problem that we are discussing every day. But ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà nílé, ẹni Koiki ò mọ̀rọ̀ sọ, ẹni ó ń sọ̀rọ̀ ságbàlagbà, ó ń sọ̀rọ̀ sọmọdé. But you are stupid because we have a society that is already completely on war. Ẹ ti wà nínú ogun already. Nigeria is already at war of so many things. We are saying things that we've never heard before when I was in secondary school. And it is so easy for them now that, I mean, tẹ́ bá lọ sórí Twitter, all these things are there. Sometimes they become shocked with even how the Twitter allow such to. Ẹ mọ̀ pé níjẹta nǹkan kan trend lórí Twitter. Wọ́n kàn sọ pé aṣẹ́wó. Tẹ́ bá gbọ́wọ́ lé kìíní yẹn, you will be amazed how many kind of videos táwọn ọmọ kéékèèké tó ń bára wọn ṣe, tó ń bára wọn sùn, wọ́n dẹ̀ máa record ara wọn. And you start asking the question, what kind of society are we living? And this is a society that your politicians want you to live in. But we are saying that, yes, we don't want that kind of society. And that is why we are demanding a full out of Nigeria so that we can rectify, we can do orientation. Níjẹta ni mo sọ, something was trending. Ẹni tó bá follow Twitter dáadáa, wọ́n ní kíní kan aṣẹ́wó. Tẹ́ bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí follow gbogbo trend yẹn, you will start seeing, mo tẹ̀ máa wá wonder pé kí ló dé tí Twitter kì í censor gbogbo àwọn kíní yẹn. But tẹ́mi àná nísìnyí mo kàn post nǹkan kan sórí page Mayegun nígbà tó ń ṣe programming. Wọ́n ti lọ́ọ̀kì Facebook wa ti Koiki Odùduwà yẹn nísìnyí. Just because I said mo ní girl yẹn ó dà pé UK ló wà. Àwọn tó ń support Tinubu ni. Mo wá ní go and beat him. Mo wá fi sign ní bígbà tí yàn rẹ́rìn. And Facebook already locked me out. And I'm thinking, are we mad? You don't shout people, you know. But ọjọ́ tiwọn ìgbà díẹ̀ ló kù. Ó dìgbà tá a bá lè gba ìlú tiwa. We will be able to deal with all these big boys tó ń pera wọn ní Facebook and Twitter. But we cannot do that in Nigeria today. And I'm just wondering why everybody is keeping quiet. Àgbàlagbà tó pé 60 years old ó sì fẹ́ support one Nigeria, whereas kò níná nínú ilé. Ẹ ń pariwo Jagaban, ẹ ń pariwo APC, ẹ ń pariwo PDP. But at the end of the day, as I speak to you this morning, Nigeria has not changed from being the third criminal country in the world on the Global Terrorism Index. Ṣé nílà káyé ni? What is actually wrong with us, the people, that we are saying that let us do everything now, but the most important thing, like I say, quite a lot is happening in Russia as I speak to you right now. There's tension, definitely. But the most important thing is Russia is not going to back down. It doesn't matter how you look at it. Russia is not ready to back down. And it is so shameful. It is so sad that we have a lot of intelligent Yoruba people, men and women, that have looked at our society and they are so pleased and happy with it. Yes, a lot of countries are saying that they will put restriction on Biden, they will put restriction on Russia. But at the end of the day, Russia says, we will do what we have to do. Somebody is saying I should increase the volume. I don't know how much volume you want. Maybe it is from your own end. So if you're saying I should increase the volume, is it the volume of the conversation or the volume of not hearing me? I don't know which one, because it could mean anything. It could mean increase the volume, which might be what you're saying. So what we are saying this morning is there's an imminent of war in terms of scale. From now what I said, I didn't say that. It was the late Dr. Malafia Obadia that told us. But before I go there, let us hear once again the reason why Chief Sunday Igboho was complaining that there is no security in Yoruba land. The Yoruba land has now been exposed. Elo Woseyin, Elo Wekiti, Elo Sondo, go to every part of Yoruba land and you will be surprised. Go to the southeast. You will be crying for the way the Nigerian military has turned that area to punch pack. They are doing all that, but the international community is not doing anything. But when the Biafra decide, the Biafras are not doing anything now, but when they decide to respond back, defend themselves, the world will now start asking questions. Hey, why are you doing that? At the moment, okay, thank you very much. Increase the. I know. I was thinking as well that probably that is what you meant. So what am I saying this morning is we have a situation. I'm going to have to reduce my frame. Maybe after this broadcast. I was meant to do that yesterday because I could see that we are getting this flip all the time. It's because I need to drop the frame down a little bit so that we can have a smooth quality operation. Some people are saying, Koiki, why do you have the X split there? It's because we cannot pay for the full package. If we pay for the full package, you'll probably not see that, but I'm sure with time, and that's why we say your support to the media platform is a long way to go to fight the menaces, to fight the injustice. You need the media. There's no doubt about it. Look, okay, we are on in the morning now. People are already waiting. Nobody wants to hear any news about Nigeria media that are giving you false information. People want to hear the truth from the alternative media. Who are the alternative media? KOIKIMEDIA, other media that are out there. We are now the alternative media, but if you do not put in your own money in the alternative media, then you will have to wait until we are giving you what we can give you. And sometimes people might start asking questions that why do you need money? As I speak to you right now, BBC have moved most of their high-profile presenter. Right now in front of me, they are speaking from Ukraine. Let's get the volume again from one of the BBC reporter there.
Much tighter fighting force than it was 8 years ago when this war first began. There's been a lot of investment in terms of training and equipment from the West, but it's much smaller, it's much less developed, let's say, than what they're facing now.
So these have the money, but the money that they are using is the money from the taxpayer, the BBC TV license. So they can send in multiple people out there. They are cameramen. They will put them in their hotel. They will feed them, and they will still pay them. But here we go. This is KOIKIMEDIA. Master Yoruba Nation. Hey, I'm bad. But when we say donate and support us, then that is where people will pick. But they will not pick and say, not all of you. We know some of you appreciate it. Because by coming out is to continue to tell you at home, those of you that still believe in one Nigeria, everybody believes in one Nigeria at some point. Don't think that and some of you that are saying that, it's because we do not want the Yoruba to become the president of Nigeria. What the hell are you talking about? I sent you the video I made on the WhatsApp. Okay, let me check that so that we can bring that up. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin olólùfẹ́ wa from different parts of the globe. I was going to play a video earlier on. Let's hear this video.
Kí n tó lọ́gbà yẹn mọ́ lọ́wọ́.
Ẹ jẹ́ n bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti bẹ̀rẹ̀.
Ẹ bá gbé fún tọ́jú ìjọba lé lórí. Tíjọba bá wà, tí ààbò bá sí fún aráàlú tó olóòṣèjọba lé lórí, aráàlú dìde fúnra ẹ̀.
That's it. Ṣé tí Ìgbòho ń sọ níbẹ̀ yẹn ṣó rọ́ǹgì ni? Ṣé tí bàbá wa ti Sunday Adéyẹmọ Ìgbòho ó ní tíjọba ọba provide the security ààbò faraàlú aráàlú máa di ṣé ká máa jókòó kọ́ pa wá ni? Ṣé ká jókòó we have okay Mákindé wà bẹ́ẹ̀ nísìn wọ́n pa kòkòrò ẹgé orí ẹ̀ bá ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ up till now nothing is coming out. Ṣé a máa wá fi auxiliary sílẹ̀ kó máa oppress wa ni? Ṣé tó bá yá nísìn ìjà wa náà ní gbégbèsè láti defend ara wa against auxiliary àtàwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ tó ń oppress aráàlú àti MC Olúọmọ àti kòkòrò tó ń oppress wọn ní Èkó àtàwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ tí wọ́n ti employ tó ti kó AK-47 lé lọ́wọ́ àti pump rifle that have been used to marginalize àwọn Yorùbá sí Yorùbá nìyẹn. I'm trying to get that video. Okay, share in let's send the video. And to send the video, okay, I think this is it. I think this is the person. No. I want to Yoruba. Can you please give me a missed call? And to send video in Lati Ukraine so that I can just have your please can you just flash my phone by just giving me a missed call now so that I can pick up that number. And like we said, let us start contributing into this Yoruba Trust Fund. Ẹ má jẹ́ kó dìgbà tó bá ti lọ di gbìgbàs. Ẹ lọ máa fowó sínú Yoruba National Fund. Ẹ má dúró fún kankan. Ẹ lọ máa fi $1 yín síbẹ̀, $2 síbẹ̀. The world is not going to rescue us. Àwa la máa rescue ara wa. The world is not going to rescue us. Ẹ kú iṣẹ́ gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ mi tẹ́ wà nílé ẹ lọ máa jàmàlà tewédú nǹkan ta ní nìkan nìyẹn mo ní sọ pé ní bíbá pé a máa ra ìbọn a máa ra kòkòrò a máa ra AK-47 but a máa jàmàlà tewédú dáadáa ẹ lọ upgrade ẹ ìyàn máa upgrade ìyàn máa add mọ́ ẹ má jẹ́ kí church kan parọ́ fún yín pé ẹ má lọ ṣoògùn ẹ má jẹ́ kí church kan sọ fún yín pé ẹ má lọ tọwọ́ bọ̀ nǹkan kan ẹ wà àwọn ọmọ kan tí wọ́n ṣá a lè fi ṣọ́ àwọn fídíò yẹn wọ́n ṣá wọn kò wọlé. Imagine go back people saying shalom waleni. He will not be alive today. So don't be deceived by any church or mosque telling you, hey, Koiki, direction turn around my law. You are done for it. So it's 8:28, Thursday, the 24th of February 2022. So, okay, hold on, Mutiri. Mutiri video of the smoke, Mutiri. Kí àwọn kan máa ti pẹ́ jọ a máa gbà pé but ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ́kọ́ ẹni tó send videos sí wa láti Ukraine. Okay? Video of smoke from bombing of Ivona Francis Airport in Ukraine this morning. Sorry for the poor quality. That's fine. Thank you very much, my brother. Let me just save your name there. Okay, hold on, you know, then try láti pè mí. Okay, Mutiri. You don't have to call. If you want to speak to me, you can, especially the person from Ukraine. Àwọn tó bá pè láti Ukraine, I'm a phone priority. Okay, so that is the video.
I just wake up this morning and I talk to my guy. They ask me how far.
So let me save this video and you say in the year boom. So like I said, ẹ má bí mi pé platform kan polówó nǹkan tí mo polówó ìyẹn kan mi pé platform kan pọ̀ mi o. Yes, I work with all the Yoruba self-determination media. I work with all the different self-determination organizations. But eléyìí tí mo polówó, ìtí mo fẹ́ polówó nìyẹn. Tó bá tẹ́ yín lọ́rùn, ẹ lọ fowó sí. Bó bá tẹ́ wa lọ́rùn, ká má fowó sí. Tó bá délẹ̀ gbogbo ala máa jẹ̀rọ sí. Gbogbo ala máa. Ṣé nísìn ọmọ Yorùbá tó wà ní Ukraine nísìn, kí la máa ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ nísìn? Ibi tó wá sí nìyẹn. As I speak right now, the whole airport is closed. Tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ náà ní Nàìjíríà, ìwọ tó bá lọ ṣọ́lé dé Nàìjíríà, bó ṣe máa há síbẹ̀ nìyẹn. Àfìgbà tó bá wá rescue yín àwọn international community ẹ tó bá dẹ̀ ní British, American or foreign passport ọmọ àkọ́kọ́ kó tó kó ọ̀tọ̀ ní status tó kàn fún ẹ ní resident. Pastor tó sọ̀rọ̀ lórí Yorùbá nation tó ń pa wá. So all I'm saying is I can see there's a lot of traffic in Kyiv this morning. It's 10:29 a.m. in Kyiv, almost 10:30. Like I said, if we have the means, we could have sent somebody there, but since we don't have the means, we can only use what we have. So, your $5, kódà money tó bá fẹ́ fún wa ní £30, your £10 kúrò nínú ẹ̀, ẹ lọ fi sínú Yorùbá National Fund. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni, ẹni bá fẹ́ fún wa ní £100, your 20 kúrò nínú ẹ̀. So that ẹ bá fún mi ní 80, èmi náà fi 40, màá fi ṣe operation KOIKIMEDIA, 40 tó kù, èmi náà lò fúnra mi. Yes, why not? Wọ́n sanwó fún gbogbo. Moscow lélẹ̀ nísìn ló ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ nísìn BBC staff nìyẹn nísìn Moscow ló ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n máa sanwó fún kò ń ṣọ̀fẹ́ ló wà níbẹ̀.
Gone down this path of military action, not only to protect, defend the Russian-speaking population of the separate.
And just upon that, so ẹni tó bá fẹ́ link is very easy. Òun ló ń scroll nísàlẹ̀ yẹn www.tynf.org. Àgbọ̀ ẹ̀pọ̀ sọ lórí program ẹlòmíì ìyàn kan mi. Mo ní program ẹlòmíì kan ni mo wà lórí ẹ̀. Program Koiki lélẹ́yìí. Ọba àwọn presenter tó kó ọba castigate ọba máa castigate ọba máa polówó ẹ̀. But èmi polówó ẹ̀ ẹ lọ́ máa fowó síbẹ̀. Because tó bá tó time tá a bá need ẹ̀ then a lè gbá in bulk. Gbogbo ìta ṣe ń ṣe káàkiri I send the 5 million síbí I send 10 million síbẹ̀ yẹn short term goal nìyẹn ẹ jẹ́ ká tètè bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí think of long term goal. Màláfíà sọ pé wọ́n ń gbé civil war bọ̀ nínú ọdún yìí ǹjẹ́ a ti prepare enough? Are we prepared? Or we are just watching program? Ta ló ní fans tó pọ̀ jù ta ló ní crowd tó pọ̀ jù ìyẹn lẹ jókòó lé lórí Fúlàní wọ́n fi pa wá. Are we gonna defend ourselves? So we're gonna go back to hear more from IGBOHO. Thank you very much, Lati. Ukraine. I'm going to pause that video now.
Kì í ṣe pé mo pàṣẹ àbí mo dédé pàṣẹ àbí mo kàn sọ nǹkan tí ó wá látọkàn mi. Nǹkan tó fa ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ni pé ẹ̀yin náà wò láti bí ijọ́ mélòó kan sí bí ọ̀sẹ̀ bíi méjì ń sìn nípa ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn Fúlàní tó wà ní gbogbo Bàràpá. Ẹ wo dókítà wa Dr. Fatai PhD doctor ọmọ Yorùbá tó kàwé tó gboyè ó wá lọ sílùú òyìnbó ní àìníye ọdún ó lọ ṣiṣẹ́ ó wá dé okòó dé ó wá lọ lu bàbá ẹ̀ ní gangan ó dá oko àgbàdo ẹ̀gẹ́ iṣu oríṣiríṣi nǹkan soya beans ó dẹ̀ gba ọmọ wa ní gangan bẹ́ẹ̀ náà sí bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀tẹ́ tó ń bá a ṣiṣẹ́ Fúlàní wa jẹ oko ẹ̀ ó wá gbéra láti lọ bá àwọn Fúlàní yìí sọ̀rọ̀ láti lọ bá Sẹ́ríkì Fúlàní pé ẹ wá wo ohun tí àwọn ọmọ yìí ṣe lórí oko mi kò yẹ kó rí báyìí lórí ilẹ̀ bàbá mi wọ́n dẹ̀ dé lókun bẹ́ẹ̀ náà wọ́n dẹ̀ sàpà àìmọye yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ tá a lè múrúkọ wọn làwọn Fúlàní yìí bẹ́ lórí tí wọ́n pa wọ́n jí àwọn kan gbé ẹni tí wọ́n bá gbowó tó kéré lọ́wọ́ rẹ̀ wọ́n gba 7 million wọ́n gba 10 million wọ́n gba 11 million lórí ilẹ̀ bàbá wa ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn dùn mí ó bà mí lọ́kàn jẹ́ gan pé tá a bá torí pé tó Ọlọ́run bàbá wa àwọn ará àwọn ọmọ tí tẹ̀lé wa tó ń sáàbò fún wa àwọn tí ọ̀lẹ́ni tí ó tẹ̀lé wọn kọ́ ìdí nìyí tó mú mi lọ síbẹ̀ yẹn ìgbà tí mo dẹ̀ débẹ̀ ohun tí mo lọ fún ni pé láti lọ bá a pé sógun tí ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí lórí ilẹ̀ wa sọ́dà ẹ ti ń gbé pẹ̀lú wa adẹ̀fàyè gbà yín àbáyín jà àṣẹ nǹkan jàmbá fún yín.
ẹ jẹ́ ká ní sùúrù sí nǹkan tí Ìgbòho sọ níbẹ̀ yẹn Ìgbòho ṣá tètè ẹ bá ń já Kóìkì ló ń pè yín bàbá lágbára Ọlọ́run àbá tún yín sílẹ̀ láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà but àwọn tí wọ́n ní ẹ̀ní kúrò níbẹ̀ wọ́n ń ṣeré pani. Let's hear what this man told us about this.
Which is it for you, Dr. Obadiah? Do you think the government is unwilling or unable to protect the people of Southern Kaduna?
In fact, it is not only unable, it is unwilling, and we have good reason to feel that they are part and parcel of the killers. Let me make some revelations to you.
That's a very big allegation, Dr. Obadiah. The government is part and parcel of the killers.
Yes.
That's big.
Yes. Okay. How will the government just say, oh, it is revenge killing and so on? Then you leave it there. Oh, because it is revenge killing and so on and so forth. The body language of this administration, the body language of the state government shows clearly that they have a hand in the killings. No doubt about it. Because, you see, General Abacha, and people don't give him his due. Do you think he would have tolerated such nonsense? And let me make some revelations, because some of us also have our own intelligence networks.
Okay.
Have met with some of the bandits. We have met with some of their high commanders. one or two who have repented.
Not once.
They have sat down with us.
Not once.
Not once.
Not twice.
Not twice.
They
told us that one of the northern governors is the commander of Boko Haram in Nigeria. Boko Haram and the bandits are one and the same thing. They have a sophisticated network.
Okay.
During this lockdown, their planes were moving up and down as though there was no lockdown. Moving ammunition, moving logistics, moving money, and distributing them in different parts of the country. They are already in the south, in the rainforest of the south. They are everywhere. They told us that when they finish these rural killings, they will move to phase 2.
Phase 2.
The phase 2 is they will go into the urban cities, going from house to house, killing prominent people. I can tell you, this is the game plan.
That's the game plan.
By 2022, they want to start a civil war in Nigeria.
You can decide that it's not going to happen. That's fine. You can pretend that it will. Hey, Jesu, Anobio, Eledumare, Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kí civil war ṣẹlẹ̀ Nigeria. Kan ló ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nísìn tá à ń fi gbogbo àwọn live nísìn. Bí ṣe bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí, orí screen mi níwájú bẹ́ẹ̀. I can see the BBC. Gbogbo àwọn top guns present àwọn wọ́n ti move out. Wọ́n ti wà ní bá ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí nísìn. Bọ̀dé hàn pé torí pé Koiki ni ó kàn jẹ́ kó sórí laptop ó ń pariwo nínú ilé ẹ̀. Pé màláfíà sọ pé civil war máa ṣẹlẹ̀. Báwo ló ṣé ìwọ ti rí ni? Ìbí ṣe máa ń sọ nìyẹn. Because we are doubters. We don't believe. Because we are waiting for one kind of a miracle when we are not preventing what is about to happen. What òyìnbó dẹ̀ máa ní prevention is better than cure. Àbí báwo ló ṣe máa ń sọ ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn? But we are waiting. I don't know what we are waiting for. We don't want to defend ourselves. We are all living in denial. We are waiting that one day something will just happen. The angels will just come down. Táwa náà bá ti gbé gbèsè. Báwo lè angel gan ṣe fẹ́ mọ̀ pa already? Angel tá fẹ́ jẹ́ kó sọ̀kalẹ̀ wá bá wa yẹn. How does the angel know that àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ti ṣe tán? But the focus point this morning, it's all about the situation in Russia that we are monitoring from this side. I have a lot of screen. I'm monitoring the different parts, and we'll be going into that in details. But ká gbọ́ díẹ̀ sí nǹkan tí Ìgbòho sọ níbí. Ó ní wọ́n ń pa wá ṣé nígbà tí Ìgbòho ti wà níbi tó wà nísìn ǹjẹ́ pípa lọ́lẹ̀. Because to the government, to some of you Yorubas at home, you believe that Chief Sunday Igboho was the problem. It was creating the issues in Nigeria. But right now, everybody now understand that he's been there, locked away somewhere for 7 months. But that has not stopped the damage. Do you know how many people have been killed in Nigeria of today? Do you believe that millions of people have been dispersed? Do you know what that means? People are no longer living in their houses. Go to the northeast, go to the northwest, go to the middle belt, go to almost every part of Nigeria. You would understand that people are no longer living in their homes. Their homes is no longer safe. So it's not just about those of us in the southwest, because we are not selfish here. We are concerned about everybody, because humanity is one of the key reasons why we are also saying that we can defend ourselves, and then by the time we get ready, we will defend our neighboring countries as well, so that nobody can threaten them. You're watching a live broadcast. We're discussing the issues right there in Russia as we speak. I'll be going into that in just about a few minutes. I'm just waiting for the first video that we received from Ukraine, from one of our brothers that is living there. I'm sure most of them can no longer go to war. When the civil war starts in Nigeria, you will not be able to visit Nigeria anymore. If you love Nigeria, you will not be able to go to Nigeria because the airspace will be closed. Okay, I got the video now in front of me, and I'll say thank you very much, to our brother that sent me that live video, apart from the one that we are receiving, on the other mainstream media. At least this one came from one of us, and I can only appreciate. So let's watch this together.
I just wake up this morning and I talk to my guy. They ask me how far. They tell us
news
they come.
of flames going
I
on.
just say boom.
That's the airport.
The
The military base has also been attacked. Russia has
I
taken
don't
it
know
out.
that I jet. I don't know as the boat.
Let's go again. I'm watching one more time. It's 23 seconds, but it's at least more than enough for us to
Oh
have an
my
idea.
God.
And look at it as well. Let me just look at that environment. Video. I studied the whole environment. You can tell that yes, these individuals will have loved to live in the same environment like this if Nigeria was working. Ukraine. Even if they are studying there, they'll be looking forward to go back to Nigeria. A lot of those that were living in America, in the United Kingdom, in most of these countries, were always eager to return back home during those days. So don't come and tell us that, oh, you ate Tinubu, you ate APC, you are being sponsored by PDP. Are you dumb? If Nigeria was working for every single Nigerian, no Nigerians will be living in Ukraine this morning. So when we talk, we have facts and figures. Look at the environment. I'm sure because he has done this video from his own bedroom or his own living room. But when you come back to Nigeria, LOC phase 1 and phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, Baba Jakonde Kotokogon said, oh, expect me by now, oh, you're going to upgrade it. But rather, you are being deceived. So let's watch the video one time again. And I say thank you very much. Thank you, Ukraine. Area. If you have videos, please share with me. Just send it to me. KOIKIMEDIA. Any reporter wa níbẹ̀. Omoga.
Thing don't read.
Thing don't read.
I just wake up this morning.
I just wake up this morning.
They ask me how far.
They ask me how far.
Everywhere just they come.
Everywhere just they come.
Boom.
Now I just say boom.
Nowhere
they come.
I don't know whether I jet. I don't know as the boat.
So, and when Ukrainians honestly pé àwọn náà ti take down àwọn Russia plane. Do you think that what is going to happen? Ṣé Russia máa jókòó? Ẹ jẹ́ àgbọ́n kan tí Vladimir Putin said to Ukraine soldiers. Back out now before it is too late. Tó bá dé stage yẹn, àwa náà máa sọ fún àwọn military tó wà lábẹ́ wa, tó wà lórí ilẹ̀ wa pé is either you support us or whatever happened then. Kò tí dé stage yẹn ni, atẹ́gùn yẹn ò tí fẹ́ wọlé. Ṣẹ́rí gbogbo ìta sì ń ṣe, à ń ṣeré pa ni. Èmi ò disagree like I always say, ọ̀nà tó pọ̀ la lè fi gba Yorùbá nation. But kíyàn kan sọ fún mi pé ọ̀nà tèmi yẹn ò dá. Ọ̀nà tí nìkan ló máa dà. That's why I'm not against anybody when they talk about other areas that they want to use to get us out of Nigeria. I don't have an issue with that. Àwọn ló ní issue pẹ̀lú nǹkan tèmi sọ. Ẹ jókòó síbẹ̀ kẹ́ máa sọ pé ọ̀nà kan la fi gbà. Ta ló sọ pé ọ̀nà kan la fi gbà? A máa ṣe gbùsgbùs. Ó kù díẹ̀. Ọ̀nà kan la máa gbà. Wọ́n ń pa yín lójoojúmọ́. Ẹ̀nà ọ̀nà kan la fi gbà. Okay, I'm getting a message again from that our brother. I just came here for quick master degree and now they are throwing bomb. Eya, ẹ̀pẹ̀lẹ́. Masters lẹ́ni yẹn lọ ṣe ní Ukraine. Tó bá jẹ́ pé Nàìjíríà dá in terms of our institute. Okay, kí ni reason tí yàn ṣe fẹ́ lọ sí ìlú kan lọ ṣe masters? It's because our facilities, our system is not working. We don't have to be going. Ṣé ọmọ UK máa kúrò níbí báyìí ní sáwọn lọ ṣe masters nílùú mi ni? Kí ló fẹ́ lọ ṣe masters nílùú mi fún? When he has a lot of options, tó bá fẹ́ lọ sí Oxford á lọ. Ṣé kíni ọmọ yóò ṣe wá sí Nàìjíríà kó wá ṣe masters? Oh no, study African study. Even ilẹ̀ máa ń follow ẹ̀. I like her as well anyway. Mo kàn lè fẹ́ ni DJ copy. Ọmọ Ọ̀tẹ́dọ́lá. A máa ṣe bí agbèrò nígbà míì. Ẹ jẹ́ lọ wo page ẹ̀. Oh no, study African. Copy. Oh no, I'm studying African study. Ó ń ṣe yẹn ní Oxford. Òun ò ṣe lọ ṣe yẹn ní Nàìjíríà. Òun náà ti bá wọn ṣe kíní tó máa ń ṣe yẹn tí gbogbo wọn ṣàn tó ń jókòó tó máa dìde àtẹ̀mọ́ tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀. Ó dà pé òun lélẹ̀ ẹja gbọ́n nǹkan tó sọ. Ṣé òun nìkan ló lórí méjì? Ṣé mò ń bọ̀ ẹja pọ́sẹ̀? Ṣé ọmọ Ọ̀tẹ́dọ́lá nìkan ló lórí méjì? Òun ò ṣe wá sí Unilag, kò ṣe lọ sí Ilé-Ifẹ̀, ó fẹ́ study African study, ó ń ṣe yẹn ní Oxford University. Ó fẹ́ study African study, kò lọ sí Ilé-Ifẹ̀, kó lọ ṣe Ilé-Ifẹ̀ wá save fún ni. Ṣé pípò lè gbé ní Ilé-Ifẹ̀? Ṣé fíìpé lè lọ sí University of Ife láti lọ ṣe masters? Òun ò ṣe lọ ṣe masters níbẹ̀ nígbà tẹ́ni tó tẹ wà ní Nàìjíríà gan sá lọ sí Ukraine lọ ṣe masters. Ó ní àjọ àlàyé yẹn ní Mr. Koiki mo kàn mọ́ wá ṣe masters níbí báyìí ní ogun ti ka mọ́ bẹ̀ báyìí nísìn. Ogun ti ka mọ́ bẹ̀ because kò síbi tẹ́ni yẹn lọ báyìí nísìn àfikọ́ lọ́n bá wa máa fìṣọ́ ẹ̀ṣọ́. kò dé ṣe gbogbo èèyàn ló máa kú ẹ má yẹ kó máa sọ fún yín pé Kóìkì ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ ogun lámọ́ àmọ́ parí ogun kódà bí Russia gan bó ṣe ń ṣagídí tó ń ṣagídí yẹn àgbáyé sì máa sọ pé kó ṣe sùúrù díẹ̀ wọ̀ ní alákòópa gbogbo èèyàn Russia náà dẹ̀ stupid kò ní máa ju bọ́ǹbù káàkiri á kọ́kọ́ destroy gbogbo asset tó bá jẹ́ ti military Ukraine á kọ́kọ́ take it off and America cannot go in because at the moment Ukraine is not part of NATO and if America go and put their soldiers that means it's now going to turn more violent. Morimbe ya mi comfort ó yẹ kẹ́ máa sùn ní àbí ṣe night lánàá wọ́n ní good morning my brother there is already war in Nigeria wọ́n ní èmi ni mo fẹ́ dọ́gunlẹ̀ ẹjẹ́ àgbọ̀n kan tọmọ Ọ̀tẹ́dọ́lá sọ ẹgbọ́n kan tó sọ níbí kò lè lọ ṣe African studies ní Nàìjíríà Oxford ló ti ń ṣe àwọn mùgùnmù kan wà lábẹ́ ní sani I want to marry you ó máa marry yín ẹni tó bá rí nísìn tó kó bíìdì sọ́rùn báyìí nísìn ẹ̀rọ kò ó lọ́ọ̀bù Africa owó tí bàbá ẹ̀ ti jí tó ti jí ó lè ní bàbá ẹ̀ èmi ò hate òun bàbá ẹ̀ ó lè ní ẹni mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọ̀tẹ́dọ́lá ó lè ní 419 gbogbo wọn ló máa ń ṣe oil and gas that is meant to go for every Nigerians àwọn nìkan kó sábẹ́ aṣọ wọn ní Dangote olówó ni Ọ̀tẹ́dọ́lá olówó ni Mike Adenuga olówó ni gbogbo wọn ṣáà olówó bàbá tí ọ̀dẹ̀ ń ṣe olówó ọ̀dẹ̀ ẹ wà lẹ́kìtì níbẹ̀ ìyà ń jẹ yín ẹ wà lóńdó ẹ má bínú ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa tẹ́ wà níbẹ̀ yìí kọ́ ni mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ fún àwọn olórí burúkú politician tó sọ wá di ẹran adilẹ̀ a máa defend ara wa ẹ lọ jàmàlà tẹ́wédú dáadáa yìí tẹ́ wá ń lé ó ń bọ̀ díẹ̀díẹ̀ ni gbogbo ẹnu kọ́ la máa fi sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ lọ máa tọ́ epo sí ẹ má yẹ kí n àfọsọ fún yín pé kẹ má tẹ́ epo sí kinní kankan ẹ lọ máa buyọ̀ sí stupid people all over the place eléyìí náà ń ṣe African studies deceiving millions of ignorant Nigerians jókòó sí London ń ṣe African studies let's watch and listen to what she said.
The issue is really that I believe education is literally the only tool we can use to progress the world.
Education is the only tool, but the idiot Nigerian youth, you are currently on strike as I speak to you right now. Edun Arinle, what is correct me? Yoruba mi máa dán dáadáa ni, but we are speaking about the English and the Yoruba this morning for the benefit of those that do not understand Yoruba. Lọ bí dádì ẹ̀. What don't believe what did Odetola stole? That dear Nicolobi, idiots. Come and defend those idiot people all over the place. What did Odetola stole? Go and ask your daddy and your mommy. Stupid, ignorant people. What did Odetola steal?
So much that, despite being a DJ, I decided to do another degree. So I'm studying at the moment at Oxford University. I'm doing a master's in...
Why not go and do the master in Ile-Ife or Unilag? Why do the masters in Oxford University? These are the ignorant Nigerians that will now say, hey, you, as I speak to you right now, all the students in Nigeria are currently on strike, and they said in another less than 4 days now. By Monday, they're going to shut down the whole major road. I'm waiting for that. Lock down every major part of Nigeria. No movement for anywhere until they resolve you and your lecturers. Why should your lecturer not be paid? Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ jẹ́ kó máa bí mi pé kí l'Ọ̀tẹ́dọ́lá jí èmi ni kó máa bí kí n fún analysis ẹ̀ bàbá Ọ̀tẹ́dọ́lá gan ó lé ní bàbá ẹ̀ ó lé ní Ọ̀tẹ́dọ́lá fún ara rẹ̀ gangan ó lé ní ṣèbá ọmọ sùúrù lè rè ní wọ́n ọ̀dẹ̀ wọ́n ń deceive yín bàbá 419 ní Ọ̀tẹ́dọ́lá ẹni kó ebi máa wá sí UK ẹni kó gbé legal suit against me ẹni ṣe oríire gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń support wọn àwọn 419. Èyí tí mo ń bá sọ náà lórí program ní Maigun lánàá ìyẹn jókòó sí UK ó ní Tinubu ló máa ṣe Tinubu drug pusher tó ń tọ̀lé káàkiri ń yàgbélé káàkiri ó ní I'm doing African study in Oxford University. Èmi ò ní láti block ẹ jẹ́ kó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ kìí tí dátà mi ló fi ń gbọ́ mi ni ìbóhùn ló fi ń gbọ́ mi ẹ mọ̀ pé wọ́n bá wa kúnjọ ni kílẹ̀ yóò làbọ̀rọ̀ block wọn we don't have to block anybody wọ́n bá wa kúnjọ ni ẹ fi wọ́n sílẹ̀. Stupid, ignorant idiots. Àwọn tí yà ń jẹ. Ẹ bá lọ wòrán ráhùn náà ní gbogbo wọn. Àwọn atọ́lé. Òfin ìpè tèmi bá fẹ́ wà corrupt ni. Nísìlẹ̀ máa rí mi nínú pé mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ corrupt ni mo ń jókòó sínú corrupt. Màá ti wà láàrin wọn náà. O mọ network tí mo ní ju ti délé Mọ̀mọ́dù lọ. Gbogbo ẹnu mo fi sọ. Dele Momodu don't pretend pé òun fi jẹ Nigerian president. Nigerian president, he call Nigerian president. Èló ló ń san fáwọn staff ẹ̀ gan sẹ̀. Èló ló ń san fún tó fi ń take àwọn staff ẹ̀. Wọ́n bọ̀sibọ̀si. Ẹ̀kan rí wọn tán káàkiri tán wọṣọ tán ṣe fídíò tán gbé sórí Instagram. Ẹ mọ̀ wọ́n tó mi ni. Ṣẹ́yìn mọ̀ wọ́n tó mi ni. Ṣẹ́ mọ̀ wọ́n tó mi ni. Ṣẹ́ mọ̀ gbogbo wọn tó mi ni. Ẹ mọ̀ gbogbo àwọn people tó mi. Ẹni tó jẹ́ 419 kí ló ń pe bọ̀bọ́ yẹn ti Rivers State ti Délé Momodu máa lọ promo tó ń shoot fídíò ẹ̀. Mo pàdé ẹni tó jẹ́ ẹ̀yin lẹ́rù pé ní deputy governor Wike 419 ó lé ní gbogbo wọn. Àtẹ̀jáwọn tó ń take care àwọn staff. Bàbá Ọ̀tẹ́dọ́lá olè. Ọ̀tẹ́dọ́lá fúnra rẹ̀ gan ẹni sọ pé mo ní olè ni ẹ̀kọ́ ti fídíò ìkẹsẹ́ndẹ̀ sí.
Studies. And it's really interesting because as much as that's a good thing, you know, it feels like I'm studying my continent outside of my continent.
Don't study continent táwọn òyìnbó lock wa in. Don't study continent that the òyìnbó people have locked every single one of us. The question is, let's listen to what Putin has to say here.
The US is starting to gather international support. Today we need you, each of you, to be calm. If
President àwọn Ukraine lele plead pẹ̀lú àwọn ará Russia. Ó ní ó fẹ́ bá Putin sọ̀rọ̀. Putin ò fóun láyè. He want to speak to Putin, but Putin is not giving him chance to speak to him. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà nílé ẹ lọ máa jàmàlà tewédú dáadáa. Ẹ lọ top it up ni mò ń sọ lójoojúmọ́. Mo ní sọ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. I will not come here and tell you to go and carry AK-47, AK-49. But tí táwọn bàbá wa ń lò láyé àtijọ́ ẹ ti mọ̀ ẹ lọ máa tọ́jú ẹ̀ sára. We don't need a lot of people.
If possible, stay at home, please. We are working. The army is working. The entire security and defense sector of Ukraine is working.
Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison is calling on the Russian government to immediately withdraw from Ukraine.
The Russian government launched a brutal invasion, unprovoked, on Ukraine and should be condemned for doing so, and Australia does. Together with the international community, we are banding together in strong terms to condemn these outrageous acts in the strongest possible terms. The footage that is emerging of missile strikes, air raid sirens, and reports of hundreds of casualties, yet unconfirmed.
Right now, we can see that in our eyes, kò sí àkàn tó lè máa parọ́ pé bógun ṣe rí náà là ń wò yìí ogun náà láti wò báyìí nísìn ẹ̀kọ́ ìkìbá ogun yẹn ṣe fẹ́ rí òun náà lè ń wò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ nísìn ogun yẹn náà là ń wò. We are watching it in our eyes. I can see live transmission from Kyiv on BBC in front of me on my screen here. Lot of traffic. Some have tried to run towards Poland. People will run towards Benin. People will run towards Togo, Ghana. Let's get more audio from here.
Massive Russian artillery bombardment.
Irú ìtọ́sẹ̀ ìsáwà náà nísìn bó ṣe sẹ́ndẹ̀ sí gbogbo àwọn èèyàn kan náà nínú ilé ẹ̀ nísìn ló post today. Ẹ̀báwa náà ṣe gbàlẹ́ nǹkan nìyẹn. Let's go and watch that video again. Let me pause this. Once again, a very good morning as you're joining us. If you're not aware, the situation is now getting tense there in Russia. We received this video from one of our listeners, a Yoruba man, studying a master degree in Ukraine. If Nigeria was good, he wouldn't have to go to Ukraine to study masters. He would have been doing that at University of Ile-Ife or any other university in Nigeria, but Nigeria is not that well. Yes, people will always say, our education is good, blah, blah, blah. Until you travel out, you will understand that certificate you are holding is just tissue paper. That certificate you are holding, whether it's a degree, whether it's my school cert, whether it's a technical school, you will understand that it's a tissue paper. Tissue paper. Hey, somebody's asking as well, why she can't study African study at UI after her father turned Nigeria upside down. But somebody's just here telling me, what did the father do? This is coming from Ukraine.
Oh my God. You know, right? I just wake up this morning, I talk to my guy. You know, they ask me how far. They tell them say everywhere, just they come. I just say boom,
boom.
Oh, they don't bomb our airport.
They don't bomb our airport.
I don't know whether like jet. I don't know.
The airport has been taken off. Military asset has been taken off. So let's go and connect quickly and get some of the news coming out as well. This also is a live feed from Russia, from that border area. Again, we're monitoring everything coming out of there. Loud bang, explosion in Kyiv. So now let's go on Twitter. At the moment, Putin is trending on number 2. Ukraine is trending. Federal government to buy cattle worth $2 billion to boost animal production in Taraba so they can bring more terrorists. They want to go and buy 2 billion cattle. To what 2 billion? Shit old country. So they'll go and bring they'll bring more of the terrorists from all the Sahel. Muriembe Latifo, Matthew. Good morning to every single one of you that have joined us on this news that is coming, where we continue to focus on Ukraine and Russia. So at the moment, if you look on what is trending, Ukraine is trending as number 1. Yeah, they are taking out the military pieces, correct, and they will dismantle all the illegal installation the US has been sneaking into the last 8 years. Yes, that's the first thing they want to do. I'm going to open the phone line now for the benefit of those of you that also want to be part of the program. You know the number? The number is up there scrolling on the bar, that green bar, +44, only WhatsApp call. At the moment, Ukraine is trending as number 1, 3.31 million tweets this morning. Number 2 is Putin, 2.36 million tweets. NATO, 647,000 tweets. World War III is about to start. The world is never going to be the same again. Who agree with me? So if anybody is saying that, hey, Yoruba-Fulani in Nigeria, you are wasting your time. Because the Igbo or the Biafra, as they want to be called, are not happy with the current situation in Nigeria. They are being marginalized. They are being killed. There's genocide happening on the other side in Southeast. Some are very skeptical. They said, oh, don't have anything to do with the Igbo. Okay, that's fine. But that does not mean that the Igbo does not want to leave. Some say, Igbo trust you. I say, that's fine. The most important thing is every one of us wants to go. You can be part of the program. You can join through the Skype by calling in and I'll bring you through. My name is Olami Koiki. This is KOIKIMEDIA as we continue to monitor the situation in the global community. It's coming up to 2 minutes before 9 a.m. the 24th of February 2022. The world is changing. Who agree? G-Tech says I agree. Do you think that the world is changing on Earth? As we wake up every day, there's a lot of things happening. So let's start looking at it one at a time. Let's go on to the tweet. Ukraine, lot of things is happening. They're getting solidarity support from international community. There's no doubt about that. The German capital has now lighted up their Brandenburg Gate in Berlin, most famous for the landmark in the blue and yellow, the national color of Ukraine, on Wednesday, yesterday evening, in show of unity with Kyiv. That does not mean that Russia is not going to do what they have to do. Yinka agreed. The configuration of the Europe has now changed. It's changed when Putin signed to arrangement to recognize the two republics. You don't have to agree with me. I mean, I sit down here doesn't mean that I have the upper say against any one of you out there. Like somebody that said Tinubu is working. I just want him to come and prove to me how Tinubu is working, looking at the mess that they've done to so many lives. These are not politicians. These are murderers. You might be asking me, Koiki, show me the evidence. Who killed Funshaw Williams? Who killed Lagos State? Lagos State, and who killed it? Lagos State is dead. Somebody is taking almost 2.2 billion from Lagos, and look at the shit old Lagos looks like, and you tell me Tinubu is paying. Tell you about your best in London. Ìwọ tó ń jí ní àdúgbò nísìn, igbó kan ló mú ládùúgbò nísìn, ó tún wá ń pè bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú olè yẹn náà. Ìkànnà kan ní gbogbo wọn. So, are you telling me that you are not dead already? Most of you are dead. And if you don't understand that you are dead, Should I make you all cry again this morning? Let's go and play that video. And they're dead, Abby. What you told you about multiplayer. And to ballet take a Kojoko did the Lori program. Let me play that video. Let's play that video. I pity my Yoruba people. Pretenders. Let's watch it. Let's watch this while I just show you.
The driver felt the wagon's tires rupture and decided to park the car with the hope of changing the tires. It was like a film.
Let's watch out.
In a GC,
while I just show
motley
you
crowd of armed men in military uniform came out of the bush. They fired at the boot of the car. Ahead of us, 5 of them came out of the bush. Another 2 came from the rear. My daughter screamed, Mommy, Daddy, what's going on?
What's going on?
There was no time to say a word. They marched us straight into the bush, firing into the sky. They hit me on my chest, hit my daughter on her head. Blood oozed. At this time, it was better to kill me. I shouted at one of the armed men. His response was hell. He went straight for my private part, tore my dress with his gun. The others ripped my dresses. I was left with my undies. My husband and my daughter started crying. 2 of them dug their teeth into my breasts. While attending a secondary school in Adamawa, I had lived with some Fulani, so I understood a few Fulani words. I started pleading, at least for my daughter. To my shock, at gunpoint, they removed the dress of my little girl. One of them carried her on his head as a baby, as my baby struggled, shouting, Daddy, Mommy, what's going on? Help me. I could not help myself. We marched for 9 hours. I was half naked. My daughter was totally naked. Her tears was like a stream of blood on her cheeks. Our phones had been seized. We ended up in an ungoverned region in the thick of the forest. We met a well-organized group. There were some kidnapped victims. I saw 2 women, 2 ladies and 3 men. There were some people with their legs chained to trees. They were as if half dead. We were separated. I was separated from my husband. My daughter was taken away. I only heard her screaming intermittently. I did not know what they were doing to her. These men, now about 2 dozen, had a full kitchen. They had a huge camp and a traditional medical team. How can they say they don't know where these people are? How can they say that? But the camps appeared isolated from each other. We had noises afar, indicating it might be nuclear settlements of camps. Right in my presence, I saw them pack the remains of a woman. They took her and buried her a few meters away from us. She had tribal marks. I cannot describe the agony of 6 days in captivity in this little piece. I cannot talk about how they asked my husband to choose between myself being raped or his daughter being raped. My husband broke down in uncontrollable tears. One of them hit him saying, Yoruba bastard, you dey cry, idiot. They now gave him an option that he should be raped by one homosexual among them. My husband, a devout Muslim. My husband is a devout Muslim. He told them that homosexual and rape of any kind was against Islam. They hit him with a butt of AK-47. What do you know about Islam? You can imagine, you are being asked to choose between being raped by a homosexual, your daughter just 9 years old, or your wife being raped. They gave the 4th option. If you fail to choose one, we would rape your daughter, rape you, the man, and rape me, the wife. I made myself the sacrificial lamb. My husband begged, saying they should name any price. One of them asked him to bend down. 3 beastly criminals sat on his back, jumping until he was too weak to stand. I was not allowed to put on any additional clothes. Imagine they rape you all night and they stop you from putting on any clothes for 24 hours. The rain fell once. I became a relic at a sexual museum for the armed men who in turn addressed me and asked questions about my financial standing. New Fulani men joined the camp. They organized military training for the new Fulani men that came, teaching them how to shoot and walk through circles of glowing fire. They were not released until after 6 days. We were not released until after 6 days. We had to walk the same zigzag journey back to the main road, our eyes blindfolded. During the negotiation to pay, they said the money was not for them alone, that they had to settle those who sent them. For me, I see a thriving organized crime supported by powerful political interests. Now, I do not think we were released to freedom after paying a whopping 8 million naira. I do not think we can ever be free. We can never be free from the anguish, the psychological trauma, the nightmares we suffered, the occasional fits of my daughter, her waking up at night behaving strangely, her asking the same question over and over, Mommy, Mommy, why? Why? And I do not have an answer. In my life, I have never passed through a torture chamber like this. I do not think any society should let this happen. I do not know the fate of those we met and about 7 other people brought during the 6 days we were in captivity. What I saw was a nation that has collapsed, but pretends she lives. A people on life support. Crime is not restricted to Fulani people alone. We have Yoruba criminals, but I don't think Yoruba criminals are this beastly.
How much you are beastly, yeah?
These elements are savages. 2018. I can't imagine Yoruba thieves going to Sokoto or Maiduguri to kidnap Fulani people and keep them in their own bushes. It gives me mental torture that this is happening, and some people are even trying to justify or look for excuses. Well, as a devout Muslim, myself and my family have taken solace in Allah. Not the Nigerian police, not the army, not the government. We have taken our faith the way it came, that this is supposed to be fate. I thank God that we successfully returned to where we live, thousands of miles from Nigeria. We thank God that we have made a vow, never shall me, any of my children or husband in our lifetime visit Nigeria again. Our remains, anytime we die, will also not be buried in Nigeria. It was a suggestion my daughter made, which we all adopted. I pity the country. I pity her people who continuously walk like the living dead. I pity those who...
You, the doubting Thomas. This video was in 2018. This incident actually happened in Yoruba land in 2018. Still like it happened yesterday. So fresh in the minds and heart of people that are watching each time I play it. People are crying. I am crying inside. I don't have to cry outside for you to see that. You know why I'm crying? Because as of today, we're all still living in denial. We're living in illusion that that country is so beautiful and the politicians will turn things around. Somebody was telling me to calm down, but I cannot understand that the reason why we can't calm down is it pains us that we still have people still thinking that Nigeria is a great country. I pity my Yoruba people. I pity my Igbo people that are still believing in one Nigeria. I even pity the Hausas. I pity all the other ethnic groups that are living in that contraction you call Nigeria. It might not mean anything to you, but it means a lot to the family of this woman that she was raped continuously for good 6 days. She was not even allowed. Not one person, multiple men were sleeping with her. She was not even allowed to go out and just put a domisara. They eventually paid 8 million naira after 6 days. How many millions have been paid since 2018 to the same criminal that you're looking in front of that camera up there behind me? How many of them? So when we say that they've invaded us, you think that the international community give a thought? Why are we all thinking that everything will be fine? Why are we all hoping that one day things will get normal? The world is changing in our face. Somebody is also in Ukraine. Attention, bomb from a drone fall on the mosque in Kyiv. 31 people died, 12 injured. Ukraine doctors provide assistance to the victims. I'm getting a live report from somebody on our comment section in the YouTube as I speak to you right now. The situation is going to get nasty before it gets better. The world is no longer the way it used to be. So don't think that Yoruba demanding a self-determination, we have to go the way the world wants us to go. Our faith go according to how the world say we should live. But who is in pain? When this woman was raped, where is the United Nations? Where is United Kingdom? Where is America? Where is all these countries? To go into that forest, kill all those criminals, and bring her out. Where was the Nigerian government? Okay. All right, I'm going to have to check on that, my brother. I'm just getting that report now, but I'll check on that now. So what am I trying to say? Let's just watch the remaining part. This is where she talked about we the Yorubas, myself and you, because I did not see this video until after so many months that this incident happened, because it was not reported. Why we are reporting every day is because we want you to know that there's crime in Nigeria. There's genocide in Nigeria. There's human rights abuses all over the country. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to support the Yoruba nation self-determination before we talk about the crime against the injustice on you. You were all killed during the EndSARS. You've totally forgotten about that. You are more concerned about the PVC that will solve the problem. Even Obasanjo says you got to go and slug it out. Some of you are more comfortable now, thinking that everything is good. The peanut is already on the table. Let's hear the remaining last bit of this video.
Who parade themselves as leaders because they know nothing about what is going on and the abyss the country is sunk already. I pity Yoruba people. Oh, I pity you. I pity my people. For me, the issue is not about President Buhari. Democracy can produce anything, even the worst in the society. What I worry about is the conspiracy of silence by the people themselves,
the Yoruba people,
the ignorance, the treachery, and the illusion that one day things will get better through another election.
Let me give you the name of illusion that she mentioned there. I use it all the time. So let's go on Google. I'm just getting a report that they've taken down, but I have to check that. Let's go and look at the illusion. Let's go and look at the meaning of illusion, because this is what it means.
Ilusión.
English la fena. In English, it means Spanish.
Illusion. Illusion.
What does it mean? When I say illusion, it definitely means an instant of a wrong or misinterpreted perception of a sensory experience. Mirage. You can use the mirage. So a lot of Nigerians are living in illusion. A false idea or belief that, Nigeria ma wà pa bàjẹ́, èmi náà máa ṣoríire nínú ẹ̀. Okay, that's fine. That's called illusion. Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ ó ṣoríire nínú ẹ̀ o. Pastor mi ti gbàdúrà pé nínú ọdún yìí a máa rí tiwa ṣe àmín lórúkọ Jésù wọn níṣẹ́ o. Pastor yẹn mọ̀ pé kò sí industry o ní Nàìjíríà o. Àwọn alásàlátù Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kẹ́ lásídẹ́ǹtì inshallah. Last week Sunday, about 8 people died on the motorway in Ilorin because of the bad road network. This week, tó kọjá, 17 people perished in a petrol tank between Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. We're all living in illusion. Illusion la máa ń pè bẹ́ẹ̀. Ọlọ́run níjà rí wàhálà. Àmín lórúkọ Jésù. Wàhálà ń bẹ lójoojúmọ́. Some of you don't even know the consequence of what you are saying when you're doing those prayers. Your politicians have locked you in the bottle, and this is what you look like. Our job is to make sure we bring you out safely. And sometimes it might not be as safe as we want it. There might be a surgery where something goes wrong. Does not mean that every route is not good to come out of Nigeria. But how do I bring you out from that bottle without breaking the bottle? That's the job I'm doing here. I want to remove that rock. But for each time Timon drill rock here, it's cracking the bottle. So how do I do it? I need all these engineers to come and explain to me. How do we do it? Or delusion. Thank you very much. Somebody said we can also use what they call delusion. Let's finish the last part, which is just under 38 seconds of what this our mother. Like I said, until she sent me a message and said, Koiki, please, I know you want to use this video for analysis, but please do not use it anymore. That's when I'll stop using it. But for now, I promise you I'll use it. We haven't used it for a couple of weeks. But be mind me, that's why I played it again this morning. Has anything changed? Shelling happening now at the border of the Donbass. Ogun ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ already, ẹ má worry ara yín. Tó bá àwọn America náà kọ́ lọ intervene. Gbogbo ẹ máa di gbàásgbòs ni. The world is changing on us. It be live transmission là ń wò láti orí Al Jazeera báyìí. So we can live in denial and say, kò lè happen ní Nàìjíríà. We are too believer. Lórúkọ Jésù, ogun ò ní wọ Nàìjíríà. And they're killing us every day. Lórúkọ Jésù, 2018 lọ kidnap ìyá ẹ̀, wọ́n bá sùn fún 6 days, wọ́n tún gba 8 million lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. Let's pick up the voice of the BBC. Mẹ́jà parí ẹlẹ́ kí n má ti gbé yẹn wọlé kí n má mix up the conversation here. Let's finish it up.
Nigeria each year had led from bad to worse and on and on. I do not have a solution to what is going on, but I think very soon hell will let loose upon the earth as long as there is no law and order and anarchy and the rule of brutes in the order of the day.
Good night.
Once again, there can never be anything more comforting than my husband, who saw what I went through, but was able to encourage me, and even encourage me to write this little piece after months of agony and sociological imbalance. Good night, Nigerians.
Tinubu is a good man, but the Lagosians cannot have peace of mind every day. They now point and blame the Igbo people there. Àwọn Igbo ló bà Èkó jẹ́. You know that's what they say. Àwọn ọmọ Igbo ló bà Èkó jẹ́. So, we are still monitoring the situation in Russia, Ukraine. There's been gbàásgbòs. Ẹ̀mọ̀tán pè ní gbàásgbòs. Ó ń lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ bá a ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí. I wouldn't mind a coffee now, please. for those of us that are behind the scene here. Emma Binu, I said I was going to take calls, but I wanted to play that video. I know there was a call coming through. Let's return that caller. Das goes on the lower version sort of by Das goes. I want it M1 lower by anything. The international community will continue to talk. There's no doubt about that. They will sanction.
To define his or her position. Who are we? Who are we with? And what are we here for? So some people decide to do one thing, another one decides to help the city, but I'd say do not panic. Stay in this patriotic spirit that, of course, the whole infrastructure, chemist shops, particularly chemist shops, will be open and working, hospitals and everything. The main thing for us to realize this and understand this.
I've just been here listening to the mayor of Mariupol there, Vadim Boychenko, urging people to remain calm on the current situation.
To RT as well and see what is happening on that other side as well. Quite a lot is happening simultaneously as we speak right now. The situation, let's go live to Ukraine. Let's take this advert out. Lenkon say, my name is Olami Koiki, it's KOIKIMEDIA, bringing the world closer to your doorstep. Let's listen to RT from here.
This attack on Ukraine, which puts at risk civilian lives. He also said that the allies would now meet to address Russia's renewed aggression. This comes as the European Council President Charles Michel has said that the EU will swiftly adopt fresh sanctions against Russia and that these measures will include an emergency summit that will be held tonight. The penalties will be massive and severe consequences on Moscow. He has issued a joint statement with the head of the European Commission in which both leaders condemn Russia in the strongest possible terms. The statement says that Russia has launched an unprecedented military aggression against Ukraine that was unprovoked and unjustified, that Russia is grossly violating international law. This undermines European and global security and stability, and they call on Russia to immediately cease the hostilities. The European Commission chief has said that the EU will impose sanctions that are going to affect the strategic sectors of the Russian economy, that they will block access to key technologies and markets. This is what she had to say.
Men and children are dying of fear for their lives. We condemn this barbaric attack and the cynical arguments to justify it. It is President Putin who is bringing war back to Europe. We are facing an unprecedented act of aggression by the Russian leadership against a sovereign, independent country. Russia's target is not only Donbass. The target is not only Ukraine. The target is the stability in Europe and the whole of the international peace order. And we will hold President Putin accountable for that.
Now, Ursula von der Leyen went on to say that the EU will not allow President Putin to destroy European security architecture. Putin must not underestimate the determination and strength of our democracies, she said. EU leaders will be meeting later today, and we're waiting to see the package of extensive targeted sanctions that they have threatened to unveil at that meeting. At the same time, Joseph Borrell, who is the EU foreign policy chief, has said the priority of Europe at the moment is to urgently provide assistance to Ukraine in the form particularly of evacuation, including EU staff. He says that they have made unprecedented efforts to achieve a diplomatic solution, and the blame is on the shoulders of Russia for not reciprocating and choosing war.
President of the European Council, President Michel has called for a meeting of the European Council this evening, and they will agree and provide political guidance to adopt the stronger package, the harshest package of sanctions we have ever implemented. This is not a question of blocks. This is not a question of diplomatic power games. It's a matter of life and death. It's about the future of our global community. And
they are concerned about the global community, but they're probably not concerned about the Fulani invasion on our land. Ṣé inti kí fi ṣe kíní kankan ló máa ń sọ? Ṣé àwa yàtọ̀ lágbàáyé? Let me give you this update. We'll come back to this video again. Let's say appreciation to our brother in Ukraine. We're monitoring the situation. That is the purpose of this broadcast this morning.
Oh my God. I just wake up this morning and I talk to my guy. They ask me how far. They tell them everywhere, just they come. And I just say, boom. They don't bomb our airport. I don't know.
They don't bomb their airport. So also, for those of you in Nigeria, let me give you some of what you should be expecting within the next couple of days and weeks. So you got to be preparing your mind. This is the EORS intelligence that we do follow in Nigeria, and this is what they have to say. Again, on the Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria is to embark on an indefinite strike from the 1st of March over alleged non-compliance with maritime laws by the multinational oil firms that have been stealing oil from Nigeria and nobody cares about them. Customers are advised to take immediate delivery of cargoes to minimize impact to supply chain and logistics. So if they send the motor loss in Nigeria, I'm sure you know what you know. So whatever you are doing, be understanding that on the 1st, today is the 24th. So we're just about how many days before the 1st? So if I look at my calendar, we're just about 1, 2, 3, 4, just about 5 days from now. A lot of things is about to happen in the next 5 days. Not just this alone, we're also getting report that the Ogoni Youth and Ogoni Ex-Militant Forum is to embark on a 1-month peaceful protest again from the 1st of March 2022 over alleged failure of the federal government to honor its pact of agreement reached during the Ogoni leaders' visit last year. Again, on the 1st of March, there's now about 2 protests, 2 shutdown of something happening in Nigeria that you need to be aware of. We don't know what is going to happen, whether they're going to plug it, whether it's going to happen, I don't know. My job is to give you the message. You don't have to like the messenger. That again is number 2. Not that alone. Also, on the same 1st of March, because 5 days from the countdown, listen, the National Association of Nigerian Students to embark on a nationwide protest over ASU strike. The body intends to launch what we call a full blockage of all the major federal highways in all the 36 states of the Federation to press home their demand by February 28. So, Iyema Bereni, February 28, 2 days or 1 day before the other ones is going to kick in. So what we're expecting to see in the next 5 days in Nigeria is a full scale of people coming out to demand for different things. My job is to tell you the message. It is your responsibility to prepare your mind for whatever is going to happen. I don't know what is going to happen, but what I can say is the students say they will block up. Tabade ti block Igboho road. Ibo lo fẹ́ lọ. Ó ń lọ sí ó fẹ́ lọ party kan ní Ìjẹ̀bú-Òde, ìyẹn ò ní sí níbẹ̀ because ọ̀nà ò ní gbé ẹ débẹ̀. Ó ń fẹ́ lọ kíyàn kan ní Èkìtì, kò ní sí níbẹ̀. Ó ń bọ̀ láti Kwara, mo kàn fẹ́ sáré wá sí Èkó wá rajà, ìyẹn ò ní sí níbẹ̀. Ẹni bá fẹ́ rajà nísìnyí ẹ tètè máa lọ sí Èkó kẹ́ lọ rajà yín kẹ́ tètè lọ stock up. Ẹni bá fẹ́ ránjẹ sílé ẹ lọ stock up. Èmi náà ní family nílé. So we are now seeing 3 major events that is going to happen in Nigeria within the next 5 days from today. I am here to tell you that in the next 5 days, we don't know. It might go only paid off. But èmi kọ́ ni máa decide yẹn because èmi kọ́ ni mo issue àwọn ultimatum kò dẹ́n ṣe Yorùbá nation ló issue ẹ̀. Again, the Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria is to embark on àwọn indefinite strike àwọn yẹn sọ láti on the 1st of March over the alleged non-compliance with maritime laws. Kí ló dé táwọn multinational oil firm tí wọ́n ní obey maritime law ní Nàìjíríà but wọ́n máa obey ẹ̀ tó bá dé EU tó bá dé America. And I think the Ukraine Prime Minister is speaking as I can tell you right now. This is a live image coming from Ukraine border.
Full-out invasion of the country by air, land and sea. And what we're viewing right now in the capital is a surreal atmosphere, really, where it's completely chaotic on every road out of the city in the direction of Poland because people haven't a heat.
Prime Minister Ukraine also. Tí máa fi get video ẹ̀ jáde fún wa mọ̀ ń bọ̀. Ó ń gbóná lọ́wọ́ all over the world. Let's see if we can get the video on there. Okay, òun lélẹ̀ video ẹ̀ lélẹ̀.
Sides of the history. Russian Federation is on the side of the evil, but Russian nationals will decide today what path they will take, what side they will want to be at. Those who have some conscience and conscientiousness, they should stand against the war against Ukraine. I also want to address to the Ukrainian citizens who speak Russian. I know this information is not allowed on your channels. They blocked it. Is this evil desire to destroy a Ukrainian nation? You can't block it. You can't block history. That's why, dear Ukrainian citizens.
Because we're picking up the live transmission there. Go ahead. Yeah.
Which is on Wednesday, but the what they say, Wednesday, Thursday. Shadi, how are you in Nigeria? What team of what mọ̀ tó à ń pariwo fún ọ láti jọ èrè lọ́pẹ́. Ṣẹ́rí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí tó bá kọ́ọ̀pù ẹ̀ láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀ yìí ó máa di full blow tó bá tábà gbogbo àgbáyé ni. So everybody lọ get alert. Ó yẹ pé à ń dẹ́rù bá anybody o but wọ́n ní igi gogoro má gùn mí lójú. Òkèrè láti ń wò. Kékeré ni ìyà tí Nàìjíríà gọ̀ọ̀mẹ̀ fi ń jẹ wá o. But àwọn èèyàn wa kàn jẹ́ kí etí wọn là. Yorùbá nation is the way to go and is the way forward. Ìjà tó ń jà yìí ìjà ní pé ẹ̀yà fẹ́ yà ni o àwọn kan wà dẹ́pẹ̀ ẹ̀yà Russia ni wọ́n àwọn kan wà dẹ́pẹ̀ ẹ̀yà kínní ni wọ́n dẹ̀ láwọn fẹ́ lọ eléyìí lóhùn ọkọ̀ kò ní pín láyè pé kẹ́ lọ wọ́n dẹ̀ ní pé ṣé dandan ni àwọn máa lọ wọ́n dẹ̀ lọ so kí làwọn wò kí làwọn dúró fún ẹ̀rù ló bá wà wọ́n dẹ̀ lọ pé mi ò lè wá kúkọ̀ ò lè jó ilé wa bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ì dẹ́rù bá anybody o mi ò dẹ́rù bá anybody pé kí ni but we have to get prepared. Kò sí ìyá mẹ́ pé kí wọ́n fẹ́ràn ìró ẹ̀ kò sẹ́sẹ̀ mbẹ̀. So
thank you very much. You can also be part of it. +4475 94050 979. This is KOIKIMEDIA live as we continue to monitor and report the situation between Ukraine and Russia and try to link that with the current situation in Nigeria as well. Already everybody's going to feel the heat of this. I was reading this report yesterday, and let me share it with us as well. There's what they call the Nord Stream 2. In oil and gas, my understanding continues. So it's a big project. I'm going to read it for us to understand it, but let's see if we can play this video that is with it first before I now go into the write-up. Okay, what's going on? Is it not loading? Let's close this so we don't have too much open.
Nord Stream 2 is vast, stretching about 750 miles under the Baltic Sea. It's the longest underwater gas pipeline in the world. Together with Nord Stream 1, the route promises to bring 110 billion cubic meters of gas a year from Russia to its biggest customer, Europe, via Germany. A vital supply line for one side and a vital source of income for the other. It could be worth $15 billion a year for the state-owned Russian energy giant Gazprom. But Nord Stream 2 also came with a hefty geopolitical cost. By bypassing existing gas routes through Ukraine, it heightens Russian leverage in the region.
But no certification of the pipeline can now take place. And without this certification, Nord Stream 2 cannot go into operation.
Following Vladimir Putin's order to send troops into separatist-held parts of eastern Ukraine, the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said that the risk of Nord Stream 2 is too great, much to the relief of several EU members, the United States and other countries who have opposed the pipeline since its inception in 2015.
Nord Stream 2 has to be assessed.
That's why I pick up the call. Hello, caller. Good morning. Erasal, Ekabo. Yeah. Sami. Okay. Okay.
Russia is against all the European Union now. They would like them to Russia. European Union, West opportunity for our professor Russia now anything against West, what they say, dìde tó làwọn gan orí nǹkan bù lá Nàìjíríà inú rẹ̀ ń bí wọn fẹ́ bù nǹkan jẹ́ adẹ̀níkan láti gbélẹ̀ fún wọn gbogbo kan la ní vútúmẹ̀wá bẹ̀ àpápá pọ̀tù èèlò lẹ fẹ́ pa ẹ̀jẹ̀ kájọ ṣé ká máa pín kí láìfù wa lè sèfù we are not safe wọ́n ti fẹ́ pa wá tó ti gẹ̀ẹ́tì ọ̀rọ̀ mi tí mo sọ.
Àgbáyé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Because bàbá dúró nísìnyí Russia ti wọ́n gbogbo West pé tẹ́ bá dá sí you will regret your life. No! Tí Russia tàbá lọ bá Russia sí, wọ́n máa fẹ́ wá Áfíríkà, wọ́n máa fẹ́ wá bá wa. Tó bá dẹ̀ ti bá wa, ó ti tó fáwọn West nìyẹn. Mọ̀ pé strategy ni kíní yìí. But àwọn professor ta ní mi ò mọ̀ bóyá ó sùn ní o, bóyá ó tẹ̀ ń support Tinubu ní o. Ẹ̀yin àwọn Tinubu sì, àfẹ́ntórí ẹ̀ ò bá pé lò ní mọ̀ nǹkan tó lọ calculation ti fail ní ẹ̀dá mi. Ẹ̀yin ẹ̀rí confession yìí ni everybody dey get ẹ̀ off ni. Wọ́n ti rí pé Tinubu ti fẹ́ kó àwọn delegate yẹn ni wọ́n ti kó ẹsẹ̀ ẹ̀dánù wọ́n ti gbé síwájú but àwọn professor yìí wọ́n máa wò pé bóyá Tinubu àlè Tinubu wo we are dying.
Thank you very much for that contribution, and that is the whole idea. We want also those of you that are watching us at home. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ẹ̀yin ń kú wa tí ẹ ní kó má bàa bàjẹ́. Ẹ jẹ́ ká padà sórí bíbáyìí because ó ní nǹkan tá a fẹ́ lò níbẹ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ fídíò yẹn tán délẹ̀ kí n tó wá ṣe analysis ẹ̀. Gbogbo wa ló máa wà affected. Already it's been hot, but our gas prices across the globe is going to go up, whether we like it or not, especially at our in Europe. At our in Europe more. Let's go back to the video.
Light of the security of energy supply for the whole European Union. Because this crisis shows that Europe is still too dependent on Russian gas.
Halting the project is one of the toughest moves that Germany could make, but the decision to block it came at the 11th hour. Ukraine's former acting energy minister and CEO of its state-owned Naftogaz company told CNN that the move will limit Russia's ability to abuse the European gas market.
There is no direct connection between Nord Stream 2 and gas supplies at the moment to Europe, because Nord Stream...
I'll still explain a little bit further. We still have a bit of more time. Hello, caller. Welcome to the program.
Hello, Mr. Koike.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, ẹkúṣẹ́ náà. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí bàbá tó sọ̀rọ̀ tán nísìnyí tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn, ṣe rí bó ṣe sọ yẹn, ẹ má yẹn parọ́ fún yín bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló ṣe rí. Èmi ni mo sẹ́yìn voice message sínú sórí orí WhatsApp yín ní bí 3 days ago. Wọ́n ṣe sọ yẹn, bó ṣe yẹ kó rí gangan ni wọ́n ṣe sọ yẹn. Tí a bá lè máa bá ṣe lè ṣe láti organize káwọn èèyàn tẹ̀ lọ, kí wọ́n lọ sí bó jẹ́ protest lásán ni wọ́n ṣe pé ẹ wá àwọn pípọ̀ yẹn wọ́n fẹ́ àwa náà fẹ́ lọ o because àwọn Russia náà àwọn náà wá àwọn náà fẹ́ wẹ́ni kúra wọ́n wẹ́ni táwọn pé wọ́n máa gbà á lẹ̀ kọ́ àwọn náà fẹ́ gba wọ́n power back abẹ́gbà padà so àwa dẹ̀rẹ́ bá ṣe wà ẹ̀sìn a ní a lot of things láti offer àwọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí àbá ṣe sọ a lot gbogbo ilé tí UK ti gbà tí Amẹ́ríkà ti gbà láti 1960 tá a rojú tó ara wa tó hàn support wa táwọn bá wa ṣe nǹkan káwọn ilé náà kan wá jẹ ńbẹ nǹkan tá a bá fẹ́ gbà kan sọ ká fún wọn ká jọ wá kúrò ní gbogbo wàhálà àtàkùrà wa sí káàkiri láàbùrọ̀dì ká jọ wá kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ ṣeun.
ẹ ṣé gan ni ẹ̀yin tẹ̀ ń wò wá náà ẹ lè láǹfààní àti dá sí ẹ jẹ́ sáré púṣì mẹ́sẹ̀gì narrowed kìíní Nord Stream 2.
Stream 2 is not operating.
Russia seems to be saying that Europe needs to get ready to endure very high gas prices now as a result. Do you think that that will be the case?
I don't think that Gazprom and Russia in general at this point can
Be the case?
I don't think that Gazprom and Russia in
now as a result. Do you think that that will be the case? Russia seems to be saying that Europe...
Now, Sherry, I'm sure a lot of you know that Russia has a lot of gas in abundance. I want to nick but gas is telling cooking gas in the one you need Africa. O come flare ni, o capture, nyaman capture ni. Teba capture, ewa ma tuta. O ma wa enough, madoti wa. Irritation long be cooking gas. Ele long ta 12 kg nisin, Allah lo ma ton ta nisin. Àbọ̀rọ̀ mi ò yé yín but àwa tá wà ní Europe a máa prepare láti san extra money fún gas wa nínú ilé because torí òtútù. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has issued an order to halt the process of certifying the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline. Well, welcome to the brave new world where Europeans are soon going to pay €2,000 for a 1,000 cubic meters of a natural gas. Ṣẹ́rí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà nílé, these are side bowl àwọn náà ti ní lọ́dọ̀ tiwa mọ̀ pé wà ní òkè lọ́hùn. Do we have it in Yoruba land? Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá mọ̀ nípa natural resources wa dáadáa ìjọ sáré bá mi fi sórí comment. Do we have natural gas in Yoruba land? Mo mọ̀ pé lókè lọ́hùn àwọn náà ní, but I'm sure pé káwa náà ní. Gbogbo nǹkan kan náà la máa mọ̀. Àbí gbogbo akọ̀ ń gbọ́ program ní àdídá sí ni. Ẹ fi comment sí kí n sáré kà síta. Ẹ kì í ṣe copy and paste. Bàbá mi Yínká, bàbá mi Mr. Ọlátúnjí àwọn fẹsẹ̀ máa kó pẹ́ náà ẹ ní yes ẹ kàn sọ pé yes. Ẹ jẹ́ kọ́rọ̀ ìpẹ́ bí wà tẹ́ ẹ̀ gbọ́ mi ni. Okay, wọ́n náà ní Bonny Island is a gas location. Okay. Mo mí pé ṣe natural gas táwa náà lè máa tọ́jú pé a lè máa tún tà. Ìyàwó tún béèrè pé volume place. Okay, wọ́n ló wà lóńdó ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ máa follow program náà Mẹ́yọ̀ ní wà lóńdó wọ́n ló wà lógùn state níta fẹ́ gbọ́ nìyẹn wà dẹ̀ dá kébì àtẹ́ pé all right, that's fine. So we have natural gas táwa náà lè máa tà káàkiri but ó wà lábẹ́ ìjọba federal government. So let's leave this video and let me now read this article quickly. This is London CNN business. Tó bá yá Koiki náà bó ṣe máa ní main oríṣiríṣi media wa tó máa wà káàkiri gbogbo àgbáyé, but at the moment we haven't got enough resources, so we use what we have. Okay, wọ́n náà ní gas lẹ́pẹ́. Okay, that's fine. All right. Wọ́n náà ní Ogun State. Okay, nílùú mi bẹ́ẹ̀. Wọ́n ló wà ní Delta, mo mọ̀ kó wà ní òkè lọ́hùn. Ogun State and Ondo State, but we are not capturing it. Okay, that's fine. Ẹ mọ̀ pé ó yẹ kí gas máa wọnú lé ni kò ń ṣe ìtẹ̀sẹ̀ lọ́rọ̀ àti ẹ máa gbé gas cylinder káàkiri bíi ó yẹ kí pipe nìkan. Ẹ wo imagine ẹ wo millions of miles tó fi gbé pipe kọjá lábẹ́ omi ní Baltic Sea wá láti Russia lọ sí Germany wá sí Europe. We have a Yoruba kingdom, but we have started extracting them. Okay, we have in Yoruba kingdom, but we have not started extracting. Oh, definitely, báwo la fẹ́ extracted? Nígbà tí Fúlàní tó jẹ́ pé ó ní ká má touch gbogbo. Wọ́n fáwọn Fúlàní ló ní àlè touch gbogbo nǹkan tó wà lórí ilẹ̀ wa ni. All right, let's read it anyway. Let me increase the front a little bit. I don't know whether it's me. This thing just keeps dropping down a little bit. All right. London CNN business. The West showed Tuesday it was ready to target Russia's huge energy industry, even at the risk of hurting itself. Because gbogbo la máa jẹ gbẹ. Àwa tá wà ní Europe, tá wà ní UK, gbogbo apárápátá energy price wa máa lọ sókè. Okay, wọ́n náà ní òkè ìgbò. Okay. From what we can tell you here, after Moscow ordered troops into part of eastern Ukraine, yet it already, story money say. German said it was halting. German ló yẹ kó fún wọn ní certification tó ń pè ní Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline. Ẹlòmíì ò gbọ́ rí pé èyí tó kó ìkíni sọ yìí. It's a big project. But àwọn tó wà nínú oil and gas, ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn yé wọn ẹlòmíì ibi tó ti ń jẹun nìyẹn. But àwa nísìn ìbá kékèké tẹ ní Nàìjíríà gan sẹ̀, àwọn òyìnbó ló ń bá yín control. À ń ṣe gbà tẹ́ pé àtẹ̀fẹ́ jẹ́ káwa tẹ́ pé àwa young man báyìí náà káwa náà ká máa jókòó ká máa determine stock market. Wọ́n á máa determine price gas láti ìlú òyìnbó fún wa. Bí wọ́n yẹn pé orí wa ti gbálẹ̀. With regard to the latest development, we need to reassess the situation also with regard to the Nord Stream 2. Wọ́n pè ní Nord Stream 2. The Nord Stream 2 pipeline is on the scrap heap because of the Ukraine crisis. It sounds very technocratic, but it is necessary administrative step in order to stop the certification of the pipeline, according to the Chancellor Lati Berlin. How can green bonds help build the global financial city of the future? Thanks to Tokyo Green Finance Initiative, the city has several agendas in place to achieve zero emission by 2050. All over the world, they are making things to work. Hey, Koiki, what is wrong with? Okay, Ashimbo Lorie, I need to speak to my brother before I can talk on it. So I don't want to go into the conversation when I've not spoken with him. That's not. I'm not touching that yet. So let's just focus here on the conversation for now. I'm sure we will get updates. Thanks to now this is a 750-mile pipeline. It was already completed. It was completed in September. What it completed already? A big project, massive project, a lot of investment, billions of dollars. Okay, gas prices going up. This is all planned. The US will sell its gas as extortionate prices to Europe, especially Germany. It will not be enough. We all have to be prepared. The 750-mile pipeline was completed in September, but has not yet received final certification from German regulators. Without that, natural gas cannot flow through the Baltic Sea pipeline from Russia to Germany. The United States, the United Kingdom, Ukraine, and the several EU countries have opposed the pipeline since it was announced in 2015, not the very project here, warning the project will increase Moscow's influence in Europe. And this is part of why Russia is now dismantling everything that the Europeans have built for a very long time, whether good or bad. Lecturers are on strike in England as well. Birds of the same feather flocks together. Sick Nigeria and England. The gullible American and UK are afraid to stop Russia despite the killing, raping going on in Nigeria. These two gullible countries overlooked the atrocity because of their personal interest. When it came to Ukraine, they have been screaming over a few months. Can we see the double standard? Messing around with Africa by exploiting them for their personal interest. Wow, you're so right. My beautiful auntie Yeti Queen. One of the lecturers are on strike in England as well. Okay, good to know that. Good morning, my brother, Mr. Kende, Latif, and everyone. I think what we might do, I will still continue. By the time I'm about to go on the Star Radio UK, I'm going to switch to the studio line. Then I'm going to start from here and then go and pick up the broadcast using my phone so that we do not end this broadcast, because I think we should continue with this broadcast for as much as we can. so that I'm not going to stop. So what I'm going to do is towards 11 o'clock. It's now coming up to 10 minutes to 10 a.m. 24th of February. I'm going to switch straight to the Star Radio UK so that I don't end this broadcast. So should we be concerned? TMR said gas prices has already gone up in UK. I already see that in my own view. Yes, slightly. So this is a big project, but it is now altered by the German government because of what is happening right there. A lot of things is happening. Let's pick up this soundtrack as well.
That's one of the organs which represents the West and also
Ukraine in the Quebec. So, like I said, this is what happened. I mean, whether we like it or not, nobody calls for war, but when it happened, it happened. There's nothing we can do to that. But it changed the dynamic of the world. That is exactly the point that we are using here this morning. It has always been the Western world that have dominated every part of the globe and America, but Russia is saying, we're not going to have that. Enough is enough, and they're going to defend themselves. Mr. Koiki, President Putin wants to reestablish the membership of the old Warsaw Pact to rival NATO. Okay. So, a lot of things is changing. We're still taking calls. You have the right to also disagree with me this morning. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà nílé, à ń bẹ̀ yín ni. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá ní family nílé, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ torí Ọlọ́run, ẹ send owó sí wọn, kọ́tẹ̀ tí top up oúnjẹ díẹ̀ sílé, because next week we don't know what is going to happen in Nigeria. We're not praying for war, but the situation is already indicating that war is already in Nigeria based on a lot of things that we are saying. We are not here to scare anybody, but we are here to tell you as it is. You are watching the situation from Vienna through Al Jazeera.
Goes pretty soon for the television stations to try and cut that sort of form of communications. I think they'll be watching very, very closely and threatening sanctions, but there's little more they can threaten because all of the Western nations have made it quite clear they're not going to intervene militarily. I think the one country that might be worth watching, it seems a long way away from this, is China. Russia clearly cares what China thinks because this all happened after the end of the Winter Olympics. They didn't breach that Olympic truce in terms of the main Olympics, not the Paralympics, and they respected those Olympics. China, when it spoke both in the UN General Assembly and in the Security Council in recent hours, very terse statements, but each time they say that territorial integrity and sovereignty need to be respected. China...
Territorial and sovereignty. Our picky point, in just sovereignty, are we doing anything to secure it? This is KOIKIMEDIA. We are following the situation that is happening in Russia, Ukraine. Our territory at the moment is not working for us. Our territory, Tabasoro territory. Territory mean pé orílẹ̀-èdè tiwa ní gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá nísìn. Tẹ̀bákọ̀ jíníjọ́ kan wá ní àwọn Fúlàní ti lọ síbẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n ti attack wa. Kò ń sọ̀rọ̀ Fúlàní nìkan. Even economic-wise, everything is altered. Everything is grounded. Ìwọ tó ti ṣe tán ní yunifásitì nílẹ̀ Yorùbá láàárọ̀ ẹ̀, ìjọ oníṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́. Do you think that you can make it in Nigeria in another 5 years? What is your hope in Nigeria? Kò ń ṣe pé kòkò náà lọ sí church, àbò lọ sí mọ́ṣáláṣí nìkan. So what I'm trying to say here is, we need to discuss everything as the world is changing. So let me come back here to this conversation here. Nord Stream 2 could deliver what we call about 55 billion cubic meters of gas per year. It could have dropped the prices of gas in Europe, but now that the project has been altered, Germany ló yẹ kó certify ẹ̀. Kí ló ń pè ní certify? Pé okay, àti wo gbogbo pipe yẹn látòkè délẹ̀ láti ibi tó ti ń bọ̀ dọ́dọ̀ tiwa kó tó di pé àwọn máa distribute ẹ̀. But now with the situation of things, that has been altered. So that means about 55 billion cubic of meter that is meant to be coming to Germany, and Germany can supply other small countries around them, is not going to happen. America do have enough. Qatar also have enough. But it's going to increase the price, and that there might not be enough to circulate around. China is playing very smart. China knows that Americans and the Western world have dominated the world for too long. That doesn't mean we should trust China. That doesn't mean we should trust even Russia. We need to trust our own selves. The world is changing in our hands. in our eyes. Kò sọ̀rọ̀ pé Koiki àrírú ẹ̀rọ apíndẹ́rù ọmọdé ni láyé ìgbà kan nìyẹn kò sí kankan tó lè ṣẹlẹ̀ mọ́ nísìn. If we declare Yoruba nation, the heaven is not going to fall. That's how wọ́n ṣe máa pariwo náà lélẹ̀ kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀. But what we are scared of is we are scared because we don't want to go into the next phase of the movement. Oh, we're going to do petition. That's fine. There's nobody against the petition. I love the petition. We need to throw everything into it. Koiki ọmọ tó ń sọ ni nítorí pé o sí ní Nigeria. It's not about that. We are living in a world now that they are reporting a war that is already started in Ukraine, right in front of our eyes. As I speak to you right now, you can't book a flight ticket that you want to go to Russia, or maybe to Russia, but you might not be able to go to Ukraine. So breaking news, Russia launches attack at Igbóhìnlátàárọ̀. So there's a lot happening. I'm following a lot of, I have about almost multiple screens in front of me. So let's come back here and see what Sky News is saying. This is Brussels. They are not saying anything on Nigeria where there's a lot of havoc happening, but because it is not banned. Ẹmọ tó ń pè ní banned. Ẹmọ pé mọ́mí wa kan pè mí níjẹta. Warning until we get the ban. Let's hear what the BBC is saying. Live interview with some of the people living in Ukraine.
General Sir Richard Sheriff, who is a former Deputy Supreme Commander of NATO Europe.
Okay, ní láti máa gbọ́ interview yẹn kankan. So what am I trying to say here is, until we, the Yorubas, also understand the magnitude, a fire has broken out at the Mariupol airport after Russia president launched military operation in Ukraine. Sherry Bobo traffic on your right hand screen. That is people trying to move away while Russia is moving in. Russia now on Iga. America at the moment, let me explain this to those of you that do not understand the situation. At the moment, Ukraine is not officially part of NATO. This is where the problem gets more interested. What do I mean by that? Since Ukraine is not fully part of NATO, America works with NATO. But since Ukraine is part of NATO, should America send their military into Ukraine? That means Russia automatically believes that America is now fighting them. That's the way it's going to work. But if Ukraine wà lára NATO, it could have been very easy now for America. Yes, America can supply them a lot of different things, which they've been doing, whether secretly, maneuvering. Even Britain have been sending in, assistance, just like any other countries around the world. But Russia still have advantage against each of all these countries, whether they are NATO, the European Union, even Kenya, no sorrow. Kenya government, no, in Russia, like it. And what kidnapping and the KANU lost in Nigeria. So what we are saying now is things are changing, whether we like it or not. My name is Olami Koiki. As we continue to review the situation as it's happening today in our eyes. Kò lè ṣẹlẹ̀ rí, ó máa ṣẹlẹ̀, bó tẹ̀ ogun rí, ogun náà láti wò nísìn. Ogun yẹn náà là ń wò, kò ń ṣe kán máa pa gbogbo yòó. Russia ti sọ fún àwọn Ukraine military pé kó back down. Wọ́n ń pè ní mutiny. Ẹgbọ́n sókè.
Mr. Koiki.
Yeah. Àwa ni ẹ sà.
Ẹ má bínú, èmi máa yí díẹ̀ torí àwọn ti Russia àti Ukraine tó mọ̀ sí títẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ló dé tí Yorùbá ló dé.
Okay, ẹ bá mute ti background yẹn, ó ń fit padà wọnú ilé. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, ṣé àwọn nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nísìnyí kí ni àwọn àgbàbá àgbàlagbà wa ṣe sí?
No. Yes, his saying is very, very important. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá náà ni. So, we need to discuss that. And I've been following that situation. And it's so painful that, like I always say, we need to...
ọ̀rọ̀ ni mò ń bá Sẹ́ríkì sọ̀rọ̀ làwọn ọmọ rẹ̀ yóò bọ́ sí mi. Mo gba ìbọn yẹn lọ́wọ́ ìkan yọ àáké àgbà, èkejì tún yọ ìbọn mi. Ìyẹn ti ẹ̀yìn ẹni bá wọnú fídíò yẹn tó ra fídíò wọn, ó yin ìbọn yẹn sí mi. Kí n tó lọ́bọ̀ yẹn mọ́ lọ́wọ́. Ẹ bá gbọ́ fúdíò pé ìbọn bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí dáhùn bẹ́ẹ̀, wọ́n yin ìbọn sí mi ń bẹ̀ kí n tó bájà wá ìlú pípò yìí, tí n bá bájà wá ẹ̀ ní dúró.
Tóun bá bájà wá ẹ̀ ní dúró, ẹgbọ́n sókè ẹ̀gbọ́n mi, à ń sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ìsẹ́yìn, which is very, very important. À ń gbọ́ yín sà.
Ṣé àwọn leaders wa jọba sọ fún àwọn òrìn kan ká sọ fún àwọn ìjọba tí wá ń sìn ní Yorùbá jọba sọ fún àwọn òrìn gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ Sunday tí kòkòrò wà bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n sọ kọ́kọ́ sí.
Bí àwọ̀ tí gbọ́ dáadáa.
Tí sẹ́yìn wà bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n sọ kọ́kọ́ sí.
Bí àwọ̀ gbọ́.
Dòdò wà bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n sọ kọ́kọ́ sí.
Bí àwọ̀ gbọ́.
Ṣé ẹ̀yin mídíà gbọ̀ngàn ṣé wọ́n ń wo ṣó yín ṣá?
Wọ́n busy wọ́n ráyè. Wọ́n ti ráyè.
Ọ̀rọ̀ bá gbòòwò ni wọ́n yìí máa kọ́ àgbé ẹ máa tọ̀ wá lè tọ̀ wá. Because kò yé mi ọjọ́ ká lẹ́mú wa ẹ̀jẹ̀ ká lẹ́mú wa ẹni pé M5 lè fẹ́ lò. Ok M5 náà àárí kankan. Ìsẹ́yìn wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ó ṣe gbóná lọ gbóngbóngbóná fẹ́lẹ́fẹ́lẹ́ tó bá jẹ́ pé Yorùbá kan ló pa Fúlàní sí ẹ wo rọ́tọ̀ pamọ́ wọn. Àwọn àmọ̀tẹ́kùn ti sọ pé kọ́ńtì kó máa ṣọ́ wọn àwọn àmọ̀tẹ́kùn ti rọ́tọ̀ Fúlàní. Ẹ dẹ̀ jókòó síbẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ń wò. À ń lọ lélẹ́yìí. Wọ́n dẹ̀ jókòó síbẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ń wò. Àlọ́ ìsọ̀kọ́ gbogbo nǹkan tó ń sọ ni àbí ṣé English la tó sọ yẹn bí Yorùbá ní ká padà sínú ọ̀làjẹ̀ Yorùbá lọ́wọ́ ìwọ̀n sọ àbọ̀tù pé Yorùbá mọ̀ ni. Ṣé wọ́n ń wo ṣó yín ṣá? Ẹ dáwó máyé búgẹ̀rẹ̀ tiẹ̀. Ẹ wo ìgbà tẹ́lẹ̀ kan máa sọ fún yín ni pé ẹ wo Mr. Koiki ó fẹ́ dàgbà ọmọ amúra wọn méjì ni ẹni tó bá ti comply pẹ̀lú yín ẹ parapọ̀ mọ́ ẹjọ́ ṣe kan torí mo rí ẹ̀yẹ́ pé yín kùsì tí máa yẹ kú yẹn I'm so happy. So on that platform náà on that agitation náà àwọn black campaigners ẹ̀ ni tí ẹgbẹ̀tọ̀ máa súnmọ́ ọ̀hún náà múra wọn pọ̀ bó jẹ́ báwọn wẹ́rẹ̀ náà máa support bó jẹ́ ká ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ ká fọ̀ leaders nílẹ̀ because wọ́n ń dá wa dúró wọ́n kàn mú ti síbẹ̀ àgbọ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan wọ́n pa wá àwọn bàbá yọ̀ jáde wọn give speech àti tó padà fẹ́ ṣèjọba ṣáà ni wọ́n fi wá ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́.
Ó yé mi tán sọ.
Rúbí Bádì sọ̀rọ̀ nìyẹn Bádì sọ̀rọ̀ sọ pé ó ní action is bigger than loud as far as action gbẹ̀gbẹ̀ máa give speech dákan kò tiẹ̀ give many speech ó kọ̀ sọ pé action is speaker than action is kìíní kan more than.
Action speak louder than words. Wọ́n lọ́ máa ń sọ.
Finish. Ó dẹ̀ fi conference ilẹ̀.
Mr. Truth Prevail. The world cannot live in peace when other people want to sit on other people. Oh, wait, me not we can live piece by piece. But what we okay? Mo bẹ̀ gbọ́ mi láti òkè lọ́hùn ní bí máa gbogbo ẹ̀ bá ti sẹ́tù rẹ̀ bí àwa bá ń ṣeré ní òkè lọ́dọ̀ yín lọ́hùn. Ṣé rí ọ̀rọ̀ tí Truth Prevail yẹn sọ? Yes, we don't want war. We want the world to live piece by piece. But the UK put us together for 100 years. It has expired. It's more than enough. Just come back again and tell us on Lancaster House, let's divide it peacefully and tell anybody that doesn't want to go peacefully, we will deal with you. Simple as that. And we're going to continue to live side by side. Britain can work with Yoruba people. They will have their businesses there. They will have their embassy. They will have the embassy in the north. They will have the embassy in the southeast. They will have the embassy in other countries. Simple as that. But the situation is, the world is living on denial of people. That's why there's so many chaos around the globe. Nothing more than that. Are you happy the way you see Nigeria? We are not happy. And the same thing is happening as we're monitoring there. Yeah, no, but I'm not happy to be seeing people or houses being blown away, as it's happening in Ukraine. But it has always been the selfish part of the globe that wants to control every part. And some people are saying, no, we're not going. Russia has the means. They has the power. Oh, yes, they will face the consequence as well. But the question is, the situation around the globe will change. Ẹ̀gbọ́n sókè ẹ̀gbọ́n mi.
Now, ẹ wo irú program ẹ wo náà tẹ̀ ṣe yẹn wọ́n sunkún ní sáà mi fẹ́ pè tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ mọ̀ kàn sunkún ní kí ẹ fẹ́ wo orúkọ báyìí. 2018 ló ti ṣẹlẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ ṣẹlẹ̀ ọ̀tẹ̀ náà ebi ẹ̀jẹ̀ nígbà èmi ti wà ní ìdí ọ̀hún Fúlàní bá wí ọ̀wọ́n leaders wà ní kọ̀ pé ọ̀gbẹ́ wẹ́rú ọ̀hún náà lọ bá ní sẹ́yìn yẹn ọ̀wọ́n ẹ sọ pé ọ̀wọ́n ní ìdọ̀rọ̀ látòkè kò ní pé bẹ́ẹ̀ pé wọ́n mọ̀ kọ́tọ́ fẹ́ ṣe náà. Wọ́n náà wọ́n fi signal sókè ọ̀nà wọn gbọ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan wọ́n gbọ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan bí kò tó dẹ̀ ní gbogbo Nàìjíríà yẹn ń lò lẹ́gẹ́ ni bó bá dèdè ń sìn àwọn ọba ló máa ń kọ́ ìdìbò sí wọn pé wọn ọ̀rọ̀ wọn ṣe kọ́ máa fún wọn lọ. Tí wọ́n náà wọ́n sẹ́ndì signal sókè kò ní pé bẹ́ẹ̀ pé wọ́n mọ̀ kọ́tọ́ fẹ́ ṣe wọ́n mọ̀ kọ́tọ́ fẹ́ ṣe wọ́n fẹ́ dé blood to their hands. Wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ pé wọ́n sẹ́ndì signal sókè kẹjá wọn lóhùn pé àwọn ẹ̀kọ́ fún anígbò ààrẹ ká máa lọ. Ìgbòho ṣe tiẹ̀ bàbá Ìgbòho ṣe tiẹ̀ ó mọ̀ kó wọ́n rí ẹ̀ lòun kò sọ pé bá bóun bá ẹ̀ lọ education àti kíní kan pààtì ti bàbá ni bàbá kó. Ó dẹ̀ ṣe láti yẹ everybody mọ̀ kọ́ ọ̀bá náà ṣe pààtì ti wọn náà. Wọ́n ṣe pààtì ti wọn náà àwọn bọ́ọ̀lì wà lọ wọ́n sẹ́ndì signal up till now àwọn ọmọ kan tó fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ àwọn pípẹ́ wọn dání kan ọtí tó máa kọ́ pípẹ́ nísìnyí ìdáwọ́ máa fi bọ́ sí ọtí tó máa kọ́ pípẹ́ sónú sẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ ti rí lọ́tọ̀ pamọ́ wọn. Pípẹ́ wọn ló ọmọ ní kidnapper.
Àwa ṣáà ni pé ká make sure pé àwa media ká wà níta ká support wọn pẹ̀lú conversation can make sure pé injustice, because so far àwa nìkan ni wọ́n ní tí wọ́n lè máa bẹ̀ pé ká jọ ká bá wọn máa sọ, so and that's exactly what we are doing. Ẹ ṣe gan ẹ̀gbọ́n mi. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Yeah. Thank you very much. Sherry, tabawa lórí live show. Mo ń bọ̀. Ìyá mi tó pè yìí all the time tó bá pè máa ń fẹ́ tètè pè wọ́n padà because sometimes it's just to. Má bínú jàre mo ti mute. Ẹ̀yin ìyá wa tẹ́ máa ń pè wá, ẹ ní láti take it easy gan. Ẹ ní láti take it easy, if not your high blood pressure will keep going on. Ìyá wa tó pè ní sínkàn sunkún lórí kòkòrò tó gé kí la máa ṣe sí. Ìbáriwọ̀ náà là ń pa nísìn, so ẹ ní láti take it easy ẹ̀yin ìyá wa. Ṣé rí ìdí tí mo ṣe lọ gbé information yìí jáde because èèyàn kan already ti knock it up pé university lecturer ní bíbá ìwọ sí on strike. Ṣé rẹ́ni tó sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn èmi mọ ẹni yẹn. And I can confirm that mo ní láti kọ́kọ́ lọ ship ìkíní ìkító mẹ́. There are some comments there that I don't have to read. Gbogbo comment tó ń lọ là ń rí. But ẹni tó sọ pé wọ́n strike ní UK. Ṣé torí pa wà ní UK mi pé àwọn teachers ò ní strike àbá àwọn lecturers. Ṣèpọ̀ wọn lè rí nísìn. So let us be mindful when we say something. Ẹni tó sọ èmi mọ̀ wọ́n pé information because sector tó ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ ni mo ní láti máa fún yín ní gbogbo information pé àǹtí tó sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn o ibi báyìí ló ti ń ṣiṣẹ́ o ẹ ti understand nísìn. So tó bá wá sọ pé àwọn lecturer wà on strike téèyàn kan wá ń sọ pé no ìbá lè ṣe mọ̀ pé wọ́n strike wọ́n wà on strike somebody also quickly want to condemn that. Ìyẹn ló jẹ́ kí n lọ mú information yẹn jáde pé okay at least tó bá yẹ pé and this is where we have problems right. Yes lóòtítọ́ kò ń ṣe gbogbo nǹkan náà la máa lè trust but n tó ti lè mẹ́mi rephrase ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn pé wọ́n strike ní UK tí mo ka comment ẹ̀ síta because mo mọ background ẹni yẹn ní UK. Àkọ́jókòó síbí báyìí lásán I know almost everybody because ó ti tójọ́ mẹ́ta tá a ti ń ṣe programming. Ẹni tí kò bá jẹ́ new person tí bá rí comment ẹ̀ tó bá put nǹkan kan màá fẹ́ and we are living bẹ́ẹ̀ nǹkan bá tẹ̀ lọ sórí Google ṣe Guardian newspaper lélẹ̀ nísìn and this story is only just as at this week well last week rather anyway 14th of February níjọ́ Valentine. So kí ni message tó wà níbẹ̀? Industrial action. Thousands of UK university staff strike over pension cut. Kò mí pé wọ́n gba pension kò tó ní. The strike is the first of 10 days of action spread over 3 weeks, which will also tackle pay and working conditions. So nígbà tíyàn kan wá sọ, tíyàn kan sọ pé kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Báwo lẹ ṣe mọ̀ pé kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀? Ṣé torí pé ó ti jẹ́ UK náà ló wá ṣe kiri tó yẹn? Ẹ̀mí fún àwọn UK náà máa ń bínú gan ni. Ìyẹn mo ṣe máa ń sọ pé bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹlòmíà máa níyà Kóìkí ò bá máa sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ is because ẹ̀yin ò understand pé ìlú tẹ̀wà ń gbé bá ṣe láti operate nìyẹn. Nàìjíríà lè máa sọ pé kọ́ máa sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ because wọ́n ti kó yín láyà jẹ ní Nàìjíríà and we cannot blame our people. Wọ́n ti kó yín láyà jẹ. I understand me saying there's a lot happening in UK as well. There's marginalization in UK. Àwọn táwa ní UK lámọ̀. Ẹ fi pé àwọn ìyá wa tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ní NHS ó yẹ kí mi ti di ọ̀gá wọn ní fi ṣe ọ̀gá kàkà kó fi ṣe ọ̀gá wọn náà fún ní wọ́n lè ní kó transfer lọ sọ́nà that department because wọ́n mọ̀ pé department tó wà yẹn ó yẹ kó ti take over ẹni tó wà níbẹ̀. So nítorí máa wá ṣe ni pé wọ́n máa dọ́gbọ́n kọ́ní ways wọ́n máa push ẹni yẹn lọ sí another department. Ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní gbogbo sector nílùú yìí èmi ṣiṣẹ́ ní hospitality industry mo mọ tí mò ń sọ ó yẹ kí n ti di ọ̀gá gidi for the 10 years mo fi ṣiṣẹ́ ní different hospitality industry nílùú yìí tó bá ti ń fẹ́ máa di nǹkan kan báyìí wọ́n máa wá nǹkan kan tó máa fi ìsídà kan máa wá ẹ̀sùn kan sí ẹ lọ́rùn. So tíyàn kan bá wá sọ pé there is strike in UK kí UK wá jẹ́gẹ́ bíi kíni kò lè sí strike ní UK ni ẹ̀yin ò follow strike ní protest ń lọ ní UK lójoojúmọ́. It is true SE's lecturers are still online. Lectures are still online. But the only difference kan ni pé ti bí báyìí wọ́n ní nǹkan tó máa ṣe wọ́n lè ní pé kí káwọn student máa lọ sí online. Tẹ́ bá ní kí university student nísìnyí ní Nàìjíríà kẹ́ lọ máa ṣe online. Data mélòó ló fẹ́ lò? Ṣé wọ́n tẹ̀ ní system yẹn in place ni? So when I was talking about this, in tó jẹ́ kẹ́ni yẹn kó sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí nìyẹn pé àwọn student náà wọ́n máa jáde tán láti block gbogbo títì against the strike táwọn ASUU strike. So you know platform yìí ò ń ṣe platform ẹ má kàn máa pẹ́ ìtorí pé ó jókòó sínú ilé ẹ̀ ń gbọ́ background kan lẹ́sìn ẹ má kàn máa fi hàn ẹ́ ẹ ti understand nísìn à ń bẹ̀ yín ni. Yes, you are right. Even in Germany, ṣe bóun nìyẹn kan tún confirm ẹ̀ wọ́n strike ní abroad náà. Kí ló wà lábroad? Kí ló dé tán lè strike? And these are part of the problem we have. Tábà lórí program. Yes, we don't have to agree with each other. But tẹ́ bá ti lè sọ pé ẹni wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n máa strike ní UK. Mo ní láti kọ́kọ́ lọ wò. But because reasons mo ṣe lọ gbé jáde nísìnyí pé I just want people to see it. Èmi mi kọ́ ni mo practical yìí. Guardian newspaper dẹ̀ ń béèrè owó ní gbogbo gbà just the same way bí Koiki náà ṣe ń béèrè owó tẹ́ bá fẹ́ contribute nísìnyí tẹ́ bá click on that ó lè tẹ́ máa san support our journalism £6 £10 £20 monthly ẹlòmíì lè san one off tí bá ní kẹ́ sanwó fún Koiki nísìnyí àní mo ṣe máa sanwó fún ẹ iṣẹ́ wo ló ń ṣe tí mo fẹ́ sanwó fún ẹ and then tó bá dẹ̀ fẹ́ support wa ó easy tẹ́ bá ti lọ sórí website wa very very easy tẹ́ bá ti débẹ̀ we are trying to do more. But more they employ so many people that will be updating our website and all that. It costs a lot of money. And èmi ò lè gba èèyàn tí máa ní àní fún lówó kò make sense. Báwo ṣe máa ní wá ṣiṣẹ́ fún wa lọ́fẹ̀ẹ́. But nígbà tí bá rí pé kò lè work, eléyìí nísìn àwọn tó ṣe constitution ní nísìn bí akatẹ̀ tó pè wọ́n padà pé last year lẹ ṣe níbo ló bá ṣẹ́ dé. By now, ó yẹ ká ti máa think about our blueprint. We are 351 days. A ní kò ní selection. But we need to put everything together in it. So if you want to support as well, you click on donate, just as is here. Gbogbo media houses ló gbé sínú page wọn. Òun lélẹ̀ ṣẹ́rí lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ òun ló máa kọ́kọ́ wá lókè. Ọwọ́ òkè ló gbé sí ìlú tọ̀dọ̀ tiwa nísìn àárín méjì lẹ gbé sí ẹlòmíì kan lè lọ sí website wa kó má dé sálẹ̀ kó check out. But the reason why we are not putting enough in there is because content èèyàn need èèyàn. Tí àwọn máa sanwó fún èmi ò lè dá èèyàn for free pé ẹ máa lọ bá máa update website wa pẹ̀lú news without paying them. You have to pay them. So that is what we are saying. So ẹ jẹ́ kí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn kó máa yé gbogbo wa dáadáa. So let me just quickly read the article for those that are probably still in doubt because àwọn kan sì lè máa wà in doubt. Industrial action lọ́pẹ́ thousands of UK university wọ́n sọ pé ní Newcastle wọ́n sọ pé ní Birmingham wọ́n sọ pé ní London tẹ́mi wà. Wọ́n ní UK university start strike over pension cut. Ẹ ṣe fẹ́ máa cut pension wọn àwọn tó máa ṣiṣẹ́ àwa ṣetán tó ti expect fún máa gba bẹ́ẹ̀ lump sum of money. Ẹ ti understand nisin? Now that Russia has many enemies all over the world, we need to get them powers. I just check it now. You cannot compare the reason behind their strike with them. It doesn't matter. It's not about comparing what one strike. That is the action council. Whether we compare it with the one in Nigeria, only the time say one strike, when you come out cut the pension and definitely there will be different reading. Kí làwọn tá dín kí ni reason tá ṣe one strike? Wọ́n ní wọ́n sanwó fáwọn ní now. Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ sí ASUU. Give me spelling here again. ASUU. Kò dẹ̀ ń ṣe lẹ́nu ní ti Nigeria ti strike. Olórí burúkú ní ti Nigeria. Wọ́n strike ní gbogbo ìgbà ní ìlú òṣì. Ìlú tó máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ university tó lè guarantee pé bàbá ìlú máa ṣe tán. Ṣé òun lélẹ̀ ní sí 19 hours ago. Nigerian government and ASUU dreadlock. Whereas Echo máa gbọ́ billions naira missing billions naira àmọ́bí tó wà. I'm not supporting that. I'm sure pé àwọn lẹ́yìn lọ́rọ̀ máa ń gègé ní sọ lé ní. Strike. Nigerian government and ASUU reconciliation meeting ends in dreadlock. Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kẹ́ join together. Ẹ máa pàtí títà àwọn ẹ máa fi jáde tó máa block gbogbo major high road. Èmi fẹ́ kọ́ block gbogbo major high road. No movement. Everywhere kó shut down. Ìtẹ̀mí gbàdúrà nìyẹn. Ẹ sọ fún àwọn family yín kọ́ lọ oúnjẹ sílé. So bó ṣe rí nìyẹn, we're not here to condemn or criticize anybody, but we just want to get, yes, definitely, there will always be different. Kí ni reason táwọn náà ṣe náà fẹ́ kúrò ní Nàìjíríà nísìn? It's for a reason come out for everything in life. It doesn't have to be the same reason, but the most important thing is we can confirm that here in UK, they are going on strike. Ó máa ní reason, ó nídìí. Thousands of UK university staff have gone on strike. They've gone already on strike in a new wave of industrial action over pension, pay, and working conditions, claiming they have overwhelmed support from students. And students go on the University and College Union, which represent university workers, workers, and cleaners. We have different people that are working in university. We have technicians. We have different field of people. UK strike is different from Nigeria, definitely. Oh yes, one should make amendment for students. But the most important thing is there will be what they call picket line, where they will support with musical accompaniment, DIY banners, and chants. By contrast, university employers say there were lower levels of industrial action by what it called minority of UCU members that apparently had little impact on students. Little impact. In the later stage, in Nigeria, definitely. But what we are saying is they are on strike. The strike is the first 10 days of the action spread over 3 weeks. These weeks, it involved 44 universities, including even Cambridge, Leeds, and Edinburgh, and focuses on pension cost. Next week, strike will involve 68 universities, when 50,000 staff are expected to walk out over pension, pay, and working conditions, affecting about 1 million students. So, but let's leave that on the side. Let us see. I'm going to start preparing for Star Radio UK. I'm going to start imputing what we're going to be discussing this morning. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring. So this is still the situation. Let's go and listen more.
Let's get going now. Southeastern Ukraine, Mariupol, it is Charles Stratford reporting.
I've just spotted her. I said good morning from wherever you are all over the globe and welcome on the board.
Well, Kamal, yeah, we are about 200-300 yards away from a checkpoint on the outskirts of Mariupol. The road that you see behind me goes west towards cities like Berdyansk on the Azov coast, as well as cities again west, but further north than that, strategic cities like Dnipro, where we have heard reports of shelling earlier today. In the last 5 minutes, we've heard loud bangs of explosions, and interestingly, it's the first time so far today where we've heard that distinctive sound of Grad rockets being used. It's rapid fire thudding. These are rockets that land in rapid succession and are obviously highly dangerous. The sort of rockets that we saw being used during the 2014-2015 war between the separatists and the Ukrainians. Now, I'm going to flip the camera around. I don't know whether you're going to be able to see this, but across the field there, you may be able to see smoke rising. I suppose from me, it's about, I don't know, a quarter of a kilometre away or so. We understand that that is a military installation that has been hit. Smoke has been billowing from it for about the last hour and a half or so. There's more smoke coming out from what we understand are military installations beyond that, I suppose about another half a kilometre or so. And here's the sign. And the reason why I'm showing you.
Yeah, our Yoruba nation will soon come.
Yes.
Strike, TFL always strikes in UK.
Okay.
This morning, I have a sister who said what training say all the training has been cancelled. Some part. I want one strike.
Okay.
I'm a strike. Our party, will be manager, I want I want to come and bury. Government so day. Our management this is job. Management, government down to one session, one transfer, see, our workers one of be our branches because I want you understand the content, so nothing so quick to be UK. Even touch your worst to the TFL competition, TFL worst to the UK strike. Nobody need anything, and people won't abuse any staff. There's a woman to Victoria, can you split live COVID? Only got our government, let's start family here, but also my government to our only continue our staffs. Victoria that better, what should I go back here? Join it.
Benny.
One my phone, what would you like? Victoria, check out somebody could go,
So, mommy, ẹ má bínú pé mo fẹ́ intervene there. So, intermaterial láti sọ ni pé that means pé àwọn ní nǹkan pè ní strong union tó máa fẹ́ fa government wálẹ̀ pé nígbà fún nǹkan tẹ́ lọ ṣe fún wa yìí ó yàtọ̀ sí ti Nàìjíríà tẹ́ pé kò sí union yẹn gan máa compromise. Mo ń gbọ́ yín mà.
Irú àṣù tó fẹ́ fún àpèsè àwọn àbúrò mi tọ́wà yìí ni wọ́n ṣe exam lọ́wọ́ ní Àkùngbá. Wọ́n sọ fún wọn pé kọ́ tètè parí wọ́n máa parí lé ní àbọ̀lánsì pé wọ́n máa join. Then àwọn kan dẹ̀ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ tọ́tì ẹ̀ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ ó ṣe pé wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn kan ti fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn kan ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Torí náà ẹ tó sọ pé wọ́n strike yẹn every gbogbo kò tiẹ̀ sí mi ò lọ́gàdá even NHS. Wọ́n máa kó máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ́sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn manager àwọn òfẹ́ kí ní tẹ̀ ṣe yìí o. Tí kò bá sí changes wọ́n máa sọ wọ́n sàlẹ̀ wọ́n máa sọ wọ́n sàlẹ̀ irú tí wọ́n á sọ pé kí àwọn ọmọ yẹn pé kọ́ máa lò even àwọn secondary school àwọn teacher àwọn strike. Wọ́n máa sọ fún wọn pé ó dáa kó máa fi kọ̀ǹpútà kó máa wà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Irú school àwọn ọmọ mi bí abití wọ́n ní kí yẹ èsì máa wà sí school. Pé kọ́kọ́ lo kọ̀ǹpútà láti fi. Ọ̀sán ní ìdíkan látọ̀dọ̀ Greenwich.
Wọ́n dẹ̀ máa monitor ẹ̀ because ó ní system tó yẹ kó ọ́ láti log in. Wọ́n máa mọ̀ pé nìyẹn log in. Tó bá log in, wọ́n tún máa pè yín o. Pé kí ló dé tọ́mọ yóò log in.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, wọ́n ti iṣẹ́ mi wà ní iṣẹ́ ni wọ́n ní inú ètò log in gan tí ò wà tẹ́ dáadáa. Wọ́n ní ṣe ni àwọn kan jọ ń chat o. Pé àwọn dẹ̀ rí lórí school system o. Ó dẹ̀ sáré text dáadé ẹ̀ pé ẹ̀sìn ní tí wàá ní iṣẹ́ sọ wọ́n pé kó ṣe nǹkan tó ń jẹ o. Torí náà kò yé àwọn tó ẹ tó ń kọ anything síbẹ̀ tó wá yé wọn. Ìwé tó fi ń strike you will come down July.
Ẹ ṣe gadi for that explanation.
Wọ́n tó ní pé wọ́n máa lọ yàrá ìjọba ni wọ́n tí wọ́n máa tètè dá wọn lóhùn. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wá bá rí wọn láàrin títì. Àwọn òfin tètè bọ́ sí títì. Wọ́n máa ṣe ń bọ́ sí títì.
Ẹ ṣe gani. Thank you very much. And that ẹ ṣe gani. Thank you. Lágbára Ọlọ́run. And that is even tá a bá gba Yorùbá nation. A máa bá ìjọba jà o. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Because we are not going to be in a dictatorship where somebody will just we will have nísìnyí a ní strong institution in Nigeria. We don't have a strong institution. Everybody knows that. We don't have a strong institution. That's why wọ́n sọ fún DSS pé kó change aṣọ MAZI and the KANU. Government ní wọ́n sọ fún ṣé nísìnyí ṣé a máa sọ pé DSS lágbára ju justice system wa lọ ni ṣebí DSS láti wà lábẹ́ wọn ni. These are so many reasons like that. So we are still discussing the issue. Like I said, I need to start preparing the ground because I only have about 30 minutes to go straight back to the studio. But I'm going to link from here. I'm going to come up from my seat. I'm going to go and make the call so that I can end broadcasting. So that when I come back, we will just go straight into more of the conversation until we probably get tired. So we'll focus on this and we will touch on other areas. Kokoro is still no justice yet. And we hope all our self-determination, different organizations will start pressing the reason why we have a body the Ori Kokoro has been taken off and we don't know where the head is. If we keep it in Bawa, we want to say it. And these are, you see, Cherry, Tabagba, Ilewatan, mo wo kinní kan lórí AFP lánàá, ṣé mo post it sórí timeline wa, Tabagba ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tán, we will see a lot of shallow graves all over the place. Tama ẹlòmíì akọ̀fẹ́ kán kankan, akọ̀ máa wúlẹ̀, akọ̀ yí kí lélẹ́kẹ̀. Ẹ wá pé àwọn èèyàn, àwọn experts, àwọn yẹn máa wá, wọ́n máa secure ọbẹ̀ yẹn, àwa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí dig, wọ́n máa yọ egungun yẹn, a gbé lọ sí laboratory, ta lẹ ní yìí, ìgbà wo ló kú, a bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí, tá a bá get gbogbo information, wá store ẹ̀, á wà nínú system kan. Èèyàn kan lè kọ̀ wá sọ pé, màmá mi, 10 years ago, ma ní, 30 years ago, ó kọ̀ lọ fẹ́, ó náà pé story ìfẹ́ jọ in tó wà lórí system wa. Arábìnrin ẹ wá ná, ẹ jẹ́ ká take DNA yìí, àwa fi test ẹ̀, àwa lè mọ̀ pé ikú wo ló pa. A lot is still, look, iṣẹ́ ta lẹ́yìn ìgbà tá a bá gbà lú tán, there will be so much work to be done. Títí dọ̀la nílùú yìí wọ́n sì ń ṣe, wọ́n ń pè ní excavation. Àwọn tó bá ń follow DLR, kí ni new train system tó fẹ́ build yẹn nísìn. Bó ṣe ń dìgìlẹ̀ ló ń pàdé oríṣiríṣi nǹkan. Bó ṣe ń dìgìlẹ̀ ló ń pàdé oríṣiríṣi nǹkan. So there will be a lot of work to do. But you're watching right there, the current situation as we can see it in our present. We'll get the message from our brother that is doing a master's there in Ukraine. US will likely abandon Ukraine like they abandoned Afghanistan. And to any to comment anything, Ukraine lower. Or to send videos to our HS2. Yes, thank you very much, my brother Ogunaira. So tell them about the perfect project connection. Because me, mama wule no. They ba wule de be kan be e ko pade be 40 bodies. Ibu na we wa ama she excavation e ama bere sin tidy e up. Oh yes, let's move on, with that conversation of this strike. We got the message. Definitely, there's a big difference between the strike in Nigeria and the strike here. It's because you face a strike, to many big impact from Guaran. Yes, Emma feel it, feel it. Into Manchester, ni pe iru TTF tí wọ́n mi wá sọ anything. Well, now I'm short underground to mama be the 5. Wọ́n mọ̀ pé 5 yẹn only peak time. Olúkálùkù á lọ àwọn boss. Àwọn èèyàn máa bínú. Aráàlú á máa bínú pé òun tó mọ̀ pé ẹni tó ti ra ticket nílùú yìí tí kò bá lè wọ underground yẹn wọ́n láti refund ẹ̀ padà. Èmi ti gba refund nígbà tí mo lọ sọ́dọ̀ Mayegun. Train tó yẹ kó gbé mi padà ó wà delay for half an hour. Mo ra ticket yẹn ní bí £80. Ó dà pé wọ́n dá bí almost £30 padà. If not even £40. Advantage lóyìnbó nìyẹn. And this is a system that we went to work, not the shit one in Nigeria. You need to support Dr. Koiki. You need to support Dr. Bashegun Alabi. He's one of the Talos of people I support too. I don't think you're watching this program very well. Could I watch this message in Milano? Every day, read platform Milan Polo pé kẹ́ donate sí Milano. So kí yan kan ṣe máa sọ pé ká lọ support Bashegun. Ẹ̀yin lè máa sọ fún mi pé kí n lọ support Bashegun. Èmi àti Bashegun sì sọ̀rọ̀ lánàá. I want to bring the message I received from him, Bashegun. This was yesterday. He sent me a message. Mo fẹ́ wo time to send message yẹn wá. The message was sent at he sent the message yesterday at exactly 9:06. Can you help us raise money to fund the court case? And we're doing that. I'm sure any gbogbo I'm sure website here. So ẹ̀yin kẹ́ lọ máa dáwó síbẹ̀ ká lè gbé UK lọ sí court káwọn tó fẹ́ gba M25 gbogbo ọ̀nà la máa gbà. So that is the website there. So ẹ̀yin kẹ́ lọ dáwó. So nobody should come and tell us what we do every day. We do that and we continue to promote that. Kódà even on the background kìíní mi gan máa ń change ẹ̀. Ìpínlẹ̀ kankan I change it to different things. Tìlànà lélẹ̀ nísìn. No, delete it. Tí bá change background mi nísìn Koiki breaking news ẹ̀ máa kúrò ṣe máa rí. Ẹ̀yin kẹ́ lọ síbẹ̀. They need £50,000, and that's why we say to buy pay at any one common post to what. But the common post now, Bashin Polo in on it down. To buy my video another 1 year. They say, Koiki, Obareti. But hello broadcast one. If you got to point fingers at platform, we can't promote it, no that the Yoruba nation. To buy a quote to allow we listen, and won't Ilana Bolo one. I they introduced and we see Ilana 2 years ago. Yoruba National Fund yìí tó bá jẹ́ pé wọ́n gbà wọlé nígbà tá introduce ẹ̀ ní 2 years ago everybody still on $5 sí $10 $20 tó ń lọ níbẹ̀ frequently irúgbà tí lánàá ṣe ń wá £50,000 nísìn àwọn ilé máa easily kọ̀ sọ pé yes a ní £50,000 intervention yẹn lóòótọ́ ni because it's all for the Yoruba. The purpose of this is for the Yoruba, not for the Igbo, not for the Hausa. So ìlànà we just say Yoruba National Fund a fẹ́ gbé UK lọ sí court lórí 1914 èlò lẹ ní 50,000 ẹja fún £100,000. Àwọn owó yẹn ń ṣòwò tó pọ̀ but because kò lọ ní collectively sójú kan what we have done is we have been doing the short term Koiki okay ẹ fẹ́ ṣe flyer na send 50,000 sí ẹ mo lẹ ti sọ nísìn pé ẹ tó bá fẹ́ fún 50,000 ẹ cut it down ẹ fún ní 30 ẹ fi 20,000 tó kù ẹ lọ fi sí Yoruba National Fund. It's not for me èmi kọ́ ni máa gbowó bẹ́ẹ̀. So ẹlòmíì tún máa wọ̀ ní sí pé kó bá yẹ pé bọ̀bọ̀ yìí náà ní stakeholder níbẹ̀ ọmọ ojú bọ̀bọ̀ ìwé ṣe ràn àyẹ̀mọ̀ pa bá ṣe máa ń ronú nìyẹn èmi ti ń ronú long term là ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀yìn sí. So definitely yeah kò sẹ́ni tó fẹ́ ogun but at the end of the day màláfíà sọ pé wọ́n ti gbógun dé wá bá wa kí la máa ṣe sí. So for the person that is saying let us support Ìlànà is part of us. And we can never leave them alone. Every one of them, even Global Directorate, YSM, YOB, blah, blah, blah. Let's come here. I'm going to play a video. It might take maybe some time while I'm working behind the scene because I need to start posting the message I'm going to discuss on the Star Radio. So my play video con. I think I should have a screen open up. Should we do so? I think we can do that. But before we do that, it will be good to us to understand what Babawa Chief Tola Adeniyi. It's always good to remind you what he said about the Fulani Caliphate.
They fornicate, they do all the things that all human beings do. So it's not a question of religion. There's no question of anybody being truly a Muslim there. You know, even I knew a chief judge who was supposed to be leading Muslim prayers, who anytime he came to me in my official residence, he would put brandy or whiskey in a mug and be drinking, and they would smoke and all that. So I don't think it's religion. When they started this Sharia, how many of them are obeying the Sharia? How many of them? No, not none of their leaders. So it's not religion per se, but they use religion to deceive people and say, Hausas were not Muslims at all. So they say, well, let's give you a superior religion, we'll give you Islam. But that didn't apply to the South, because we've had Muslims in Yoruba land even before 14th century.
So truly, what we are fighting against, or what is going on, is clash of culture.
And civilizations.
And civilizations.
That's right.
Not really the Fulani versus the Igbo, or the Fulani versus the Yoruba.
No.
It's clash of civilizations.
Yes, clash of civilizations and clash of cultures. Yes, you're right.
That means we have not really integrated as a people.
Never. We have never been.
So the word the Nigerian people is a fallacy. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Because, again, in those days, you will say there have always been Igbo markets, Hausa markets in Enugu. There have always been Sabos in Shagamu. But those Sabos were occupied by Hausas. Hausas are peaceful people. We traded in Kolanot. We did even the few Fulanis that came with them at that time, when you had the Sabo in Shagamu or in Ibadan here, they would still look for one Fulani man and make him their Seriki.
How did the Hausa accept
they were subdued. They were subdued.
Despite their large number.
Yes, they were subdued. Of course, they killed, they ruined, they extirpated their 7 kingdoms. They killed their 7 rulers and took over under the guise of religion. Another thing they used the word corruption. Oh, your people are corrupt. We are saints. Your people are corrupt. They've always used the word corruption to deceive people.
But the jihad is over. How come the Hausa man is yet to claim that Hausaness again?
It's just now that the efforts we are making in the South have begun to yield fruits. You will be surprised to hear that now in Hausa land, we now have Hausa Christians. Never had that before. Never. You now have Middle Belt Forum that are saying we are not Northerners, we are Middle Belters. We are not Northerners. Don't call us Northerners. Now, when you see a Jukum man or you see a Lantan man and you say you are Hausa or you are Fulani, he will be angry. He may even draw his dagger. Don't call me Fulani. I'm not Fulani. I'm not Hausa. What we did not know until recently is that when you call a Fulani man Hausa, he will be angry. He will say Banzani. Because he knows that I'm superior to Hausa. Can you say I'm Hausa? But before Buhari came to establish his suzerainty over Nigeria, we lumped all of them together. We're Northerners. And like I wrote some 4 years ago, there's no North. There's no North that we used to know. The North is dead. There's nothing called North anymore.
So there's a Fulani now standing on his own.
He's standing on his own. There's no more North. If they try any war today, oh God of mercy. The kind of cohesion you had in the army, the military in 1966, will never happen again in this country, if there is a country at all. You will not find a Hausa soldier now, an Igbo soldier going to Enugu to kill a fellow Igbo. You will not even find an Igbo soldier coming to Ibadan to kill a Yoruba man, or a Yoruba soldier going to Enugu to kill an Igbo man. It will not happen again. So the Lantan people, the Benue people will never, ever allow themselves to be used by any Fulani mischief maker.
So if I'm getting you right, your argument is that the Fulani hegemony has been broken.
Dead.
If the Fulani hegemony has been broken,
yes,
does it mean that the social structure of Nigeria
is about to witness a very hard hit that will lead to a new Nigeria.
Yes, for those who I agree with you to the extent of the fact that there are still some people who want a Nigeria, a group that I don't belong to. But for such people, yes, with the weakening of Fulani hegemony, there could be a Nigeria that will integrate the sober Fulanis, the town Fulanis, and still reconstruct, rebuild, and then have a Nigeria that should be. But I, as a person, as Tola Dini, believe that it will take probably 1,000 years to change the mindset of a Fulani person whose philosophy is kill, maim, rape, send away people from their land and let me occupy it.
That is the bush Fulani.
It is the bush Fulani.
Not the town Fulani.
Not the town Fulani.
And the town Fulani is more in number.
No! The town Fulani is less than 1%.
How did you get that figure?
Oh, go and find out. Let them allow. Let them allow. It says, what are the Fulani? There are very few. The ones who have in Abuja, or the few that dot spaces in Sokoto. I'm sure that you know that Sokoto, as we speak, is not a Fulani town.
Is it not?
No, that's a mistake we make. Zamfara is not a Fulani town. There are more houses in Zamfara than Fulani. There are more houses in KANU than Fulani.
But the Fulani govern.
They are a town. They are in charge.
Yes, so it's their town.
Yes. By subterfuge, by cunning, by crookedness, by all sorts of gimmickry.
Or by integration.
Not integration, by intimidation. And I said they are politically savvy. What they did to the rest of Nigeria, when they realized that the Fulani in the military, they could no longer use the military to retain power indefinitely. Since they've had power, they had access to the treasury, they say, oh yes, Edmond is from the east, or wherever, brilliant man. He may likely oppose us and contest with us and rival us. Let's make him an ambassador. Let's give him an oil block. Let's make him a billionaire. We padlock his mouth. Let's get an Abiola. Make him a billionaire. Let's get this. Let's get that. And make them big. They will never be able to look us in the face. Then we can continue. Looting the treasury. We can continue. And once when we are in control of the treasury, we are in control of everywhere. So we can hire thugs. We can do whatever we would like. And that is why they introduced what I call plutocracy into Nigerian political etymology. Plutocracy.
Meaning?
Plutocracy is the government of the rich.
Yeah.
Oligarchy is the government of the muscle men.
So that is our own man, our own uncle, Egmonwa Babawa. That's Chief Tola Adeni. I'm sure some of you have watched that video before. Still behind the camera there is the situation in Ukraine and Russia borderline. So this time around, I'm going to play this one more video. But at exactly 11 o'clock, Emima Didelo receipts me. I'm going to join the, that's the beauty of the technology. I'm just going to go straight and join the Star Radio UK, but I'm going to make a call to them from another platform, from another point. So I won't be sitting here so that there will not be interference. But before then, let me bring this video. It's a long one. We will play that until I come back again while I'm still working behind the camera on the scene as we prepare for joining Star Radio UK. I'm sure he died I think in 2007. Loku, good morning to every single one of you that have joined us from all over the world. Nobody wants war, but sometimes war comes into operation for so many reasons.
Hello, and Mrs. Carol Smith, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
May I say how delighted we are to be on Passion. We've looked forward to speaking to an African television station for decades. This is something we have looked forward to for such a long time, and we are so happy to be here.
Thank you. Mr. Aaron Smith was a young, bright, and principled Oxford University graduate who was recruited by the Colonial Office and posted to Nigeria. He took his final examination a year ahead of his class. He also married Mrs. Carol Smith, whom he met while they were both at Oxford University. Together they went to Nigeria, where they had their 2 children. Mr. Aaron Smith, you were featured in a program recently by BBC Radio 4,
yes.
Titled Document,
yes.
And that was hosted by Mr. Mike Thompson.
Yes.
You were alleged that the British government rigged the first and most important election in the history of Nigeria in 1959 in favor of the North. Am I correct?
Yes.
How long were you in Nigeria for?
From 1955 to 1960. And we were based in Lagos. I was on the staff of the Department of Labour. I was largely occupied with employment problems, all the employment exchanges, and statistics, and international reports, and was kept pretty busy. I was also stationed in Lagos in charge of the capital and the port. I was the port labour officer as well. And I also devised a port labour scheme and later a social security scheme, which was one of the first in Africa, which guaranteed workers some income after they'd finished work. It was a providence scheme. As I say, it's called the National Providence Scheme, and I was very proud to have put that on the statute book.
I was going to ask you what your role is. You've mentioned 3 important. Is there any particular name given to your office while you were there?
Just labour officer.
I was a labour officer, a senior civil servant.
Okay.
I only intended to stay in Lagos initially for 2 tours of duty. Although, because of this conflict with the elections, there were difficulties. Actually, government wouldn't let me leave the civil service. They were determined that I should stay in the civil service after my 2 tours. And I was offered very considerable incentives, including a knighthood, to stay and work for government. Primarily this was because I had access to state secrets. I learned, and the Governor-General himself confirmed this to me, that the elections were rigged, contrived. The intention was that the North should rule Nigeria. Even in '56, the northern leaders were very proud and were saying, if they couldn't run Nigeria, never mind elections, they might not join Nigeria, they might leave. And we all thought, well, how would they survive? There were no industries, there's not a great deal of agriculture, some groundnuts in the north. This wasn't very practical at all. And then it was, the Governor-General seemed to be thinking that the North couldn't, even if it won an election, rule Nigeria by itself. The South wouldn't stand for that. So there had to be a partner, either the Igbos in the east or the Yoruba in the west, to team up with the North. What he didn't want was for the 2 southern parties, the Igbo and the Yoruba, to team up to form the government, because he believed the North wouldn't tolerate that and talked about leaving the federation. So as I learned, in a small way at first, but very rapidly I learned about the election fixing, and as I say, this was confirmed to me by the Governor-General. He actually said that he wanted me to know the truth because he wanted me to know how much trouble I was in.
You mentioned statistics you were collecting figures. Yes. Is that for labor and unemployed people only, or general?
Primarily, but obviously my interest was in the population
of Nigeria.
Yes, and Awolowo, the Yoruba leader of the action group, yep, and Chief Enaharo, they too, other people were saying, where are all these millions of people in the north? Where are they? We're going up there to campaign. We want to know, you know. And you see all these, you know, thousands of miles of not very developed countryside, and yet the northerners are claiming that their voting registration figures are larger than in the south, you know, larger, far more people up there. Well, actually, if you went through the Igbo land, you know, Enugu and that, you saw lots and lots of people. If you went to Ibadan, again, Ibadan teeming, you know, with millions of people. But we didn't actually see many northerners, and obviously not many northerners at that time came to Lagos. So this did arouse suspicion. Now, the Europeans, you know, not stupid, we are watching what's going on in Nigeria, and we too are beginning to feel there's something not quite right here, that maybe the elections are not going to be as straightforward as they're meant to be. Nigeria was being described as the showcase of democracy, and it was expected that the nationalist leaders would win through. But actually, when the election results were announced by the Governor-General, before the vote was even in, he didn't count for that, he didn't wait for that. I have to tell you, the British were counting the votes, and the British cannot be trusted. They look after their friends. Loyalty is the big thing for the British. And we were friends with the emirs of the north. We looked on people like Enaharo and Awolowo as rather dangerous people. They might even be communists. That's ridiculous, actually. They couldn't be communists in 1,000 years. But this was a sort of thing that was being said. And we were, Europeans, were getting a bit worried about all this. It wasn't quite the honest, straightforward election that we were hoping for.
Apart from Professor Anderson and Dr. Patrick Wilmot that supported your submission on the rigged election, there were other people who also served in the colonial office in your days, I mean, who were opposed to this submission?
Initially, I was warned of what was going on by my senior officer, a Major Bunker. I didn't know, and I knew that the Governor-General had directed me to take all the office staff of the Ministry of Labour to help Chief Okoti Igbo in politicking in Warri. And this was most irregular, and I refused to do this. Having refused an order, I know what the drill is. You resign. I resign my post. That is the proper thing to do. What they did then was rather devious. They persuaded me to withdraw my resignation, and when I did, they sacked me. It didn't go through, but I thought it was a bit low after I'd resigned and was prepared to leave the country. This was not very nice behaviour. They later withdrew this and said that I had been of some service to the state, and actually commended me for what I had done, and said I could leave Nigeria with splendid testimonials, and we shook hands on this. And this was done with the recognition of the Deputy Governor-General, Sir Ralph Grey. And then I left Nigeria the first time and took up a job as a personnel officer, a very big job, with the Esso refinery. And then government came after me, declared that I was a traitor, and I had betrayed the British people, ought to be imprisoned, and I lost that job. And then they came to me again and said, it's all been a big mistake, dreadful mistake. I'm a jolly decent chap, you know, Oxford chap, and they put me on a plane straight back to Nigeria, where I'd make up for the time I'd been away. There was a great deal of good work for me to do, and we fell for this. We shouldn't have gone back, but we did.
Now, if you recall what you said about the role of the Governor General and the attitude of the British government in particular, regarding the fear that Awolowo, Okotie-Eboh, and the lot of them from the south are dangerous. Is there a particular reason? Why the fear from the British government? Is it that they don't want to release or relinquish Nigeria? They still want to control Nigeria?
They knew that the North would do as they said after independence. If it had any, the North would just, because it was their habit, they liked the British, whereas the nationalists were an unknown factor. Actually, when they took the flag down and hoisted the Nigerian flag, not one of the major nationalist politicians was there. They weren't even on the platform. This was incredible. These were the people who had sought independence. The people in the North didn't want independence. They didn't want the British to leave. So this was a farce. And for most Europeans who were very close and watching this, we were disgusted. We thought this really had been manipulated, this election. It was unworthy. It was unworthy of the British people, this. This was no honest, straightforward thing that you would expect Britain, the mother of parliaments, to do. This was cheap and low and criminal. And I opposed it. And I opposed it then, and I've opposed it ever since. And I'm telling you the truth. And I was warned, if I told you this state secret, my life could be forfeit.
Earlier on, you said the British government wanted the North in alliance with either of the southern region, either with the Yorubas or with the Igbos.
But
without which they cannot
they can't do it
rule the country.
The problem was that Awolowo was a highly principled man.
Okay.
You didn't talk to Awolowo about squalid deals and fixing things. Awolowo was not that kind of person. If you read his books, this man was a world statesman. And his young lieutenant, Chief Enaharo, was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. However, they did do a deal with Zik, Dr. Azikiwe, from the East. Dr. Azikiwe, there was this big problem in Nigeria. It's the same big problem in America and in Britain. How do you get funds to fight elections? The candidates in Nigeria had no money, but they did have marketing boards, which were a kind of semi-nationalized industry. And they borrowed money from the marketing boards. But there was a suspicion that Dr. Azikiwe, who has formed his own bank, the African Continental Bank, was actually bankrupt. But he was borrowing very large sums of money from the marketing boards and not necessarily repaying the loans. We knew this. We had a great secret service. All the politicians' phones were tapped. All the politicians' mail was opened. Everything that any major politician did in Nigeria, we knew in hours. We watched. We knew all that was going on.
Are you saying, in essence, that Dr. Azikiwe took money?
He was blackmailed by the British to do our bidding. We told Dr. Azikiwe that he could go to prison if an inquiry was carried out into his bank and his financial circumstances. However, we would not want to be vindictive if Dr. Azikiwe was cooperative in helping forward the plans that we had made in the best interests of Nigeria. Dr. Ezekwe has nothing in common with the northern politicians. He loathed the northern politicians. But Dr. Ezekwe went north and did as he was told.
We're gonna leave this.
And what he was promised was
now,
this.
We'll come back to this man. That's Harold Smith. That was giving us a lot of the background. Mary shared that particular video back again on our timeline. Let me try and do that. But we're going to be going to the studio anytime soon. I can get a signal.
Russia, at the moment, doesn't think that there's going to be any...
So we're going to be switching, like I did mention, Tabawa Parity Studio. Then I'm going to come back. But this broadcast will continue to go ahead. Yes, that interview is something that everybody must have in their, what they call, portfolio. We continue to monitor the situation in Iraq. Ukraine. It's getting tense. Is America going to involve? We don't know yet. But there's a lot happening on the other side there. Video Harold Smith again. We've used it a couple of times, but it's always good to have it again on our timeline. So I'm going to post that now. I'm just about to do that. We are just about 4 minutes away when I'm going to be going straight to the Star Radio UK. But before that, let's bring Harold Smith interview he granted before he died. He has passed on, may so rest in peace, but at least he told us the truth before he died. Just bear with me, yeah? I found it. So I'm just going to give it a headline. I think, okay, let me just do a Google search so we get a background of him, Harold Smith. Then I put Nigeria. He gave a lot of details of what we never know. So even the BBC had something of him. So let me show you. I just picked up something on the BBC website while I was doing a search of Harold Smith. I'm just about 3 minutes away to join the studio. So Teba will be by anything. They're not registered. Get away. So this picture, if you look at the headline, it says, "Remembering the last days of the empire in Nigeria." This article was in 27th of September 2010. John Smith, seated right, says his years in Nigeria were exciting, if lonely. Right? Nigeria an elderly Englishman in a cream suit and tribal art stands on a rocky outcrop above the ancient Nigerian city of KANU, surveying the teeming maze of courtyard and all blah, blah, blah. Amid the heat and dust, John Smith looks as though he belongs in another world, but he believes he has come. My 20 years in Nigeria were certainly my best years of life. He says nothing I have done has ever equaled that. So, again, that's the fraudulent country that was put together. This is him right there. John Smith found life as a colonial officer. He was a colonial officer during those era. And I'm sure now we understand why the British government does not want us to break away from Nigeria for so many reasons known to us now. So I'm actually going to post that video. KOIKIMEDIA. It will be there. But like I said, I'm just about 1 minute to join Star Radio UK. So let's get that
over Agwasafo. And the Chief Justice commences investigation into courtroom shootings. Interestingly, was it maybe a discharge? I mean, you know, at times weapons do discharge. So, but they said the judge took to her heels, and then people, I mean, were scrambling to get out of the place. Well, I think he was thinking, he or she was thinking.
So, you say there's no audio. Claiming, but there's no audio. I don't get that. There's audio. The audio is on. So, my camera will be turned off until I'm back on my seat. You probably don't need my camera. So, we're connecting now to Star Radio UK, the morning show. I'm going to be sitting from another point. I'll advise you go to KOIKIMEDIA Instagram page or the YouTube or Facebook KOIKIMEDIA or Koiki Oduduwa page so that you can continue to follow the conversation. So I'm going to end the broadcast for those of you on the Instagram on Olayomi Koiki because I need a tripod to use to the studio. So I hope everybody can still hear me. I'm sure you can anyway. So because I'll be connecting now. So they're probably waiting for me now. So I'm going to have to go now. Have a very good morning. I'll be back again in just about a few minutes. So let's release the audio from the studio.
Broadcasting worldwide, online 24/7.
You are listening to Star Radio North. God, you've been so good. You've been so good. All my life, everybody.
guys, this is your friend Uruj from SendWave. SendWave is a money transfer app that is used by people all over the world to send money to their loved ones in Africa. With SendWave, you can send money to Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And the best part is, SendWave is absolutely commission-free. Our exchange rates are excellent. You can see for yourself by checking them out on our website. So how do you use SendWave? SendWave is an app that you can download onto your phone from the App Store or Google Play Store. The app is free to download. After downloading it, just open the app and enter your name, email, and phone number. That's it. You're good to go. Make sure you use the promo code SR. S for star, R for radio. This promo code will give you £5 free credit to send to Africa on your first transaction. Your money will be delivered to your recipient within seconds. Feel free to call me on 0749 7377 647 at any time. I'll be happy to tell you all about SendWave and help you in any way I can. Remember to use the promo code SR for £5 free credit.
Getting onto the property ladder has never been easy until now. Join us this and every Thursday from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. live on the Property Hour Show on Star Radio UK, where we talk to mortgage brokers, property developers, estate agents, landlord, tenant, property consultants on how to invest or get into the property business and make money. You can't afford to miss this. The Property Hour Show is your best source into the property industry.
Welcome back to the program. It is Star Radio UK, your favorite African and Caribbean radio station in London. I can show you what is happening in Ukraine at the moment. Yes, or I can tell you about it. A rocket has hit. Is it Ukraine? Kyiv, to be specific, and there is fire there. As whether they are just burning stuff there. Report: the Ukraine military says the country is being hit by a second wave of missiles, okay? And that is going on there in Ukraine. But, well, as we said, I will bring you, I'll be monitoring stories and events going on there. As and when we have anything, I will bring it to the fore. All right, then. So it is Star Radio UK, your favorite African and Caribbean radio station in London. Waiting for Mr. Laimi to hop on back in. Let's see whether we can get him. Whilst we try to bring you the happenings across the globe. Let's see whether we can get him through that. Okay, just bear with us. And as I said earlier on, share the broadcast with your friends and loved ones and invite them to like our pages as well, wherever you might be. Let's see. Okay. Yomi, we still cannot see you. We can only hear you. So you might have to call us back. We can't see you. Okay. Let's see. I think he might have to call, unless you are somewhere that you can only do audio.
Let me get it back. 1 minute.
Okay, then. All right, then. Thank you. Well, listeners, Mr. Olaimi Koiki for you, getting ready to bring you what is happening in Nigeria. But some of the stories happening in Nigeria that we're going to be looking at, the officer in charge. Okay. Still. Okay. Yeah, okay. The officer explained, that the couple were dropped off by the hoodlums at Okpo, Niwi, south of LGA of the state at midnight on Monday. He'll be telling us more about this story, what it's all about. And the World Bank sanctions Nigeria firm, the MD, over alleged corrupt practices. The World Bank has sanctioned AIM Consultants Limited, a Nigerian consultancy company, and its managing director, Amin Musali, for alleged corrupt practices. More going to be coming on that front as well. And then Governor Efeanyi Oguanyi of Enugu State on Thursday summoned an emergency security meeting with critical stakeholders for 5 local government areas in the state over the worsening security in the state. Okay, so we're going to be talking about all this. We have Mr. Olaimi Koiki. We cannot see him. Let's see. I don't know whether the other set that you use, are you going to use that or
okay, I'm not sure why you can't see me, but I can get the signal from here, so I'm not too sure why.
Okay. Give me just a couple of minutes. Let me just restart that and then we come on. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, listeners, let's take a quick break and then we'll bring Ms. Olaimi Koiki on. Stay tuned.
Hi guys, this is your friend Uruj from SendWave. SendWave is a money transfer app that is used by people all over the world to send money to their loved ones in Africa. With SendWave, you can send money to Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. And the best part is, SendWave is absolutely commission-free. Our exchange rates are excellent. You can see for yourself by checking them out on our website. So how do you use SendWave? SendWave is an app that you can download onto your phone from the App Store or Google Play Store. The app is free to download. After downloading it, just open the app and enter your name, email, and phone number. That's it. You're good to go. Make sure you use the promo code SR. S for star, R for radio. This promo code will give you £5 free credit to send to Africa on your first transaction. Your money will be delivered to your recipient within seconds. Feel free to call me on 0749 7377 647 at any time. I'll be happy to tell you all about SendWave and help you in any way I can. Remember to use the promo code SR for £5 free credit.
Getting onto the property ladder has never been easy until now. Join us this and every Thursday from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. live on the Property Hour Show on Star Radio UK, where we talk to mortgage brokers, property developers, estate agents, landlord, tenant, property consultants on how to invest or get into the property business and make money. You can't afford to miss this. The Property Hour Show is your best source into the property industry.
Yes, welcome back to the program. Now we have Ms. Olaimi Koiki on. Yes, we have him on. So now let me go to him and say, Yomi, good morning to you.
Well, it is a very good morning back to you in the studio, and we say good morning to all our listeners and viewers from around the globe, and welcome to Star Radio UK, your finest African and Caribbean radio station in London.
Yes, how are you doing and how is the family?
Well, we're doing very well as we continue to say, the longer you are still awake, you are still living, you're still breathing, there's so much to give thanks, and that is what we're saying this morning, the 24th day of February 2022, as we also continue to monitor the situations from around the globe. But this time around, it's all about everything happening in Nigeria after another beautiful edition of Niger Voices yesterday, that a lot of our listeners are now following the conversation, especially as Nigeria is moving into a very difficult time as the election is getting closer with so much activities, and we'll be discussing so much of that again this morning.
Yes, listeners, Mr. Olaimi Koiki. Now, a quick one on the Niger Voices yesterday. I mean, I know we're following the discussions, but others who didn't follow it, we want to tease them so that next time they join us on the Niger Voices, what do you want to tell them about the discussions that took place?
Well, yesterday, it's all about, the conversation. And what is that conversation? 2023 election, restructuring, revolution, constitution change, or those that are determining a dissolution of Nigeria where independent nation can come out of it. So these were the conversation yesterday for about 2 hours. We discussed also the issues surrounding freedom of expression, freedom of who you are as an individual, regardless of whether you are in the northern part of Nigeria, the middle belt, the southeast, or the southwest. We review why somebody like, OMOYELE show we read that the Yatta, most of the freedom activists, Chief Sunday IGBOHO is also still being locked away. We also discussed so many other areas, in terms of the, injustice that is happening in Nigeria. We talked about, the poverty. We talked about the education sector that I will be touching this week, because it is now countdown to not just one strike, but almost 3 different sectors of Nigeria will be going on what we call indefinite strike, road blockage, which we're going to be discussing during this morning edition. But next week edition is going to be looking at Nigerians, youth. Do you still have hope in Nigeria? And if so, what are the reasons for that? Because this morning, I can confirm that we have some Nigerians that are stuck in Ukraine. During my conversation this morning, he's doing his master's there, and the bang of loud of noise makes him now understand that he's in a country that is about to go into a war.
As whether it is about to or are already in a war is another question, but it looks like they seem to be already in the war. Listeners, Star Radio UK, Mr. Olaimi Koiki. And let me take this opportunity to say good morning to Tosino. Tosino, you are in Moscow. Hope you are doing very well, sir. Get in touch with us. Let's know that you are doing well. Okay, and all the students, especially those of you from the African continent, especially who are in Ukraine. I mean, we know that most of the medical students are there. Those who are doing pharmacy and medicine and all that stuff. Those of you there, we hope that you are all doing very, very well. It's a very, very worrying time. As we are saying, as and when there are any updates, we'll bring you to the fore. Okay, now let's move on straight to the last story that you put across. That's pertaining to a disruption in election by unknown gunmen. Because you remember in the the last election, the last general election, where we had macho people. Where in Ghana we talk about big guys going to polling stations, taking ballot boxes, snatching them away, beating people up, and doing all sorts. Now this is just a local election that was taking place there. So what caused them to have people like that coming in, and what is going to be the repercussion should Nigeria have the election in 2023?
Let's first go back to our arrival in Nigeria just before the 2019 election. Star Radio UK arrived in Nigeria as one of the the monitoring observer to that election. We were able to visit not just one particular state. We saw the election, we saw the manipulation, we saw the violence, we saw the killings, and those are on record for those that probably might have to go back into some of our archives, and which we're going to be discussing furthermore as the election is approaching again. The question then is, who are those behind some of these atrocities that does occur during election period? We do know, and from evidence base, that the hands of the politicians are mostly involved. Why do I say so? I've given again the scenarios of the elections that have occurred since 1999 till date, and the one that we witnessed where election ballots were stolen, election ballots were tampered with, and also individuals were not given the opportunity to cast their vote. What took place in Enugu State is what we can call a local government election. Nigeria, as present today, have 774 local government, and each of those local government elections comes up not simultaneously, as people might be asking, but we are not in the election period. Why is an election taking place, and why do 5 people have to be killed by what we call the unknown gunmen? Who are these unknown gunmen? These are the agents of most of the governors, the politicians that are attacking each other. And like I've said continuously, most local government elections get to be won outright by whoever is controlling that particular state. So as an example, if ABGA is the contender or the main party holder from the state governor, that means those particular states, every local government election would have to go for ABGA. We have seen even during the primaries of the former governor of Lagos State, Ambody, where on the point of that primaries, they were being told, those on the spot, that you cannot vote for Ambody right here because the leaders are saying we have to vote for Sanwo-Olu. Sanwo-Olu is the current governor of Lagos State, but you could tell that the charade and the pushing of individuals to vote for who they don't want to vote for does occur not just in the Southwest, but yesterday 5 lives were lost during an election, local government election in Enugu State, the southeast of Nigeria.
Listeners, Star Radio UK, and that's the question where that's where we pose the question: do you think a 2023 elections under the same constitution should hold in Nigeria, or do you think that it's about time that this time round we call off the elections and then let everybody, those who want to break up Nigeria, or if there's a need for not the need, if so that constitution will be relooked at, amendment of it, and then we can all come back and say, okay, we think that this time around it's a fair game. Now let's get on with it. But we want to have your take on what is going on in Nigeria. Should Nigeria go for the 2023 elections? Looking at what is happening in this local election that took place yesterday, and 5 people dying out of that. Now, when it comes to general election, what do you think is going to happen? Well, we want to hear from you. That is All Star Radio UK. Mr. Olaimi Koiki bringing you updates from Nigeria. Okay, now let's go to some of the other stories. The officer explained that the couple were dropped off by the hoodlums at Ukpa, Newi, south of the LGA, the same of at midnight on Monday. What story is that? Who are these people killed? What happened to them?
Well, people get killed, frequently in Nigeria, and that is why some look at Nigeria as a crime scene. What do I mean by that? I mean, killings that occurred, whether it's ritual killings, whether it's individual killing, or the, what we now call, the attack on the individuals in Nigeria. What we can say is, this particular headline that you're reading, occurred again in Nigeria, where 2 people were killed on their way to the airport. The question we should then ask is, why the killing is the question. I mean, a lot of killings that occur sometimes could be private, it could be, it could be assassination attack, or it could just be people that do not believe that, the unity that we continue to discuss, it's not really working in Nigeria, and that could lead to so many destructions of lives and property. So this is actually what happened, in this part of the globe all the time when we say that the security architect of each of the states, is still in the hands of the federal, based on the 1999 constitution that was put together by the military decree. And that is why this morning, 2 individuals were killed on their way to the airport in Nigeria.
Listeners, Star Radio UK updates from Nigeria.
In Newi South local government of the state.
Interesting. But the story says that the hoodlums, the officers were saying that the hoodlums dropped these people there. I mean, after they've killed them. So what is it about? Did they see them? Can they identify them, or did they had had they covered their faces, having whatever to protect them from being seen? What do you have any details about that?
Well, like I did mention, it is not the first time that we've seen, this sort of killings that have occurred in the past. As at last week or 2 weeks ago, we saw, a video that popped up where, an individual was killed, I believe, in Ogun State. And the reason for that is, again, could it be, whether there was a business transaction that has gone wrong. But these 2 individuals that were killed were literally either traveling out of the state to, maybe on a local or international flight. The gunmen that adopted couple going to the airport killed the 2 police escort as well. So that means, just the same way that we've seen killings in different highways in different parts of the state in Nigeria, it is not as different as this. But the question is, do we get a thorough investigation that leads to the killings? Just as about 2 weeks ago, 13 lives were lost in southwest of Nigeria in Idiakwa in Ibadan when there was a robbery incident. As we speak today, it doesn't seem that case is already still highlighted in most part of the state this morning.
Well, listeners, Star Radio UK. But when it comes to the finances of Nigeria, how is Nigeria doing? So we know that the World Bank has sanctioned one consultancy, Nigerian consultancy company, and its managing director, Amin Musali, for alleged corrupt practices. We know from time to time here, even some of the banks, the big banks, have had issues like that where sanctions are placed on them from various countries, or even this country as well. Is it one of those things that have happened? And what actually financial dealings were they handling that caused this to happen?
Most situation when it comes to the politics in Nigeria, and likewise those dealings that sometimes have big impact on millions of Nigerians. We've seen irregularity happening in Nigeria through businesses and companies that have been set up either through a proxies or a company that are set up, for a selfish gain rather than for the benefit of, the particular, reason that it was set up for. What we know is now that the World Bank, is saying that these, I'm just trying to put that back up. World Bank has now sanctioned a Nigerian firm, for alleged corrupt practice. The World Bank has sanctioned AIM Consultants Limited, a Nigerian consultancy company, and its managing director, Amin, for alleged corrupt practice. The firm which was involved in Nigeria erosion We have a lot of erosion in the southeast of Nigeria. So that means, sometimes, people do get money from the international community, whether through the World Bank or the IMF, or sometimes through, different European Union that set up different funding for that purpose. But sometimes this project doesn't get to be executed, or shallow execution of it. The farm which was involved in the Nigerian erosion and what we call the watershed managing project was sanctioned for 52 months for improper payment to the tune again of 12.9 million naira to certain projects according to officials. So it's again about the part of a corruption system that has cropped and eaten up most projects should have been helping Nigerians to have a better life, because erosion creates a lot of damage should the rain start falling.
Now, interestingly, the question I wanted to ask is it the World Bank that initiated that particular
that funded the project?
That funded the World Bank funded the project.
That is why this company has been kind of sanctioned. So yes, like I said, a lot of NGOs, a lot of different companies know the nitty-gritty. And especially they do have partners that are operating with them from not just in Nigeria, because if you're going to be approaching World Bank, especially before they release funds, that means there's evidence base of erosion and there's need for it. But the question is, if you're now giving the money, does the project get executed? And that does happen, not just in in one state, across each of the states where billions of naira have been, have been used for different projects, either the World Bank project, either the funding from America, from whatever you can think of. But the problem then is, most of these projects, when visited or when the World Bank sent their own representatives, realized that it is not what it was told would be done when they were releasing the fund.
Interesting. It's not that will not be only peculiar with Nigeria. I think when it comes to Africa, and especially the West African sub-region, we see that a lot there. I remember a few years back, we were talking about Nigeria, where a whole bridge that's supposed to be constructed, the bridge wasn't constructed. It was constructed on paper. The money was, the payment was done, yet the bridge was nothing to be seen. And other times where they've constructed it, they've done a shabby work and then it's collapsed. So I don't know. Do you think that maybe the Nigerian government, the federal government in this case, the inspectorate division of the federal government, who has to go around to see if these projects that are being undertaken have been done and done properly, do you think they are up and running?
Well, that then will lead us to the question as an example of these influx of adulterated petrol into the country. It's still part of the negligence that should be working for millions of Nigerians, but rather is working in reverse, for Nigerians. So what do I mean by that? I mean, if we have, as an example, in a situation where, we will have, a system that is in place to make sure that everything that is meant to do the needful, especially project that's meant to be executed, whether the funding is coming from Nigeria as a foreign investment or just a kind of a grant that is given for that particular project. So yes, until we have a system that works properly, fully, to make sure that if anyone is not doing the project as it's meant to be executed, they are fully punished under the law. But sometimes they get pampered and probably get sentenced less than those that are even committing bigger crimes, because they've been able to extract few money back from them, but sometimes not all the money is extracted. I mean, we're talking about almost 12 million naira there. Is World Bank going to be able to get the money back? Is the question. I'm sure the answer will be no.
Well, the answer is no, as we know, and we know some of the big wigs in that part of the country also get their stake in there. So you don't do the project, you don't do it very well. The one who's supposed to, the inspectorate division, they will just take something and then shabby job. That is in the country as a whole will have to pay if it's a loan or whatever was given, or if it's a grant that's supposed to be used. We wouldn't have used it the right way. Well, it is Star Radio UK. Let me say good morning to Anthony Adedeji. I hope you are doing very well, sir. Okay, Star Radio UK. Updates from Nigeria, 11:29 from here. Miss Olaimi Koike in our North London studios. I'm Archie here. Yomi, over to you for the rest of the stories making the rounds.
Thank you very much and welcome back again. It is Star Radio UK as we continue to review and discuss every update on the news coming out of Nigeria. It's not going very well between the federal government and ASU. Strike continues. ASU insists as Ngige pleads with the union. The ASU president, Professor Emmanuel Shodeke, and the Minister of Labour and Employment, Chris Ngige. After a closed-up meeting, the Minister of Labour and Employment, Dr. Chris Ngige, has appealed to the Academic Staff Union of University to call off its 4-week strike before the expiration date. According to report that Ngige had met with the leadership of the ASU during a closed-up meeting on Tuesday. During the meeting, which lasted for several hours, the minister has now also accused ASU of claiming that the government had failed to implement some long-standing agreement. Ngige also in an interview told the correspondent that ASU demands were being reviewed, saying he will meet with ASU and Nigerian Interreligious Council next week. The question then goes back to the strike that is now coming up on Monday for the total road blockage across the 36 states of the Federation. A lot of Nigerians have to be monitoring this carefully because you might wake up on Monday coming, which Star Radio UK will be also probably have to travel to Nigeria. One of our correspondents will be reporting from Nigeria to see should that go ahead. But we still have the time frame. Today is Thursday, so there's still about almost 4 days before that is not going to happen. And the only way that is not going to happen, according to the Nigerian Student Association, that have said that they will be blocking off all the major highway should the strike not come out. Maybe by today, tomorrow, or over the weekend, coming up to Monday morning, the strike might be coming up to an end. But according to the information, the National Association of Nigerian Students to embark on a nationwide protest over ASU strike. The body intends to launch a full blockage of all major federal highways in the 36 states of the Federation to press home their demand by February 28, 2020. Not that alone, it doesn't seem to be coming very good for the government at this particular time. The Ogoni Youth and the Ogoni ex-militant forum are also to embark on a 1-month peaceful protest coming up on the 1st of March 2022 over alleged failure of the federal government to honor its pact of agreement reached during the Ogoni leader visit last year. Again, not a very good news coming from the Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria to embark on an indefinite strike from the 1st of March over alleged of non-compliance with the maritime laws by the multinational oil firm. Customers are now being advised to take immediately delivery of their cargoes to minimize impact to supply chain and logistics. So that means that from Monday next week, we're expecting about 3 different protests across Nigeria. And that means that might have big impact in probably those that are traveling to Nigeria or those that are planning to travel out of Nigeria. Because if the major roads are blocked, I'm not sure how you might want to be traveling to the airport, whether in Abuja, in KANU, as that is going to have a big impact. We're going to take a couple of more and then come back again to you in the studio. NRC charges Nigerians to help tackle vandalism of equipment. It is not just in Nigeria that we do see vandalization. We see that as well in United Kingdom, in America, in Europe, in other African countries. The Nigerian Railway Corporation, also known as the NRC, has called on Nigerians, especially those communities where the rail line passes through, to help tackle the persistent vandalism of rail tracks and other equipment by criminals, lamenting that it has become daily occurrence of attacking the railway tracks in various parts of Nigeria. Again, at the media parley with the journalists at the National Railway Corporation headquarters in Lagos, Mr. Fidat Okira said some bad Nigerians were out to sabotage the effort of the federal government to revive the railway, and hands must be on deck to salvage the situation. So we're going to be continuing to monitor that as well. Let's go straight and pick up, one news from the business, and then I'll come back again to you in the studio. Domain name registration renewal slide from 184,000 in November to 178,000. What could be the reason why those that are meant to be registering their businesses is dropping down? Nigeria witnessed a drop in the domain name registration and renewal in the last 3 months as registration figures dropped from 184,341 to November last year to 178,097 in January 2022. The latest statistics released by the Nigerian Internet Registration Association, the body responsible for hosting and domesticating domain name in Nigeria, has revealed. Remember that in the foreign world, almost everything is now the internet. So, and if you're having a small business or you're running an operation, whatever it is, you should have what we call a website. And that is the same thing, for those of you that might want to visit the Star Radio UK website anytime for you to get the latest news and updates. So what literally means that during the period of maybe the Twitter ban in Nigeria, businesses are down, more people are now not renewing their website. Just yesterday, I had to renew mine here in UK because I do know the reason that if people visit the website and it's down, that means the trust between myself and those that are listening to us might not be there. And the purpose of a website is also to give the image to the world what you do and how you do it, whether you're selling, whether you're buying, or whether you're just using it for something of good purpose or something that will benefit the humanity or just something that could be of benefit to you. But if those in Nigeria are no longer renewing their website or not even adding more to what we have, should we be concerned? According to the statistics obtained by the NERA official website, although there was a slight growth in the total number of the domain name registration renewal restoration around 2019, the figures have now dropped coming to 2022. So we continue to go to monitor that because that is very, very important. One more before we come back again to you in the studio. Star Radio UK is where we are transmitting from. As we continue to say, education is very, very important. Grew to empower 1,000 secondary school teachers with digital skills. TechQuest Academy, a non-profit technology education provider, has now partnered with the IHS Nigeria Limited, one of the largest independent owners, operators, and developers of the shared telecommunication infrastructure in the world, to improve digital literacy of secondary schools. I also hope they will have enough internet access if they're distributing some of this technology. Because the problem in Nigeria is not that we don't have those that have been sending things down there, but sometimes when you look at the electricity as it's getting more expensive for Nigerians to get what we call petrol, and each of these petrol sometimes run to the schools, run to the hospitals, small-scale business or large-scale industry, just as we saw yesterday when the finance minister in Abuja is also using what we call a backup battery that eventually led to the fire incident at the finance headquarters in Abuja yesterday. So the question is not about supporting, providing technology. The problem is about if the technology is available for millions of Nigerians as we speak today. I'll come back now to you in the studio.
Well, listeners, Mr. Olaimikoiki bringing you updates from Nigeria. Interesting stories that he's touched so far. But quickly, let's go to, the latter one, briefly, then we come to the ASU and the National Association of Nigerian Students protest that is going to be taking place on Monday. Now, this finance minister, you mean to say that his backed up battery was the cause of a fire in the finance ministry? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yesterday there was a fire in the finance ministry headquarters, and the reason given by the spokesman on behalf of the government representing the ministry building says it was a backup battery in one of the buildings under their basement that led to the fire.
Wow. Okay.
And the reason why they use the backup battery again is because, as we do know, Nigeria does not have a power. We do have a power shortage problem, not just in different homes, even in the government offices as well.
Was that serious distraction, or just briefly and then they managed to contain it?
According to them, they were able to take it down even before the fire brigade arrived.
Okay.
But like I said, it was not as what we thought when the fire was coming out from the building.
Okay. Listen, let's start ready. Okay. Now let's move on to the ASU and the National Association of Students. Now, ASU has been on strike for how long now?
Well, the strike started about some few days ago. We'll probably say about less than a couple of days, less than 5 days. But we do know that it's meant to be a 1-month strike. There's still a loggerhead between the federal government and the ASU team or the union, and that is now putting out the anger on the student that have seen that, this is really having impact on them. Remember, we played it in one of the video of one of the young Nigerians that was complaining about, the situation in Nigeria when it comes to education. Let's hear what she has to say under 26 seconds.
It's good news. Why? Because I have things to do, I'm doing photography and I'm trying to relax because school is just taking up all my time, and obviously nobody's serious with school in this country, including the government themselves. So, you just have to find something going on for yourself, something that works for you, and school is not it.
You heard it there. You just have to find something that will work for you. School is not it.
Now, so if the students go on strike, which I know for sure, they're going to, the various state governors are going to unleash their security apparatus on them. So I'm thinking about loss of life, but would that force the federal government to come to the table to negotiate something with ASU? Is that what they intend doing?
Well, if the students are saying that they will be blocking all the major highway, let's start looking at, movement of people from one point to the other. That would definitely disrupt. That would have impact on the state. The state would then have to come out and try to disperse some of these, students of the major road. When they talk about blocking the major highway, you can then start thinking of different of these major highway. But the question is, are each of the governors going to sit back and allow this to happen? So who wins? And that would then take us to the reminder of what happened during the NSAS. Mm-hmm. They were able to hold majority of each of the states, mostly in the southwest, probably not less in the north, during the NSAS. And we saw after 7 days, the governors were had enough, the presidency was having enough. They were not ready to negotiate or listen to the student, or not the student then, but the majority of Nigerians that were saying that they were being tortured, abused by the Nigerian police force. Then what happened? The Lekki massacre happened. People were killed in Lekki massacre, but not just in Lekki, Odigbo in the southeast, we saw the massacre, and we now saw a lot of inquiries that was launched out. As we speak today, those inquiries have been swept under the carpet. Nobody has been punished yet. And the government is still living in denial that nobody died, even with evidence says more than 100 people have died. What they're saying is, where are the bodies? Where are the families? The families won't come out because we're living in a society in Nigeria where people are scared. Maybe the government might come back and pick them after nobody is looking for them again.
Now, so how long does the National Association of Students want to go on with this protest or demonstration that you're talking about? Is it just for that day? If it's for a day, some people say that...
As long as the strike is still going on is what they plan. So that means the longer the government doesn't come up with sorting out the situation with the association of ASU, that means we continue to have a roadblock. And this happened, if a roadblock goes on the first day, you can think about it, that it's going to last a long time before they can clear the road.
Wow, interesting. We'll see. We'll follow it very closely. As Olaimi said, we'll try to see whether we can get reports on the ground there in various places to tell us what is going on Monday. But we hope that the federal government come back to the table and negotiate with the ASU so that we forestall anything of the sort happening. Now, the vandalism that goes on the railway. Now, I know that Nigeria was doing well in the railway network. There were new trains and stuff like that, very fast trains and this and that was introduced. Now, can you just give us a background of that? How far has that gone? How many states have even got that?
Well, when we talk about the Nigerian rail, it's something that was set up during the British, ruling Nigeria, leading to the amalgamation, and also, and they were probably using that for the purpose of moving goods, natural resources from different parts of Nigeria, not literally, using it for good, for passenger. But let's come up now and say that things have changed, in the last couple of years. Government has tried to improve some of these rail network. Millions have been borrowed, from China, to put this in place. But the question then again is, you did ask how many states are having these. Not all the states, but sometimes they do pass through different states. Return of commercial rail transport will boost economic development, according to the NRC. Demand public support for a sustainer. This was in February 18 when this article came up. In retrospect, there was a time in Nigeria when rail transport system was the pride of the nation. During this period, the general public put a marked premium on the train. So that means back then, people can easily use the train to move from point A to B. But we have now also seen that the terrorists are now taking advantage of now creating havoc, manipulation of, destruction of the rail line that we've seen. And we've also seen explosive being used. And the question is, how, do we protect, these rail tracks, from being vandalized, from this, from safety of millions of Nigerians that are making use of it, is a question that a lot of Nigerians will continue to ask, because, if you're going to be traveling on the train, you must also be ready to say that is going to work for you, so that you do not get caught up. Remember that I think some few weeks ago as well, we saw that a train that was meant to travel from KANU to Lagos got stuck for 3 days. People were begging for them to be rescued. So the reflection on the Nigerian rail project is a big one that we continue to monitor, but it is a good thing, but the safety is very, very key as well.
Well, listeners, Mr. Olaimi Koiki bringing you updates from Nigeria. Now, let's go back to him and let's listen to what is left and then what is going on the social media platform. Over to you, sir.
We'll go straight to the social media this morning. Quite a lot is happening on the social media, as also Nigerians are monitoring the situation as well inside. So the tweet this morning is about Nigerians in Ukraine. We do know Russian embassy has advised Nigerians in Ukraine to remain calm and vigilant. The Nigerian embassy in Kyiv, Ukraine, has advised Nigerians in the country to be calm and vigilant in the light of the invasion. This is just coming up, from new travel advice by the embassy of Nigeria in Ukraine. The attention of the embassy has been drawn to declaration of state of emergency and martial law on the entire territory of Ukraine, except the Donetsk and Luhansk region by the government of Ukraine, effective from midnight of February 23, 2022, for a period of 30 days, as well as the latest development of the Ukraine-Russia crisis, with the regional commissions to be decided on the necessary security measures to adopt and strengthen the protection of public and order. So now, the Nigerian government, for those who still consider it appropriate to remain in the country, be assured that the embassy remains open for its consular duties and responsibility at all times. It will always avail you of all updates on necessary. This is coming from the Nigerian embassy in Kyiv, as we continue to also monitor that. Like I said this morning, I received a video from one of the Nigerians that are living there that said to me that when he was speaking to somebody, as of this morning, he thought everything was quiet until there was a big bang noise. Looking through his window, there was all kind of flames. So the tweet is already now focusing on Nigerians as well. Again, Fisayo Shoyombo said, reading the travel advisory by the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCON, telling Nigerians in Ukraine to be responsible for their personal security and safety, I am thoroughly ashamed to be Nigerian, a country so useless and bold-faced in its uselessness to its citizens. Reno Omokeri, a very, very critiques of this government, and also a one-time, working during the PDP era of Jonathan. Nigerians can do nothing to stop Ukraine war, but Nigerians can do something to stop Buhari looting the oil windfall that we acquire to Nigeria during the war. Oil is now selling at about $100 per barrel. It will still arise. China has stopped lending us money. Buhari has been seen money looting. One more again from the happening of Nigerians. Our thought and prayers are with everyone in Ukraine right now, and Nigerians living in Ukraine at this worrying time. Again, Aye Mojuba says, has Buhari government said anything on how to evacuate Nigerians to Ukraine? A man that cannot even secure those at home.
Wow. Listeners, Star Radio UK, your favorite African and Caribbean radio station in London. Well, that's an advice to all our listeners, especially those of you from Nigeria, from Africa who are studying in Ukraine, especially. We want to say that, please take good care of yourself, because it's a very, very volatile situation that is on way there, because as we are on air monitoring some of the stories, a second barrage of attacks have been taking place there as well. We know in Kyiv, people are trying to flee the country, and there's been a road blockade because of that, because of the traffic. So please, I don't know, but take good care of yourself, as Yomi has said. Yomi, before you go,
make sure you stay tuned on Star Radio UK and all our other platforms, where we'll be giving you exactly like Aji said. We're not just Nigerians. We have a lot of Africans that are studying masters, degree or first degree in Ukraine, and mostly in Russia. All we can do is make sure you stay tuned with Star Radio UK and all of our networks for more updates as we continue to monitor the crisis between Russia and Ukraine in the 21st century, where we can monitor it on the right time, right pace, until probably shutdown of communication line in Ukraine. But at the moment, we're still getting the feed coming out of Ukraine.
Yeah. Yomi, let me say thank you very much. Have a lovely day.
Bye for now.
Bye-bye. Well, listeners, it is Star Radio UK. Let me say good morning to, or good afternoon, because Anthony, Prince Adibanjo, where you are, is an afternoon. So afternoon to you. We are doing very well, and hope you are doing very, very well too. Okay, Star Radio UK. We're going to be coming, we're going to take a break, and once we come back, some musical break as well. Once we come back, we'll continue with the show. But I'll be looking at, well, the invasion of Ukraine.
ọmọ Yorùbá lápapọ̀ tilé tó kó ẹ̀mí àbọ̀ ẹ̀bá nǹkan mọ Adéyẹmọ Chief Sunday Adéyẹmọ Ìgbòho, orúkọ ńlá tí ń jámọ̀ láyà bí àrá, orúkọ tó ń dẹ́rù bo lórúkọ gan-an. ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ má sùn o, torí pé bùrà a kò lè fojú kégbodò láyé, títa ríro lẹ̀dá ń kọlà, wúrà tó máa dán alànà kọjá dandan o. ọ̀wọ́n irin ní má bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ̀nà, ẹ̀dá kan lè ṣì wá lọ́nà mọ́, ẹ jẹ́ àfìmọ̀ṣọ̀ kan ká lè débi re. ẹ̀jẹ̀ àjọ gbárùkù ti Sunday Ìgbòho ṣá, ọmọ Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ nílùú Alágbàdo Òde, ọmọ atapẹ̀tẹ̀ wọnú omi, ọmọ gèdèlè wodò sànyà, ìsànyà ò rẹ́ràn bàbá yín láàrin ìdí, omi kò sì náà ń kán sí yín lẹ́nu. ọmọ òkúta mẹ́ta òkè Ìgbòho, ìkan ṣe yín ní dábọ̀dàbọ̀, ìkan ní mọ́ rọra, ìkan tó kù nígbà tí wọ́n ò mọ̀ Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́, kí ló dé Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ sí ọmọ òpópó sanran, ìgbàgede Ìgbòho sùn wọn láláìsí bẹ̀rẹ̀, wọ́n ní kó ní bẹ̀rẹ̀ ó máa kó bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ. ẹ̀sìn ò ní bímọ méjì ní Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́, bẹ́sìn bá bímọ méjì ní Ìgbòho, á fi kan pọpọ sí, amúkan yòókù bọ sànyà, àtúmúyà rẹ̀ tí olóró gbọ́, á fi ṣẹrù wálé wàràmùjẹ, ọmọ onílé ọ̀la. àwọn àjòjì tó ń ṣe ségesège tán láwọn ò ní bomi kó sí mu, wọ́n láwọn ò ní bomi sànyà wẹ́sẹ̀, ìgbà tójú kò fi rí ńkọ́, gbogbo wọn náà sáré bomi kó sí mu, wọ́n sì bomi sànyà wẹ́sẹ̀. ọmọ abẹ́rẹ́ mẹ́ta òde ayé, ọ̀kan ṣẹ́ ọ̀kan tẹ̀, ọ̀kan tó kù ní gbogbo ayé ti ránṣọ kiri. gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá Sunday Ìgbòho onírèlẹ̀ láéláé, torí àbá lásán nìkan ń dá, òkúta ò ṣe gbé fún wọn o. ìmọ̀ràn lásán ni ti balùwẹ̀, kò pọ́sibú kó dòdò láyé ń bí, ó kún díẹ̀ títọ́ domi láéláé, ìtọ́ mi lè domi. Sunday Ìgbòho arógun má ti bí, tó ń jà fẹ́tọ̀ Yorùbá ní tilé tó kó.
The real power, effective power, would be in the hands of the northern emirs. However, it would look great if the president was Dr. Ezekwe and he was given a field marshal's uniform and an admiral's uniform. He asked, please, could he have a row of medals? But they said, well, no, that was a bit difficult, to get the medals. So when the ambassadors started arriving, he was known to be asking people from foreign countries, perhaps they had a medal for his uniform. We thought this was terrible, but it was said that this happened. He was very vain. And for a time, he functioned as first the Governor General, and then when Nigeria became a republic, as the president. but he had no power. And when he did try to tell the army, he said, I'm the field marshal, the army's got to do this. They said, hey, you're just a ceremonial figure. You have no power. The Prime Minister, Balewa, gives us our orders. So there was a feeling then that there was going to be trouble. And then it was because the Awolowo and the Action Group had become the official opposition. What we British wondered, how could they win another election without the British counting the votes? There could not be another proper run election without us there. We knew what we were doing. We were just helping things along. You know, we were doing what the British do, favouring our friends and looking after our own and repaying favours. We don't call that corruption.
Right. I mean, in essence, what Dr. Azikiwe did, it was forced by the British government to do it.
Yeah.
Collecting money from the marketing board then.
Yeah.
So if any politician here in the United Kingdom tried to do that,
he'd be in jail.
It would be in jail. So why did the British government refuse to take action?
Or
comment on
if we nipped it in the bud, because we knew it was happening, it was even happening in, let me be fair, in the West with the Awolowo. They were taking some money. They meant to repay it perhaps, but they were taking money. And I would have said, issue a warning now and say, you know, you've got to behave, because if this is allowed to go on, it'll be a major offence. However, before they actually ran the 1959 election, they needed money for the North and for the NCNC, Dr. Zik, to fight the election. So what they did, my senior officer, Major Bunker, went around, was ordered by the Governor General to go to all the major British firms and international firms, Ford, UAC, Leventis, all these firms, and raise money for a slush fund to enable Chief Okoti Igbo, together with the North, to fight the 1959 elections. The North got most of their money from the native authorities. This was looked on by the British as being okay. This wasn't corrupt because we were friends of the North. And if they tried this in the West or in the East, we might have said this was corruption. But because it happened in the North, the native authorities, public money, was poured into the government party, the NPU. So this obviously was a terrible fiddle. We were discriminating against the southern politicians in favour of these northern emirs. What we saw was that this would not be the first act of treachery. They would have to smash the Action Group, because the Action Group was strong, and in a fresh election, they would be sure to win. They were pretty honest and regular guys, and a lot of the British quite admired Awolowo for his brain power. And they admired Chief Inahro, who was a bit cheeky and young and spirited. And they were both quite admired, you know, as they was like right-wing Labour people, nothing revolutionary. And so a great deal of money was raised by my senior officer, Major Bunker, before the 1959 election. And this was money put up by United Africa, by Ford, Shell, BP, and my wife, who was the personal assistant to the general manager of BP Nigeria. She's not going to tell you anything because she was a confidential secretary. I can only tell you that we were very well informed on some of the hanky-panky that was going on in Lagos.
Having revealed now that the election of 1959 was rigged. The census figure were cooked. I don't know if you have been following the ongoing in Nigeria today.
Yes, of course.
The last general election,
yes.
The 1979-1980 election, I mean, in which Azekwe was the beautiful bride, and I mean,
I have to tell you, sir, that I'm not going to comment.
Okay.
I cannot interfere in Nigeria's domestic politics. I'm a historic figure. I do keep up, naturally, because I love Nigeria, and I've kept up with its history of its assassinations and military coups and dictatorships for 50 years, and this has been one of the biggest tragedies in world history.
All right, let's come back here. Let's hear what Boris Johnson is saying there. Let's see if I can get the sound. If not, let's quickly pick it up from here. Let's hear what Boris Johnson is saying right now.
President Putin of Russia has unleashed war in our European continent. He's attacked a friendly country without any provocation and without any credible excuse. Innumerable missiles and bombs have been raining down on an entirely innocent population. A vast invasion is underway by land, by sea, and by air. And this is not in the infamous phrase, some faraway country of which we know little. We have Ukrainian friends in this country, neighbors, co-workers. Ukraine is a country that for decades has enjoyed freedom and democracy and the right to choose its own destiny. We and the world cannot allow that freedom just to be snuffed out. We cannot and will not just look away. It's because we've been so alarmed in recent months at Russian intimidation that the UK became one of the first countries in Europe to send defensive weaponry to help the Ukrainians. Other allies have now done the same, and we will do what more we can in the days ahead. Today, in concert with our allies, we will agree a massive package of economic sanctions designed in time to hobble the Russian economy. And to that end, we must also collectively cease the dependence on Russian oil and gas that for too long has given Putin his grip on Western politics. Our mission is clear. Diplomatically, politically, economically, and eventually militarily, this hideous and barbaric venture of Vladimir Putin must end in failure. And so I say to the people of Russia, whose president has just authorized a tidal wave of violence against a fellow Slavic people, the parents of Russian soldiers who will lose their lives, I cannot believe this is being done in your name, or that you really want the pariah status it will bring to the Putin regime. And I say to the Ukrainians in this moment of agony, we are with you. We're praying for you and your families, and we are on your side. And if the months ahead are grim and the flame of freedom burns low, I know that it will blaze bright again in Ukraine, because for all his bombs and tanks and missiles, I don't believe that the Russian dictator will ever subdue the national feeling of the Ukrainians and their passionate belief that their country should be free. I say to the British people and all who have heard the threats from Putin against those who stand with Ukraine, we will of course do everything to keep our country safe. We're joined in our outrage by friends and allies around the world. We will work with them for however long it takes to ensure that the sovereignty and independence of Ukraine is restored. Because this act of wanton and reckless aggression is an attack not just on Ukraine, it's an attack on democracy and freedom in Eastern Europe and around the world. This crisis is about the right of a free, sovereign, independent European people to choose their own future. And that is a right that the UK will always defend.
So the Prime Minister,
I'm going to
Boris Johnson there.
Post that. Only statement to Sonny Bear. I'm talking about the UK Prime Minister, and I hope we all listen to that. The right that they're asking the Ukraine people is the same right. So if the British government is saying that the Ukraine have the right to have their own nation, they have the right to have their own independent country, they have the right to become, self-determined. So why then should it be different for the Yoruba people? This is going to create a lot of conversation, especially for those of you that are thinking that, right, I'm going to play that back again. And then I want us to listen to that. We're going to now start taking calls. You can join through the Skype is on, is Olayomi Koiki. Let us get your views as well as we continue to monitor the situation in Ukraine. I'm also using different mainstream media, as you can tell that they have the resources. And so that means I can only just tap into what they're saying. Boris Johnson saw listen. But there's a particular part of it that he said something. And I want us to take note of that again. This is the time that the world is changing, and it's changing very, very fast on us. And what I want us to think about is the future bright for this world that we are looking at? Or is the future very, very bleak? Let's go back and hear what he has to say again.
And eventually military. This hideous and barbaric venture of Vladimir Putin must end in failure. And so I say to the people of Russia, whose president has just authorized a tidal wave of violence against a fellow Slavic people, as the parents of Russian soldiers who will lose their lives, I cannot believe this is being done in your name, or that you really want the pariah status it will bring to the Putin regime. And I say to the Ukrainians in this moment of agony, we are with you. We're praying for you and your families, and we are on your side. And if the months ahead are grim and the flame of freedom burns low, I know that it will blaze bright again in Ukraine, because for all his bombs and tanks and missiles, I don't believe that the Russian dictator will ever subdue the national feeling of the Ukrainians and their passionate belief that their country should be free. I say to the British people and all who have heard the threats from Putin against those who stand with Ukraine, we will of course do everything to keep our country safe. We're joined in our outrage by friends and allies around the world. We will work with them for however long it takes to ensure that the sovereignty and independence of Ukraine is restored. Because this act of wanton and reckless aggression is an attack not just on Ukraine, it's an attack on democracy and freedom in Eastern Europe and around the world. This crisis is about the right of a free, sovereign, independent Europe.
The free sovereignty of Ukraine. Free sovereignty. Now, tawa náà ń béèrè fún free sovereignty. Are we really free in Nigeria? Is Boris Johnson not seeing all our campaign, our peaceful protest, everything that we have been talking about? What makes Ukraine different from the Yoruba people that are saying that we do not want to be? Ṣé ó dìgbà tó bá dé ojú ń tà ń rí nísìn lọ́mọ tó wá dá sí? Is a question that I want us to continue to ask ourselves. Ṣé ó dìgbà tó bá dé stage yẹn? Why are they refusing to listen to those that are saying that we don't want to be part? Let's hear the report from our reporter at Iseyin this morning, where we've been able to send them down there to hear what they're saying. Once again, a very good afternoon to those of you that are watching us from different parts of the globe. This audio is coming direct from Iseyin, níbi tí ìkan náà correspondent wa tó ti send the report wa láti bẹ̀.
Today being the 24th of February 2022, situation report here. The two Fulanis two of the Fulanis have been arrested out of the Fulanis that did the operation by hunting the people. We are taking them to Ibadan right away because the CP of Ibadan requested that they be sent to Ibadan. The youth are having a meeting presently because they were about to make some attempt which could jeopardize some other things. So I am still live here in Iseyin. I'll be going live in a moment. Thank you very much.
So situation report lẹ́gbọ́ láti Ìsẹ́yìn níbi tí ìkan náà àwọn team wa àti another platform tí wọ́n wà níbẹ̀ presently. Hopefully when we get signal, we would connect straight there as well. Ìbéèrè tí mo máa ń béèrè lọ́wọ́ gbogbo èyí tí ẹ̀ ń gbọ́ wa ni pé now that the UK government is saying that Ukraine ní right láti defend ara wọn, sovereignty wọn and all that, kí ló yàtọ̀ sí tọ̀dọ̀ tiwa náà? Ṣèbí nǹkan táwa náà ń béèrè nìyẹn. Why are they waiting? Okay, eléyìí ti ready, ẹ jẹ́ n post it. Let's close some of these. We don't need that. We still need this one. Let's hear more a little bit from the Prime Minister of UK, Boris Johnson.
European people to choose.
He says, and I quote there, this crisis is about the right. The right word, this crisis, Boris Johnson ló ń sọ̀rọ̀, pé crisis tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ dán sí is about the right of a free sovereign, kí ló ń pè ní sovereign, màá ṣàlàyé fún wa nísìn, sovereign independent. In táwa náà ń béèrè fún nìyẹn o. We don't want to be part of Nigeria because Nigeria has marginalized us. Nigeria is killing us. Nigeria is not working for us. Let's hear more.
Their own future.
Their own future. Ǹjẹ́ future tiwa náà kọ́ là ń béèrè? Their own future. Mo kàn fi máa quote tó sọ ní o. So now, okay, we know that Boris Johnson and the EU does not want, the breakup of Ukraine, but at the moment, that doesn't seem to be happening. As I continue to monitor, all the screen in front of me, and also look at almost everything happening there, and looking at our own issue. Ǹjẹ́ bó ṣe ń lọ yìí, ǹjẹ́ ṣé ó dìgbà tó bá dé stage pé ó di nǹkan mímọ́ àgbáyé lọ́wọ́ kó tó dá sí? We can still sit down around the table and ask the question, is it really working? Nigeria, it is not working, and it's not going to work anytime soon. Let's hear more.
And that is a right that the UK will always defend.
So, UK no matter defend the right here. It doesn't matter how long it's going to cost them, how much it's going to cost them. And this is a live feed again from Sky as we continue to
false narrative about the Ukrainian government posing a threat to people in the east of this country that has been under separatist-held territory for the last 8 years. It's important to remember that Russia first invaded Ukraine 8 years ago when it annexed Crimea and backed those separatists in the east. So this is really a follow-on from...
Sky, Al Jazeera, RT. So, and this is how politics is being played around the globe. So let's listen to RT in what their own report is going on right now.
Over the last few days, the mayor of Gorlovka reported earlier on his social pages that at least one civilian had been killed earlier on Thursday and 5 had been wounded while they were working at one of the factories. Shelling of Donetsk and nearby towns, outskirts of Donetsk actually, and nearby towns is also continuing over the last last few days, and that resulted in the damage of water pumping plants, of power stations, and of course, because of that damage to civilian infrastructure, thousands and thousands of people are now without water or without electricity. Now, evacuation of residents was continuing in Donetsk.
And nobody wants, a situation where things get, to this. But the question is, could this have been resolved? Just as how I don't party with this, but the Fulanis are already invading us, they are killing us, and nobody's saying anything, everybody's keeping quiet. So, do we now say we go and keep quiet and nothing is done? Or are we going to defend ourselves? Let's go back again to hear more of what is happening.
Stop! Yeah, this video here was filmed by our crew on the front line in the Donetsk Republic. It's where heavy shelling is ongoing. Very difficult to make out in the pictures, though. If you listen closely, you can hear rumbling in the distance, presumably bombs. Russia's defense ministry says that Ukrainian forces are firing at cities in Donbass. We cannot verify that yet, while the Republic's authorities say they are engaging Ukrainian soldiers on the contact line. So there is shell fire going on from both sides. Meantime, a series of powerful explosions have been reported across parts of Ukraine this morning. Loud blasts rocked several cities after Russia launched a military operation that has been lambasted by Western partners as barbaric and a full-on invasion. It is being reported that the
question, we are shouting, we are coming out every day, we are appealing to the international community, we are asking them to intervene in the situation in Nigeria, but they are telling us Nigeria will have a peaceful election when we can see, the map that everybody is upset, everybody is angry, nobody is pleased with the current situation in Nigeria, but that doesn't seem to be coming off anytime soon. I'm getting message that Finland announces a readiness to receive refugees. Tell your Nigerian friends and siblings, may God protect them. So let's go and look at what is trending currently on the Nigerian part this morning. A lot of people are already trending the Nigerian-Ukraine. Nigerians are stuck in Ukraine. That is the message that is coming up. A lot of messages is coming up. So many Nigerians are stuck in Ukraine. That is coming from Renew there. I'm sure you all know how. How is the Nigerian government planning to evacuate? There's already been a message coming out from the Nigerian government. I don't know now what's in it. They've released a statement. I'll be pulling out that statement. We won't need this anymore. Let's come up with that statement. I just picked up a statement from the Nigerian government, and this is what they have to say. For those of you that are in Ukraine, only Eludumari will protect you right now. The attention of the embassy has been drawn to a declaration of the state of emergency and a martial law on the entire territory of Ukraine, except the Donetsk and the Luhansk regions, by the government of Ukraine, effective from the midnight of February 23rd, 2022 for a period of 30 days, as well as the latest development on the Ukraine-Russia crisis. With these regional commissions are to decide on the necessary security measures to adopt in strengthening, blah, 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 blah. The embassy wishes to add that should any of Nigeria's nationals consider the situation as emotionally disturbing, such nationals may wish to temporarily relocate to anywhere considered safe by the private arrangement. They should, however, ensure that they do all the needful to validate all their resident documents for ease of return to the country when desired. In addition, in case of students seeking such temporary relocation, they are enjoined to seek proper clearance and guarantee from their respective institution, authorities, agents on the way forward in the respect of their studies during this period or thereafter. For those who are still consider it appropriate to remain in the country, be assured that the embassy remains open. Ìlú tó secure àwọn tó wà nílé. A country that has not secured those at home is now talking about securing those in Ukraine. You can see that is a laugh. So I can only pity those at home. So we continue to monitor the situation. These are the live feed coming from Kyiv. Quite a lot of tents there. Let's get this news coming out again from here.
So we had an extraordinary situation where the diplomats in the chamber of the UN then returned to make further updates just 20 or so minutes after they made their original updates. I imagine from President Biden we will hear not a similar sentiment to that we've heard from Boris Johnson, but there will too be much more detail, I would expect, on sanctions. Will we now see the full package of, as they've said for so many weeks, unprecedented sanctions on Russia?
Well, that is what they're saying on Sky News. It will be different from what they're saying, okay? We've listened to this already from Boris Johnson. Let's come here and hear what is happening in Moscow.
Press Secretary Dmitry Peskov, who said that under no circumstances should anyone use the word occupation when referring to the current military op that Russia is carrying out in Ukraine. When Mr. Peskov was asked whether direct contacts between his boss Vladimir Putin and the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, if these contacts are still possible, Mr. Peskov said that indeed they are, if Ukraine is ready to discuss Russian security concerns over everything that's happening in Ukraine currently. Now, besides...
You can also call in at any time to add your voice. This is a live broadcast as we continue to monitor. But keep telling about people, you have something that you want to add, please do let us know and let us hear from you as well. But the most important thing we got to remember is we've been shouting, we've been talking, we've been asking the international community to get involved. The situation in Nigeria is becoming unbearable. The situation in Nigeria is becoming painful. But they are looking in a different direction. They are not listening to us because as far as they're concerned, Nigeria is okay, Nigeria is working, Nigeria is safe. But every Nigerian knows that Nigeria is not working. Every Nigerian knows that Nigeria is now a failed country. Let me remind you, let's come here. We don't need this. In Tabatini, we'll just take it down so that we don't have too many. Do I need this? Okay. We received this morning. I'll keep that for now. Nigeria is a failed state. It was by declare Nigeria a failed state. This was by the former American president, former American ambassador to Nigeria. Nigeria is a failed state. Let's look at this up. So if Nigeria is a failed state, why are we still being deceiving ourselves as if the country is going to work again? Why is the international community looking the other way around? It's getting closer. The Nigerian government is attacking. Hello?
Mo fẹ́ méjì clear so that káwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kan lè gbọ́ tó bá jẹ́ pé wọ́n mean business tó bá dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé eré tó ń fẹ́ ṣe ni kán máa ṣe lọ because gbogbo ìta ń ṣe eré ni mo kà sí. If we say we want to go and we are now asking for referendum from the hands of who? Is it Britain that will now organize referendum for us to go? Is it America? Is it United Nations that will now set up referendum for us to go? It's not done anywhere. We are the one that we organize our referendum. And that is if the country we are dealing with, which is Nigeria, the people in government are reasonable enough. And have said, okay, go ahead, set up the referendum, let us look at it, and if you win, just like what happened between Scotland and the Great Britain, that thing. And so because the people in government, they have voice in government, but Yoruba-Igbo in the south, we don't have voice in the government in Nigeria. Everything is in position. The government of Nigeria is not democracy, it is in position. It is contractocracy, government by contract. A northerner we employ Sultana in government and be controlling him against his people. And the Sultana plead the lobby to get into office. That is not democracy. That is not government. So it is us. It is us. If we are ready that we want to go, that we would do what we ought to do. Now, in this case, we don't even need referendum because the people we are dealing with are not reasonable. Referendum to explain to who? What we need is to take action. We want to go and let us go. It's not necessarily that we fight war. When we say take action, it doesn't mean that we start fighting war, destroying everything. No. What we are all saying by saying we need referendum is just that we are trying to explain something that we need backing of world power or backing of one of the world power. That is what invariably many of us are saying. That's why we are saying we need referendum. UK, because it's one of the world power, it should come and do referendum for us. United Nations is a world power body. They should come and do referendum for us. But they will never do that because they don't have the rights to do that. They are accused or they challenge for doing that because that is interference. No, it is we that have the right to do referendum for ourselves if we really want to go. And if our government is reasonable enough. But now we are dealing with unreasonable people in the affairs of our government who did not listen or recognize our voice. So what do we have to do? You don't even need referendum. That's the issue. We don't need referendum. We need to take action. And how do we take action? We can meet with one of these world power. For example, Russia, for example, Putin is there, who is against the status quo of these Westerners that put us in bondage. And why can't we meet with them and sign treaties with them? I want to sign treaties with Russia, and that's why they came to develop Ajakuta. When Awolowo was kicked out of power and they destroyed the Ajakuta project, today Ajakuta is messed up. Russia is better than all these Western world powers. If the Yoruba people can meet with Russia, we don't need to delay. The more we delay our freedom. So it's not about wasting money of grassroots campaign. Grassroots campaign, it can be going on. And people already know about Yoruba nation all around. Even in the deep village, people now know Yoruba want to go. So the campaign is not even the number one priority because the man who even yield his life, that is Sunday IGBOHO, that yield his life as a pioneer of the campaign. You can see how the reasonable government attacked and dealt brutally on him. So not to talk of the people now that doesn't have bone, that doesn't have strength. Now will not be going. They will just finish up with the small one by sending police and arresting. Look at what happened in Ibadan. People wearing the Chief IGBOHO or Yoruba Nation shirts, they were being attacked and killed, and nothing has happened till today. And some people are still saying awareness. Awareness continue, and in a better way that we can do awareness to save ourselves, we continue. But there must be a vital action to lead us to the deliverance. Not by sitting and be shouting when we want to do campaign awareness. Awareness is nothing by me. Awareness has done its job to the international community, to the Nigerian government who is putting deaf ear as if he doesn't hear. Nigerian government now knows that West too want to go. International community, United Nations now know where the Yoruba people want to go. So what do we need next? They will not give us referendum. What we need next is for us to take action and go if we want to go. Okay. So how do we want to go? Let's meet with one of the world power, sign a treaty of defense for them. If Russia come down today and declare the western region of Nigeria protectorate of Russia, we are free. There's nothing Nigeria can do. Russia must they can't do anything. There is nothing UK can do. There is nothing US can do. And on our own case, US can only play his politics games and mellow. And the game of US is for them to come in and negotiate so that they will have trade relationship with us, so that Russia won't take everything. That's all. We will go. We will go. We have all what it takes to go, but we lack people at the logistic and planning affairs. There's no people in logistics. There's no people in planning. Everybody was just doing nothing bad. Israel did not become a nation by forming different up and down. All of them gather and they take a decision. This is what we want, and they say, okay, and I want to Germany, one training, lábẹ́ America, lábẹ́ Russia, lábẹ́ ibi tí gbogbo wọn wà kiri. Nígbà tí owó tó lè gbéra, kò sẹ́ni tó fún wọn wípé a fẹ́ ṣe referendum. They rose up one particular day and went to Tel Aviv and bombed away that place. Àwọn tó gbàgbé wọn sá lọ ni, and they landed. And from that day, they declared the nation of Israel. Israeli everywhere. And that's how Israel began to expand from Tel Aviv. Today, Israel is controlling Jerusalem and all the land. So they take action. No country will say, okay, come, no, if we really mean business, they should tell all these, they should stop all this game and play. They should stop risking the life of people. The people at home are risking their life for doing campaign, and they are not doing anything. Anybody that is being attacked, they are not doing anything. So they want to kill the idea of people standing for Yoruba nation. If they really mean business, they should take action. They should meet one of the world power and sign deals with them. Let them come and defend us and let us go. Thank you.
Eshegoni, that was a caller there. As we continue to monitor the situation, let's go live here and hear what they have to say.
The Western pioneer system breaking apart on which NATO is based. So what they mean with defending NATO is defending the dollar system, and the dollar system is breaking apart. But this basically has nothing to do with this Ukraine tension. It is China who put the brink, or who killed the dollar by not accepting it entirely anymore. So I think you have to read it differently, and then all the words make sense if you read it from an economic perspective.
Well, Western partners, European leaders, American officials are calling on Russia to be sanctioned, to be hit with the biggest sanctions in history as well. Meantime, China, I guess no surprise, China is urging all parties involved to...
Okay, Eba, reduce the background. Go ahead, I'm going. Okay. Because I'm correspondent for láti Ìsẹ́yìn, mo ní láti gbọ́ kí ló ṣe fún wa ní update. Màá pè é padà. Ẹ má bínú. Let's go straight to Ìsẹ́yìn. Hello? Yeah, kí ni situation? Yeah.
Because Russia has no debts net. They have a surplus. Only the Western countries are heavily into debts and barely need someone they can sell their stuff to. So this entire conflict, I think, in my opinion, is a conflict against Germany to keep them down, to fulfill this great reset program from Klaus Schwab and his oligarch club. And this is, I think, what it is about. And this conflict will be used to put sanctions basically against Germany, formally against Russia, but basically in the thing against Germany. And this is, I think, what it is about.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, though, officials are saying that whatever sanctions imposed against Russia are going to have a boomerang affect an awful lot of other people as well. So-called unintended targets. Eike Hammer, economist, thanks so much for joining us. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
It's been called by Western officials a heinous attack on a sovereign country, the so-called Russian invasion. We're doing our rolling coverage of breaking news here on RT International, live from the heart of the Russian capital. We are back soon.
I am Evgeny Yepov, gunner with the assault section of the 2nd Platoon, 3rd Special Forces Unit.
I had to pick that call. That's a caller from Isayin Kona Timwa. So I had to come off that call urgently because we have our team on the ground in Isayin. To disconnect your line because of the call from Isayin. Yeah.
So, that was Russia. Do you want to come and help us?
Okay. All right.
So,
okay.
And that's the best way. Putin, please. We need help from you.
Okay. All right.
That's the best thing because at the Russia almost 1 week ago now.
All right. I'm sure those that are working with the rallies, they will pick the message and they will do the needful on that. All right. Like I said, I'm sure they're listening as well, and the message will be picked up, and then we can plan maybe something at the Russian embassy. We will discuss that, and when the message is available, we will get the message out to the members of the public.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
I think we've got 2 missed calls. Let's try and get them back on again. You're watching 2 different screens. At the bottom there is the Sky News that we are taking the feed, and at the top there, I'm just changing between RT and Al Jazeera. We have a new caller. Hello, caller. Go ahead, caller. Hello.
Hello.
Go ahead. We can hear you.
Mr. KOIKIMEDIA.
Yeah, I can't say one, maybe.
I can't say. Àwọn èèyàn wa tó ń gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation lọ́tún sí. Ẹ̀yin náà wò àwọn èèyàn tó ń gbọ́. Imagine wọ́n ní crisis wà ní Ukraine. Nigeria government ránṣẹ́ sí àwọn tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ their own. So ìyẹn ò dé tí ìjẹ́ kí wọ́n mọ̀ pé these people they are evil. And message only Russia, Ukraine, tí wọ́n pass see the whole Yoruba outside the country. Because nǹkan táwọn kò ìlọsìn tábà lọ rò pé kò ní pọ̀ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn lọ tó bá lọ pọ̀ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn lọ tó di tó ti di gbàgbó káàkiri ìlú sí o. Bí àwọn Nigeria government ṣe máa sọ fún àwọn tó bá wà ń bẹ̀ pé you are on their own nìyẹn, and then people tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n dákẹ́ tó wà ní US tí wọ́n dákẹ́ tí wọ́n lè sọ̀rọ̀ síta fún ìran Yorùbá a máa wá fẹ́ wo ibi tí wọ́n fẹ́ sá lọ sí because nígbà yẹn ilé ti bàjẹ́ ilé ò ní ṣe wá mọ́ ilé ò ṣe wá mọ́ and ogun ẹ̀dẹ̀rẹ́ ó wà níbi tí ẹ wà because mi ò rí nǹkan tó bá dìde náà pé ok kẹsàn-án ó ní ọjọ́ kan tí mò ń gbọ́ program kan lórí Yomi Amzat there is a man tó ń kọ́ máa ń láwọn wà ní US máa yẹ wọ́n ní yọ̀dà yìí pé bí a yà bí bákọ̀bákọ̀ ní wọ́n àgbàlagbà ní máa yẹn ní àwọn máa ń pe President Buhari something like that. Wọ́n wá jókòó wọ́n á rọ ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn pé for an old man a Yorùbá man like this kó sọ pé òun pe President Buhari nítorí ọ̀rọ̀ pé wọ́n pa Timothy ní Ilé Ifẹ̀. Then lè sọ fún Buhari pé Buhari let my people go. Because wọn ò ní sọ pé àwọn ọmọ gbogbo atrocities tí wọ́n commit ní Nàìjíríà yẹn but ibi tó yẹ kí Yorùbá lo ọgbọ́n wọn sí ọgbọ́n tó láwọn gbọ́n because wọ́n máa Yorùbá máa sọ pé àwọn gbọ́n ọ̀gbọ́n Yorùbá ò ní ọgbọ́n kankan bí Fúlàní ṣe jẹ́ illiterate tó yẹn wọ́n jẹ́ ẹranko tó yẹn wọ́n gbọ́ ju Yorùbá lọ Yorùbá ò ní ọgbọ́n Yorùbá tí Yorùbá gbọ́ ni wọ́n jí owó wọ́n tàgbèrè wọ́n ṣòṣì wọ́n gbọ́kọ̀ lọ́kọ wọ́n fẹ́yàwó níyàwó that is all they know nǹkan tó mọ̀ nìyẹn kọ́ máa gbọ́ lọ́kọ̀ kọ́ fẹ́yàwó níyàwó kọ́ máa hòtẹ́ẹ̀lì òun lè fi wọn tó ń kọ́ hòtẹ́ẹ̀lì káàkiri torí pé kí ni àṣẹ owó ẹ̀ náà ni aṣẹ́wó ti báyé gbogbo wọn jẹ́ nǹkan tó mọ̀ ṣe tó dáa jù láyé wọn nìyẹn a máa sọ pé àwọn ọgbọ́n tẹ gbọ́n tí ò wúlò fún yín láti fi gbára yín kó lóko ẹrú ẹ jòkó sí ìlú onílùú ẹ lè sọ̀rọ̀ pé ìyà ń jẹ yín tẹ́yìn bá tẹ wà ní Amẹ́ríkà, tẹ wà ní UK, tẹ wà ní Dubai, tẹ wà ní Russia, tẹ wà ní all over the place. Ṣé gbogbo family yín ló kúrò Nàìjíríà? Àwọn relatives yín ṣì wà ní Nàìjíríà. Kẹ má lè sọ̀rọ̀. Olùbọ̀ lè sọ pé ilé làbọ̀ sí ilé oko. Ilé làbọ̀ sí ilé oko. Kò sí tẹ bá ṣe wàhálà ṣe tó ní Amẹ́ríkà o, níbi tẹ ti ń gba high benefit o, ibi tí ẹ ti ní ìrọ̀rùn o, ilé náà lè ṣe máa padà sí. Because àjò lè dàbí ilé ẹni. Ṣé bọ́ọ̀ náà láti rí yẹn? Nnamdi Kanu ó lo British passport. Kọ̀ nítorí pé ṣe blood wọn gbọ̀ngbọ̀n àwọn ni wọ́n tà síta fún Nigerian government láti lè kidnap them. Until today they are not saying anything. Torí pé kò kí ń ṣe ẹ̀jẹ̀ wọn gbọ̀ngbọ̀n. Ó kàn ra British passport nítorí pé kí ni wíyọ ó claim asylum or whatever. So ìyẹn ó yẹ kó máa rí ìdílé brain àwọn èèyàn wa tó wà ní outside Nigeria kó máa rí ìdílé brain wọn pé àwọn people yìí o wọn kà wá fún ara wọn ó yẹ kó máa rí ìdílé brain wọn. Kó máa ṣiṣẹ́ lọ́pọ̀lọ́ wọn dáadáa. Ní ìbọn mímu kó bá fẹ́ sọ sí táìpẹ́ fẹ́ sọ mú ẹ ti ń pariwo Páyégún ti pariwo olóyè ti bọ́ta wọ́n ti sọ̀rọ̀ sókè wọ́n ti ṣe gbá wọ́n ti ṣàwọ́ wọ́n ní ẹ̀dá wọ́n saying anything gbogbo ọkọ̀ rẹ̀ dákẹ́dẹ́ ni pé everything is well in Nigeria. Ọkọ̀ rẹ̀ dákẹ́dẹ́ pé kò tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Nàìjíríà kọ̀ọ̀kan wọn. Ó ti súnyàn gan. Ọkọ̀ dákẹ́dẹ́ ni pé kò tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nílé ọkọ̀ wọn. Gbogbo everywhere wọ́n máa kidnap wọ́n máa jíyàn gbé ìwọ tó bá wà ní akákọ̀ọ́dì tó bá lọ́mọ ní Nàìjíríà. Tó bá ti jí báyìí tó bá ti rí pé ọmọ ẹ̀ ò sí online níṣẹ́ ilé ẹ̀ máa kó sókè ẹ̀mí ẹ̀ òkè ló máa wà torí òun mọ nǹkan tó máa gbọ́ tó bá sùn ojú kan tó máa fi gbá sùn ojú kan tó ò sí Nàìjíríà o ojú kan náà ló máa fi sùn torí Ọlọ́run máa jẹ́ ká gbọ́ láàbò ọ̀rọ̀ wọn yóò wá ti sú mi o just know ó ti sú.
Thank you. I'm gonna just again probably just stand up for a couple of minutes. While I'm going to mute my mic because I need to make some calls, for some few things that also is happening. So we're going to go straight to Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera, they can link up with you or link up with, I believe we should link up with RT. So my mic is
on mute, and elaborate on it.
But I'll be back again.
When I asked my mother to send me my documents, I didn't tell her I was going to sign a contract to serve in a special forces unit. She might have guessed, but she didn't know for sure. During my first deployment, I was lying to her about where I was and what I was doing.
Today, the North Atlantic Council decided to activate our defense plans at request of our top military commander, General Todd Walters. This is a prudent and defensive step to protect and shield allied nations during this crisis. And it will enable us to deploy capabilities and forces, including the NATO response force, to where they are needed.
Dominic Kane in Berlin. Let's talk. I'll actually ask you about the German response in a moment as well, but let's talk about NATO, seeing as we just heard from Jens Stoltenberg. Was there anything new there, anything different there, or was it really the sort of same condemnation for Russia and support for Ukraine?
One thing to add to the idea of condemnation for Russia, support for Ukraine, also reassurance to the member states of NATO on the eastern flank of NATO, which from one perspective, if you're in Moscow, is the western flank, as it were, from their perspective, which is the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, but also to a certain extent Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania. They all have expressed concern, says Jens Stoltenberg, to him and to the North Atlantic Council about the events in Ukraine, and have sought clarifications from NATO about what NATO intends to do, which is why you heard him there, or we heard him in full earlier spelling out exactly what NATO's intent was, which was prudent in his words, but also to reassure NATO member states by more troops being sent to those places, but also the Supreme Commander of NATO being given the authority, the autonomy, as it were, to demand more troops and then to allocate those troops to specific member states as he sees fit. General Todd Walters, we heard him being referred to by name by Jens Stoltenberg. But the one thing that stands out here is that at some point there will be a quiet little voice in the mindset of the NATO leaders, the NATO prime ministers, presidents, and that sort of thing, which is At what point are they prepared to say, okay, no more? And at what point are they worried about the prospect of what they do being perceived adversely in the Kremlin, and that adding and fueling the flames of what's going on right now? So they're having to play a careful game, as it were. Reassure NATO member states, support Ukraine, condemn Russia, but try to do it in a way that is not escalatory, which clearly is very difficult given the scenes we've been seeing.
And the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, speaking a little bit earlier, I mean, he was heavily involved, what was it, last week? I'm losing track of time now, where he went and visited both presidents. What's he had to say?
Yeah, well, Mr. Scholz has been particularly active. There were some people a few weeks ago who were saying, where is he? What's he been up to? Well, now they know what he's been up to. He has been talking to President Putin, talking to President Zelensky, but also talking to President Macron, President Biden, Prime Minister Johnson and others, trying to work out what a multilateral approach in terms of sanctions would be. We know that he has already said no to Nord Stream 2. That's been switched off. Today he said, look, Putin has the war he wanted. This is Putin's war. Putin is going to pay a price. The sanctions are going to be particularly severe and they're going to hurt a great deal. We'll hear more about that in the course of the day. Remember also, he's going to be very active today anyway. We know that Germany is going to be staging the G7 summit later this year in June in Bavaria. Today, there's going to be a virtual meeting of G7 leaders, and that takes in Prime Minister Johnson, President Macron, President Biden, Olaf Scholz, the Prime Minister of Japan, the Prime Minister of Italy, the Prime Minister of Canada, plus representation from the EU. So they're all going to be expressing their concerns, and we know they all share substantially the same view about what Russia is doing. And then we know that there's going to be a virtual summit of NATO leaders tomorrow, where again Mr. Scholz will have the opportunity to express his opinion. And finally, we know that this evening there's going to be that special summit, extraordinary summit in Brussels, an EU summit, again, where Mr. Scholz will be meeting up with very many fellow leaders, heads of government or heads of state, all of whom share the same view. The key question here is the Germans don't want to be seen to having troops or sending weapons to Ukraine. What shape will those really severe multilateral sanctions take? We'll find out potentially later today.
Thanks, Dominic. Dominic came with the perspectives from across Europe for us. It's 1:30, 12:30 GMT. I'm Kamal Santamaria with continuing coverage on Al Jazeera of Russia's military incursion into Ukraine. It's about, well, coming on for 10 hours since that announcement was made by President Putin, and a lot has happened since then. We've got correspondents right across this story. We've got a report for you right now from one of them, Andrew Simmons in Kyiv.
The months-long build-up of Russian troops on the border with Ukraine has turned now into an invasion. Ukraine under attack. Military bases, airports and aircraft have been targeted and bombed. The skies over multiple cities, including the capital Kyiv, lit up, waking up residents in the early hours of Thursday as Russian artillery advanced.
Not very many could have, predicted that he would be striking at so many multiple targets.
The civilian casualties are unknown, though Russia says it will only attack military posts. As a response, Ukraine has declared martial law.
I had a conversation with US President Joe Biden. The US is starting to gather international support. Today we need you, each of you, to be calm. If possible, stay at home, please. We are working. The army is working. The entire security and defense sector of Ukraine is working.
These attacks come after Russian President Vladimir Putin declared 2 separatist areas in the Donbass region in eastern Ukraine as independent and said Russian civilians who live there need protection. The battle for Luhansk and Donetsk in eastern Ukraine has been going on since 2014, with more than 14,000 people killed in fighting between Russian-backed separatists and the Ukrainian army. Now Putin has demanded Ukrainian forces retreat.
Whoever would try to stop us and further create threats to our country, to our people, should know that Russia's response will be immediate and lead you to such consequences that you have never faced in your history. We are ready for any outcome.
The operation began despite last-ditch appeals from members of the UN Security Council to ease tension. Ukraine's ambassador to the UN demanded his Russian counterpart step down as chairman.
Call Putin, call Lavrov to stop aggression. There is no purgatory for war criminals. They go straight to hell, Ambassador.
In a statement, US President Joe Biden warned of a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering. There's a mood of desperation developing now, many people just jumping into their cars, getting their families together and heading on the road, trying to get to Poland. But the main auto routes are all jammed. There are so many people trying to do the same thing. Others are going underground, taking shelter. The missiles are getting closer now. Emergency meetings have been called to reach an agreement, while the shelling and build-up of military troops on both sides continues. This is Ukraine's darkest day. Andrew Simmons, Al Jazeera, Kiev.
So Andrew Simmons with that report. He's been reporting variously from actually what looked like an underground car park at one point. They sort of took some cover there. But before that, he was up in his live position and there was an explosion not far behind him. We've got the aftermath of that just to show you. We're going to run the pictures and talk through them. So there you see it. In the background, fire has come up in the background. And when we get into the closer shot, it should come in a moment, you'll see what appears to be people throwing documents, bags of documents even, onto that fire. Now, the Russians have said they're hitting military targets in Kyiv. The Ukrainian ambassador to Qatar, who was with us earlier in the studio, said there are no military targets in the center of Kyiv. We believe this may have actually been an intelligence target. That's unconfirmed, but, well, when you see people burning documents, it does raise a few questions. So that was just something I wanted to show you earlier. You may have seen when Andrew Simmons was reporting and there was an explosion over his shoulder. That was the aftermath of some of it. Right. We're off to Washington now. I'm just checking the time. Looks like about 7:30 in the morning. Good morning, Kimberly Halkett, our White House correspondent. What is expected after this extraordinary events overnight?
Well, the U.S. president has been monitoring the events overnight immediately following the news of the invasion. The U.S. president not only issuing a statement, but being briefed fully by his national security advisor, the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, his defense secretary and secretary of state on the developments, which he continued to monitor in the hours following. Now the U.S. president on little sleep prepared to meet with the G7 leaders. We expect that to happen about 14 GMT. That will be a virtual meeting. And then the U.S. president promises to speak to the American public, and we expect that sometime around 17 GMT, but don't hold me to that. Those times can be flexible. What the U.S. president wants to talk about is essentially next steps, because, of course, the U.S. announced in coordination with its partners and allies what they said were the first wave of sanctions designed to deter Russia from an invasion, but promised more if that were to happen. So now we expect that the U.S. president will, again, in coordination with allies, go a step further. Already we know that there have been steps taken to essentially isolate Russia from raising money in the global financial system, and that shutting down of Nord Stream 2, that gas pipeline worth about $11 billion, now on hold in terms of the gas and oil that it could bring from Russia to Europe. But we expect that the U.S. president is going to go further as he talks to the American people about further consequences, the massive cost that Russia will face due to these actions, which the world warned would be punishing if they were to go further. So this is what we expect from the U.S. president, Kamal. We should also point out very quickly that this is something that is highly supported by members of Congress, often a divided Congress, but on this issue, both Republicans and Democrats seem to be united.
Oh, so sometimes it does happen. Kimberly, I asked Niamh Barker about this in London a little bit earlier, and I'd like your view from the US as well. Just public reaction there and how high all of this is playing. Initially, these things can seem like wars in far-off lands, but I think we're past that point now.
We are past that point. And while the people's representatives on Capitol Hill are united in terms of defending Ukraine from what they say will be a catastrophic loss of life as a result of the actions of Vladimir Putin, ordinary Americans are not feeling the same way. Americans have been war weary for some time after a generation of war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and the latest poll numbers show that that mood has not changed when it comes to the conflict that we're seeing now in Ukraine. In fact, a recent poll in the last 24 hours or so shows only about 26% of Americans actually believe that the United States should be in any way involved in this conflict. So this is the challenge for the U.S. president, who's already struggling in the polls, fighting domestic issues like inflation and high food prices here in the U.S., now trying to convince Americans that this is something worth fighting for. In fact, we expect that he will make the case that this is a chance to defend American values. Whether or not Americans are going to buy that argument is still unclear.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Kimberly. Good to see you, and talk to you again later on. Okay. Going to take you through some more pictures. I've got to tell you, we have so much picture coming through. I've got a whole list in front, but we're trying to go through some of them and show you some of the most dramatic things that are happening. Now, we looked at this a little bit earlier. Pictures from near Kyiv. Just to have a listen first of all. So that's the sound of Russian attack helicopters, military helicopters near Kyiv firing flares. This is apparently near Hostomel Airport, which is on the outskirts of Kyiv. Next pictures we've got for you. We're going to Kharkiv, or near Kharkiv. Goodness, right, seeing bodies on the ground there as well. Ukraine's second city there, apparently destroyed Russian tanks in Kharkiv, not far from the border. And now, Odessa. Wow, look at that explosion there, the aftermath of a Russian missile hitting a warehouse in Odessa. So I would make the point that we've shown you three locations quite far from each other. So this is a multi-pronged attack from Russia. We know they're coming in from all angles, and this is the result that we're seeing. These ones coming from Odessa in the south. Dorsa Jabari in Moscow. Just to underline that point there, we can talk about the fact that this was not just a declaration from President Putin that we're going to have an incursion into the eastern states of Ukraine. This was from the south, the east and the north.
Yes, I think the announcement that was made by Vladimir Putin at 6 a.m. local time in Moscow, where he said that this was going to be a special military operation in Donbass region. It is now clear that it is far beyond that Donbass region in eastern Ukraine. Kharkiv, as you said, in the east of Ukraine is just north of Donbass region, and it shares a border as well with Russia. It is Ukraine's second largest city with just over 500,000 people who live there. And now we're seeing a lot more of what's going on.
Thanks, Dorsa. Sorry, got to jump in there. We have a multi-pronged news conference there. That's Jens Stoltenberg in the middle, Ursula von der Leyen on the right, and I think that's Joseph Borrell on the left. Reaction from Europe.
Without any reservations. We are at the grave moment for the security of Europe. Russia is attempting to turn back the clock by force, to re-establish a sphere of influence, and to undermine the global rules that have kept Europe safe for decades. We have all made tireless efforts to engage Russia in diplomacy, but Moscow has refused dialogue and chosen aggression. NATO and the EU stands with the brave people of Ukraine. We support Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and we support the right of self-defense. There must be no misunderstanding or miscalculation by Russia. NATO will do whatever it takes to protect and defend all allies. In response to Russia's massive military buildup over the last months, we have already strengthened our collective defense, with more troops, jets and ships from the United States and many other allies. And our collective defense commitment, Article 5, is ironclad. NATO and the EU stands united. we condemn Russia's grave violation of international law and of the principles on which European security is built. I welcome the coordinated actions announced by the European Union, NATO allies and partners. This sends a strong message of unity, and it demonstrates how alone and isolated Russia is. I will convene a virtual NATO summit tomorrow to address the consequences of Russia's actions. And I have invited both President von der Leyen and President Michel to attend, together with the leaders of our valued partners, Finland and Sweden. And in a few minutes, we will take all part in a meeting of the G7. NATO and the European Union are united to defend our values, freedom, democracy, and each other's rights to choose its own path. So thank you again to both of you for coming, and thank you for the fact that the European Union and NATO is standing so strong together. So please, Ursula.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jens. We are at a watershed moment, and the three of us standing here together is yet more proof of how closely the European Union and NATO are responding to the Kremlin's action. The world can see that unity is our strength. Early this morning, President Putin ordered atrocious acts of aggression against a sovereign and independent country and innocent people. We will hold Russia accountable for this outrageous violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and the territorial integrity. And what is at stake is not just Donbass, it's not just Ukraine. What is at stake is the stability of Europe and the whole international order, our peace order. President Putin chose to bring war back to Europe. In a determined and united response, the European Union will make it as difficult as possible for the Kremlin to pursue its aggressive actions. Round about 30 minutes ago, I had a phone call with President Zelensky. He asked us for whatever the different stakeholders can do for help. We will later today present a package of massive and targeted sanctions to European leaders for their approval. We are coordinated closely with our partners and allies, the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada and Norway, but also, for example, Japan and Australia. This package will include financial sanctions that harshly limit Russia's access to the capital markets. These sanctions will have a heavy impact. Russia's economy has already faced intensive pressure in the recent weeks, and these pressures will now accumulate. These sanctions will suppress Russia's economic growth, increase the borrowing costs, raise inflation, intensify capital outflow, and gradually erode its industrial basis. The second main pillar of our sanctions concerns limiting Russia's access to crucial technology. We want to cut off Russia's industry from the technologies desperately needed today to build a future. Our measures will weaken Russia's technological position in key areas, actually from which the elite makes most of their money. And this ranges from high-tech components to cutting-edge software. This will also seriously degrade the Russian economy in all areas in the future. Let me be very clear. It is President Putin who will have to explain this to his citizens. I know that the Russian people do not want this war. The European Union and NATO have worked in close complementarity, and this crisis will bring us even closer together. It is our shared duty to stand up to the gravest act of aggression on European soil since decades. Our unity is our best strength. The Kremlin understands this very well, and that's why they have tried their best to divide us. But they have achieved the exact opposite. We are more united and more determined than ever. We are one union, one alliance, united in purpose. Many thanks.
Last night, a cataclysm shook Europe, a brutal aggression triggered by Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin against human beings, a large-scale military attack on the Ukrainian people. And this unprovoked and unjustified attack is unlike anything on European soil since the end of the Second World War. It is an attack on the free and sovereign state of Ukraine and its territorial integrity, a blatant violation of international law, replacing rule of law by rule of brutality, an attack on peace and security in Europe. It's also an attack on the foundations of our European Union, a project of peace, prosperity for all Europeans. The EU and its member states, together with our allies, will hold Russia accountable. The European Council will convene today and will agree in principle on a package of massive and targeted sanctions. We'll also decide on political, financial, and humanitarian aid for Ukraine and its people. Ukrainian cities have been hit, innocent people killed, women, men, children are fleeing for their lives. They need our strong support more than ever. We will also discuss the geopolitical, economic, and human implication of this aggression against Ukraine, and I do not believe that Russian people want war. You do not want to lose young men to a senseless war with a brother nation, serving as cannon fodder for an unjustified, unlawful, and foolish war. I also appeal to Belarus and its people. You have the choice not to follow Russia's destructive action. You have the choice not to take part in this needless tragedy against your neighbors in Ukraine. And we, the EU, stand rock solid, united, firm and determined, together with NATO, together with our allies, partners and friends, to hold Russia accountable, to support Ukraine and to protect peace in Europe. We stand shoulder to shoulder with all countries across the world that want to uphold the rules-based international order for the sake of peace. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung.
Thanks a lot. Thomas Kutschka, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. I've got two questions. The first one to the Commission President. Which are the next practical steps the EU can take to help Ukraine cope with internally displaced people? And what are the next steps that could be taken to also help the neighboring countries that are probably seeing an influx of refugees in the next days and weeks? And a question to President Michel. When you called the special meeting yesterday, that was certainly before the attack. Did you have any indications yesterday afternoon when you took the decision to assemble leaders? Thank you.
Indeed, we have worked for weeks to be prepared for the worst to come, hoping for the best, but being prepared for the worst. And this was concerning strengthening our resilience in the cyber field, making sure that we are independent, can be independent of any kind of pressure from Russian gas supplies. We have reached that stage. And indeed, to prepare for potential refugees. We have, with all the frontline member states, now explicit contingency plans to welcome and host immediately those refugees from Ukraine. And what internally displaced people are concerned, we have a lot of support through ECHO, humanitarian aid, shelter, and all the necessities people who are internally displaced immediately need. On top, there will be financial support increased for Ukraine on top of the 1.2 billion macro-financial assistance, which is available right now. So the preparedness is fully alerted. And we hope that there will be as little as possible refugees, but we are fully prepared for them and they are welcome.
We had indeed indications that the situation was dramatically deteriorating on the ground, but we didn't know that such an aggression, a military invasion, a full-scale military invasion would take place during the last night.
Okay, NPR.
And Deutsche Welle, thank you very much. To all three of you, Ukraine is now under attack because it wanted to come closer to your institutions. This is why it was attacked. First, Maidan, and then over its wish to join NATO. And yet all of your appeals for dialogue have fallen on deaf ears. We saw the buildup happen. Nothing you did worked. What more could you have done? And how do you feel today when you are sitting here saying that innocent lives are going to be lost? And these are people whose only crime, even in the words of the Kremlin, are that they wanted to be closer to Europe. Thanks.
Well, I think it's very important to remember that there is one that is the aggressor, one state that is responsible for what is happening now in Ukraine, and that is Russia. Russia is the country which is responsible for the loss of lives and the aggressive actions against Ukraine. And we have reached out to Russia for many, many years, actually, and especially during the last months, to engage in political dialogue to try to prevent this conflict. But at the same time, we are, as Ursula von der Leyen said, we have also been absolutely prepared for the worst, and that's what's happening now. So we have to remember that there's one aggressor, and that's Russia, and Russia is responsible for what we see evolving in Ukraine now.
There's a process to join the European Union, and since many years we are working with Ukraine, and we have gone far. Ukraine has reached quite a substantial progress if you compare it to years ago, to really have the closeness to the European Union at our eyes. We have a free trade agreement with Ukraine. This is a privileged access to the European single market, an increasing integration of the Ukrainian market into the European single market. We are strongly supporting financially in the case of reforms that are necessary without any doubt in Ukraine, but also strategic investments in Ukraine in a broad set of fields. We are very intensively working on the energy security of Ukraine. Over the last years, we have basically been able to guarantee the energy security of Ukraine through reverse flow, for example, of gas, but also investing massively in building up a renewable sector. Right now, Ukraine is decoupling its electricity grid from the Russian electricity grid, and we stand ready to support them in case that there are any kind of difficulties. This is not easy. This is not trivial. This is much earlier than we had planned, but this shows that there's an enormous amount of support for our friends in Ukraine.
Ursula von der Leyen there, that is Joseph Borrell, and in between them Jens Stoltenberg, the representatives of the European Union Commission and NATO, giving a joint news conference in Brussels. Jens Stoltenberg, his second news conference actually, he said we are at a grave moment for security in Europe. Earlier he said peace on our continent has been shattered. Now this time around we heard from Ursula von der Leyen, who talked more specifically about, once again, sanctions and other measures which are going to be taken against Russia. Dominic Kane is in Berlin and was listening to that as well. Ursula von der Leyen said sanctions will seriously degrade the Russian economy. They will cut Russian industry from the tech needed to build the future. It's all very big picture stuff, isn't it?
All very big picture, but we don't seem to be getting down to the nitty-gritty of precisely what she means. We should find that out later on today, because we know that there's going to be the EU summit, that special summit, extraordinary summit convoked by President Michel, who was there flanking Jens Stoltenberg in that three-way news conference that's still going on right now.
I'm going to give update. I know a lot of you have been asking regarding the what has happened to the link of the donation. I'll be giving a bit of explanation to that. But it is back on, and I'll explain what has happened. So if we need just a few seconds before I explain exactly what happened. And he has explained that it is not just about this donation. It was about the whole server of the give, send, go. But give me just a few seconds, and I'll be back in just about a few minutes.
Yoruba nation now, no going back. Yoruba nation now, no going back. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Akú gbogbo wa. Akú gbìyànjú akúkó lè dá. Ọlọ́run bá alá ajẹ́kó dá fún wa. Inshallah rahman. Olóyè Sunday Igboho Ọlọ́run bá ayọ̀ wá níwọ̀n Al-Qur'an Karim. Ọmọ Adéyẹmọ Ìgbòho ṣá o. Owó bàbá Àdámì yo. Mẹ́sàyà mẹ̀kúnnù ni. Jésù àsìkò tiwa nìyẹn. Ànábì Mùhámmádù àsìkò tiwa nìyí o. Àtiwọ́ tó fẹ́, àtiwọ́ tó fẹ́ o. Owó bàbá Àdámì yo. Ìránṣẹ́ Olúwa ni, àkàndé ìmọ̀ ni. Ẹkùn tágìrì gbéra ẹni jà ni. À ń lé bọ́ lẹ́yìn jagunlabi ńlára wájú. Gbogbo ara wájú tún pẹ́rú kí lè yí o. Bàbá Àdámì ni. Ó nífẹ̀ẹ́ mẹ̀kúnnù wo wọ́n balẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́. Ó nífẹ̀ẹ́ mẹ̀kúnnù wo wọ́n daṣẹ́ rú. Ó nífẹ̀ẹ́ mẹ̀kúnnù wo wọ́n bà gbogbo nǹkan ẹ jẹ́. Ó sì ń sọ pé no going back kí o. Owó bàbá Àdámì yo. Gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá ń ṣe lédè lẹ́yìn yẹn. Orí bá wà ṣọ́ ẹ̀ dé. Kó o dé wá bá wa láyọ̀ o. Gbogbo nǹkan ni ẹ tó ti bàjẹ́ kọ́lọ́ ń bá wa dá padà ó làdìpèlé àdìpèlé àdìpèlé re. Ọmọ má kú mọ́ ẹ lójú o, káyà má kú mọ́ ẹ lójú. Àwa ta ní ìfẹ́ rẹ ó káwa gan máa yàn kú. Mo kí gbogbo àwa Yorùbá nation. Ìjẹ́ agúnlẹ́sẹ̀ bùtẹ́rẹ̀ àwa ń bẹ̀ ọ́. À ń bẹ̀ ọ́ gbogbo ìjọba Nàìjíríà tí wọ́n ń rẹ́ wa jẹ, wọ́n tún ń rẹ́ wa tà, wọ́n tún ní kán máa pa wá. Ọlọ́run dákun wá gbà wá o, wa ò lẹ́ni tá a lè ké pè mọ́. Ìwọ lolùbọ́ tó lè bá wa ṣe. Ọlọ́run wá ṣe ìfún wa o, ká lékún ọpẹ́, ká lékún ọpẹ́, ká lékún ọpẹ́, ká lékún ọpẹ́ o. La hawla wala quwwata illa billahi ẹ bá mi ṣí ẹ káàkiri.
Ìbàràpá lápapọ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àbí ọmọ Yorùbá lápapọ̀ tìlé tó kó ẹ̀mí àbọ̀ ẹ̀ bá ń kọ́mọ Adéyẹmọ. Sunday Adéyẹmọ Ìgbòho orúkọ ńlá tí ń jámọ̀ láyà bí ara orúkọ tó ń dẹrù bo lórúkọ gan-an. Ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ má sùn o torí pé bùrà a kò lè fojú kégbodò láyé títa ríro lẹ̀dá kọlà wúrà tó máa dán alànà kọjá dandan o. Ọ̀wọ́n irin ní má bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ̀nà ẹ̀dá kan lè ṣì wá lọ́nà mọ́ ẹjẹ́ àfìmọ̀ṣọ̀ kan ká lè débi re. Ẹjẹ́ àjọ gbárùkù ti Sunday Ìgbòho ṣá ọmọ Ìgbòho mọ̀rẹ́ nílùú Alágbàdo Òde ọmọ atapẹ̀tẹ̀ wọnú omi ọmọ jòjòlè wodò sànyà ìsànyà ò rẹ́ràn bàbá yín lá.
We come back here. Thank you very much, Adekunle, for reminding me again. Let's bring Kokoro picture down closer as well, as we know that Kokoro was killed by auxiliary that was working for Seyi Makinde, the governor of Oyo State. And as we speak right now, we demand justice for Kokoro. So, a lot of you in the last almost an hour or last Bakati Beresinche program, you were sending message about the link was not working, and you were, let me take my screen back out a little bit. And because I could not get Mayegun on the phone, I hardly wanted to say anything on it because I was not sure what was going on. In information, I cannot just tell you this is what is happening. Not that I didn't see the comment, but I could not respond to it because as at that time, I sent Mayegun a message, but maybe it was too busy to pick up the message. But while I was having my short break, because or Kamado relax for just about a few minutes, which was what I was doing at the back end. But I'm sure you were enjoying the situation that I was playing as well. But we are back now, and I say thank you very much to those of you that are still monitoring the situation in Ukraine and Iran and Russia. What Mayegun said, it's got nothing to do with the link to Chief Igboho, Justice for Igboho. It's got to do with the server of this particular site. The server is back up and running. Even Ojako Yemipe, by tomorrow, is expecting part of the donation that is already on this system deliver into his own account. The way it works is they'll be releasing the money in trenches. That means time accounted. So tomorrow, is expecting a particular figure, I think maybe, tomorrow, which he will be giving an update to that. Then, but when Embassy drop, it will continue to update everyone, and I'll be doing the same thing here on this platform and those that are also promoting it as well. So there's nothing to be scared of. There's nothing for us to be concerned or worried. The donation is still there. It was got to do with the server. And you can think of it, especially with what we woke up to this morning. And Tobaso Tolo will understand that a lot of things have changed in the last 24 hours, especially what is happening. I could see, the whole world is now on this bang. And Ukraine and Russia is what they call the bang. Bang, bang. So, and that is something that we need to understand. Adekunle, very good. Putin is dealing with the stupid EU and the UN nonsense that don't care about African countries but to make money. And I totally agree with that as well. Walex says over 40 innocent lives is lost. You tell us the reason of this, of killing those people. It is upsetting. Well, that is the world we're living. Do you know how many people are being killed in Yoruba land today and the world is not saying anything? Only about the bang, then the world will start crying and be telling us, what we need to know and what we don't need to know. We don't want a war. We don't want to fight each other. The amalgamation has ended in 1914. Ìgbòho lọ lọ sínú gallop láti almost 7 months nísìn. Àwọn terrorists ṣì ń operate nínú Nigeria even after Ìgbòho is not in Nigeria. Ibo ni ìjọba Nigeria wà? Ibo ni UN wà? Ibo ni EU wà? Ibo ni ECOWAS wà? African Union. To talk about the carnage that is going on in Nigeria. But nobody is saying anything. Everybody is keeping quiet. But Ìgbòho tó jáde tó ní ẹyẹ pa èèyàn mú bí pàtẹ́ ń pa wá yẹn kò dá. The government says he's a criminal and they were chasing him all over the place. And this is where we need to understand that the international community tafe lọ bá, are they going to listen to us? Ǹjẹ́ tá bá lọ bá UN, ǹjẹ́ ó máa dá wa lóhùn? Ǹjẹ́ tá bá lọ bá Great Britain tó sì ń sọ pé àwọn fẹ́ good relationship pẹ̀lú Nàìjíríà àtàwọn. Ṣé tó bá fẹ́ good relationship, ṣó ń affect ṣé good relationship ti Britain àti Nàìjíríà ní ṣé ó dérú table tí wọ́n ti ń jẹun ìwọ tó ń wò mí? Good relationship tó wà láàárín Amẹ́ríkà àti Nàìjíríà ǹjẹ́ ó kan family tiẹ̀? Àbí àwọn tó jẹ́ cronies wọn tó wà ní African countries àti Nàìjíríà? Ṣé good relationship tó wà láàárín Germany àti Nàìjíríà ǹjẹ́ ó fún wọn lóúnjẹ nínú ilé ìwọ tó ń wò mí? So when people come up and say, Russia is ready to use cyber warfare against American, Edward Snowden, a top NSA expert, was granted asylum. Yes, I remember him very well, and he's still in Russia as we speak. I can see my screen again. BBC have sent all their top guns. If I know top guns, one, top presenters, one corresponding direct from Kyiv. And this is what happened when we have the Big Bang. The Big Bang bá ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Nigeria. Ní láti máa bèrè kí ni details Big Bang yẹn. You will see that the whole world will switch their satellite to Nigeria. They will start talking about everything. But right now, they are not interested in what is happening in Nigeria as long as many Nigerians die for the innocent that should have been protected by the Nigerian government. So once again, I would like to appreciate those of you that are still watching us from different parts of the globe as we monitor the situation as we speak right now that is happening inside Russia and Ukraine border. Once again, if you are concerned in the last couple of hours, but like I said, I couldn't say much because I didn't have the right information. But I can confirm that it's got nothing to do with IGBOHO. It has something to do with the server of this particular site that Mayegun is using. I just spoke to him just about some few minutes ago before coming back, and I'm sure I think he had the program as well this morning, and I think he explained it, but if you were already live, so I wouldn't have known what is happening on Mayegun's platform. But I can assure you that there's nothing for us to be concerned about. So we come back now to the, and as it stands now at the moment, is 20,690 pounds. They've raised about 41%. Let's come to this. We talked about this as well, and I did explain further and further. It's got nothing to do with the Mayegun one. This is a long term that we got to start thinking of. The Yoruba National Fund. We need to start thinking about it. This is a platform that will promote it because at the end of the day, it seems that we are already 2 years behind schedule. By now, we should be boasting of nothing less than $1 million from every Yorubas around the world. What would that $1 million do? It would do a lot of things. It will solve part of the security situation in Yoruba land. It will solve some of the, the law cases that we might want to put against anything to do with Nigeria anywhere in the world. Tabalowo, we can file court case anywhere. We can go to the media paper. We can print. We can go to the editorial around the globe. We can bring people up to say, go and represent us. But Tabalowo, so the line is still open for those of you that wants to contribute and those of you that wants to say something as well to this conversation at any time. But we are reviewing the situation as it's happening right in Ukraine and Russia. So for those of you that might be asking, how do we get involved with this Yoruba National Fund? It's just the same thing as you donate around the globe for different things and different purposes. This one was set up for the purpose of the Yorubas and nobody else than the Yoruba. Excuse me. So it's there for the Yoruba interest. So we're going to look into it again this afternoon, but I'll rather use the other side, which is very convenient for me as well. Let me say, I appreciate those of you that are still listening to us this beautiful afternoon. It's beautiful, even though there's tension all over the world. But there's nothing we can do to that. That is the situation. There's nothing we can do to that. People say 44 people have died. Do you know how many Yoruba people have died? Nobody wants anybody to die. And just as Waris Jinodu say, Warrex, not until we have 1 million Yoruba march 24-7. Next week, Nigeria should be aware of what is going to happen. As long as you are listening to this broadcast, you are already aware, and it is your responsibility to deliver the message to whoever you want to send it to. The university's students are going to block up the whole 36-state major road network. If you are planning to travel next week, Monday, I think that one is going to come up on Sunday this weekend, according to the information that is reaching me from the news. So Monday, I want Ogoni not to strike. The Maritime wants to strike. There's a lot of pressure in Nigeria, but I hope you will not be caught up, especially if you're traveling and you realize that things start happening and then you find yourself in no man's land. So let us remember that. Olabi Ishe, you say international community don't have our time. We need to decide our life. But people say we should go and meet them. Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ bá UN sọ̀rọ̀, ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ bá America sọ̀rọ̀, ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ bá Great Britain sọ̀rọ̀. Àwọn ló máa ràn wá lọ́wọ́. I don't know, maybe mo bá ṣe fẹ́ ràn wá lọ́wọ́, because as far as I'm concerned, àwọn gangan ni kòkòrò tó ń jẹ̀fọ́. Àwọn gangan ni kòkòrò tó ń jẹ̀fọ́. So tá bá ní ká lọ bá United Nations, àwọn wo ló wà nínú United Nations? Ẹ rí i pé wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ pé wọ́n máa ṣe G7 kìíní committee nísìn. Kò sí African country kankan níbẹ̀. So we need to understand that if truly we want to go out of Nigeria, we are not ready. We're just doing this as a kind of a whiling away time, bringing the hope of the people up, and then after another 1 year, nobody talks about it, nobody say anything, and then we go back to square one. We don't want election in Nigeria. Okay, we want referendum. How do we get the referendum? Sakoma pull our out together. Okay, we are doing that already, and we are not stopping. We need 5 million petition. Why not? That's fine. If we can get it, I would rather want 5 million people on the street of every Yoruba land from the time that the university students are coming out. So, the university student, moment 5 million people come out as well that support Yoruba nation. It will make life very easy for me and you. You thought only Ukraine, why switch to satellite when what's in Nigeria? To ask the question, what is going on in Nigeria? But if we don't do that, what is going to happen is the Big Bang would eventually happen. The Big Bang is happening. M1, lower and in London, Ukraine, and Russia. I want to already M1 by. Oh, yes, it will be painful. Because think of it painful, but the final result of it, at least we know will be what my the round table. Kia Lama Berebe, Tani leader, and Uroma Soro. Oh, my big was in Lancaster House. If Lancaster House, you're not damaging. Anyway, let's leave that and come back to this Yoruba Trust, Yoruba National Fund. You can check them out, www.tynf.org. And again, it's all about for the purpose of the Yoruba nation. The Yoruba National Fund was founded in United States of America in 2018. The YNF is a non-profit, tax-exempt organization established to promote Yoruba interest and mobilize funds and resources towards the renaissance of the Yoruba culture and society. But tá a bá fi fund síbẹ̀, báwo ló ṣe fẹ́ mobilize the fund? Diplomatic channel have been exhausted, legal channel have been exhausted, awareness have been exhausted. That is coming from Waris Jinaldo. Or Gemi, nothing concerns these people, Africa, only to exploit our resources. We had a lot of Nigerians that are already stuck as we speak right now in Ukraine. So many Nigerians are already stuck there. So let's talk about this before we go away from here again. Again, the Ilana UK wants to file a court case against the British government in terms of the 1914 amalgamation. I totally support that. We can't continue to live in denial. I would rather want us to dissolve Nigeria without even going into all this process. But people said, no, Koiki, let us exhaust everything that we have. Even if we have done it before, let us do it again. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbé wọn lọ sí court. Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ challenge the amalgamation. But for you to do that, you also need funding. All these things need funding. Kí ọkàn máa sọ fún yín pé ṣáwọn politicians ò kí náwó? Do you know billions of naira that the politicians are spending to convince our people back home? So táwa náà bá wá ná millions of dollars, millions of naira to tell our people the truth. Ṣé báwa là ń sọ̀tọ̀? Ṣáwa là ń sọ̀tọ̀ àbáwa là ń parọ́? So táwọn kan bá wá sọ fún yín pé owó kì í ṣe priority, then we are wasting our time. Owó ṣe ní jẹ́ priority. Politicians gan ná owó láti convince àwọn èèyàn wa, and they are using that to hold the people for bondage. Àwọn dẹ̀ need láti náwó to release the people from the bondage. The Yoruba National Fund. The Yoruba National Fund, as a non-partisan, non-political entity, is the brainchild of 4 Yoruba professionals in diaspora resident in US and Canada who felt the need to mobilize funds amongst Yoruba nationals in diaspora to support the development of Yoruba nation. Gbogbo àlà máa sọ pé the Jew system kan náà lélẹ̀. Àwọn Jew nìkan kọ́ ló ní brain. Àwọn ilé náà ti ní brain láti ṣe the same thing as far back as 2018 for the interest, benefit of the Yoruba people. But do we have funding there? Is the question. If we have funding there, all we can do is say to them, ṣe fún àwọn ìlànà ní £50,000 so that they can go and do the court case. But nígbà tí a mobilize láti kówó síbẹ̀, báwo la ṣe fẹ́ ní kọ́ bá wa fún ìlànà ní 50,000? Tówó bá wà níbẹ̀ ni, wàá fún ìlànà ní £50,000, wàá fún anybody tó bá need anything, even up to security. We need to defend ourselves. Àlèlájú sílẹ̀ ká ní pé torí à ń ṣe Yorùbá nation. That is not something that is against the international law. We would defend ourselves if we have to, because we are already living in danger on a daily basis. Let's continue. It was established in the state of Texas. TYNF is a tax-exempt non-profit corporation organized for exclusively charitable, scientific, and educational purpose within the meaning of Section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended. TYNF services to promote the educational development of the Yoruba nation. What is damage educational development wa? Táwọn ilé ìbá lè support Baba Aliu fún education purpose tó ń ṣe lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ nísìnyí. Why not? But tá a bá lówó níbẹ̀, how do you help them to make sure that Dr. Aliu has everything he needs to educate our people back home? Tá bá fún Dr. Aliu ní $1 million, it's not too much. At least it will convince our people. They will put it in our language. They will put it in English. And this will be distributed without anybody paying one dime. They will mobilize all those people that they needed. They will give them whatever they need in terms of logistics to support them. But tá a bá lówó, we will still come back and say, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ o, à ń ṣe Yorùbá nation. Ẹ bá wa fún Dr. Aliu ní 100,000 níbẹ̀ yẹn, ẹ bá wa fún wọn ní 50,000. But if we have huge amount of money on this platform called the Yoruba National Fund, they have the responsibility, because if we want to educate the people, we need to put money in there. So that is the question that we need to start asking ourselves. In a long time, the Yoruba National Fund is there. It's been set up since 2018 in Texas. you also have everything that you can go and do your own verification. But what we have been doing is we are moving merry-go-round, which there was nothing wrong in that, because in every day, mo rí àwọn BBC gan báyìí nísìn, gbogbo àwọn press fund wọn ló ti kó sí jacket in case tí ìbọn bá lọ ń jábọ́ lókè. So they put on what they called, the safety net, because the situation is getting very, very tense in Ukraine. So, like I said, if people are still supporting different platforms, no, still do that. But for what I'm saying is, remember, I'm having a problem with my lightning, and I think I need to, like I said, for those of you that were concerned this morning regarding the donation that have been done very well, up to £20,000 have now been raised on that for Chief Sunday Adeyemo Igboho, and we continue to say thank you very much to all those that have donated voluntarily. So, ọ̀rọ̀ pé kò sówó mọ́ nísìn, tówó bá wà, we can do a lot of things. But owó ní tówó bá sí nílé, ẹ má máa sọ pé I need owó, politician gan, ẹ wo ohun tí Yayi tó dán. Ọlọ́run ló mọ billions of naira tó máa cost ẹ̀. Ó kó ọ̀kadà síta, ó kó márúwá síta, èlò ló ń ta márúwá kọ̀ọ̀kan, bó tẹ̀ jẹ́ márúwá 10 ló wà níbẹ̀, ó kó e-lux jáde. Ẹ̀yin á máa sọ pé I need owó, ta ló sọ pé I need owó? Ẹ̀yin ṣe movement ẹ̀ náà need owó. À ń tanra wa. Again, to propagate and support, again, I like àwọn ibi tí mò ń kà. To propagate and support activities designed to promote the culture and traditions of Yoruba nation. Ta ló sọ pé ta bá ní owó lọ́wọ́ tó pọ̀, a lè put in any carnival around the world. All we need to do is just get a license. Wọ́n máa ń ṣe carnival dáadáa náà ní Finsbury Park. I'm sure pé l'Amẹ́ríkà ní gbogbo state kankan, ó ní àwọn park tá lè lò. Ta máa sọ pé yes, Yoruba Culture Day. Kọ̀mátà kò ní láti ní ìjọ kan pé Yoruba Culture Day. A lè bring any date up. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ṣe ní New York, wọ́n ṣe ní gbogbo city. Wọ́n dẹ̀ lè ṣe simultaneously so that ẹni tó wà ní New York ò ní láti lọ sí Texas. Ẹni tó wà ní Texas ò ní láti lọ sí Canada. And if we have the fund, we just have the people there, and it will become a showcase of who we are as people. But tá a bá lówó, story náà la máa sọ. So, to propagate and support activities, lára àwọn nǹkan táwọn náà fẹ́ ṣe nìyẹn. Now let's come to support the scientific, technological research designed to aid the economic development of Yoruba nation. Wọ́n sọ pé Nàìjíríà, wọ́n sọ pé to support the scientific and technological research designed to aid the economic development of Nigeria, Yoruba nation lọ́kọ síbẹ̀. So if they have money, gbogbo àwọn ọmọ wa tó wà nílé tí a ní idea pé wọ́n ní knowledge kan, they can start helping us, to tackle whatever they can tackle. Tí a bá fi gbogbo ẹnu sọ̀rọ̀, gbogbo tó bá affect wa tí Nàìjíríà fi fún wa ṣe, we can use technology to fight back as well. We use technology. But tá a bá lówó lọ́wọ́, báwo lẹ ṣe fẹ́ ṣe? That's the question. So let's go to the next one. The next one is to support effort towards the learning of the Yoruba language, lead and encourage effort towards its adoption as the primary means of communication in education institution and government established and transaction in Yoruba land. Àwọn èèyàn máa fẹ́ wọ́n ní stop speaking in vernacular. Ẹ̀yẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ní vernacular. Aṣọ èdè wa di nǹkan míì mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́. But if we now have fund to start developing different things to support us, it will go a long way. And the final part, which is the one that tí gbogbo wa ń jà fún, tí Olódùmarè Ọlọ́run ọba tó dẹ̀ máa fún wa ṣe ní kíákíá, òun ni the self-determination, Yoruba nation, our sovereignty. Àfẹ́ wà nínú Nàìjíríà. Nàìjíríà ò pé wa. Tí Nàìjíríà bá pé wa ni àní ní láti máa káàkiri. It's not working for us. So they are also going to support all genuine activities. Kò ń ṣe tó jẹ́ fake o, and I believe everyone is genuine. So they will support all genuine activities geared towards the self-determination of the Yoruba nation and its sovereignty. At TYNF, our mission is to think Yoruba first, while our vision is to make Yoruba great again. Why won't you join them? This is a long-term goal that we got to think about. Yes, the short-term goal will always be there, but we got to think about the long term. Like I say good afternoon as you're joining us. Àwọn wo ló wà involved? Who are those involved in this project? We talked about them the other day. There's nothing wrong if we talk about them again today. Olaniyi Oyedele, CPA. Olaniyi Oyedele is a Yoruba American originally from Abeokuta in Ogun State. He is a graduate of geography from the University of Benin in Benin City, Nigeria. He is qualified as a chartered accountant in 2002 after passing the final examination of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICAN. Olani is currently a certified public accountant, CPA, in the state of Texas. Prior to leaving Nigeria, Olani worked in the banking section in Nigeria while he rose to become the assistant controller in a major bank. While in the US, Olani worked at a major public accounting firm in Texas where he rose to become audit manager and managed 3 of the top gross revenue accounts for the firm. He is currently an assistant city auditor of a major city in the US. Mr. Oyedele sits on the board of Treasury of a foremost community action agency responsible for the management and operation of the Head Start program in the state of Texas. Richard Akiwande Olurumide Olurumbi is a property manager with the British Columbia-based development company where he manages residential and commercial buildings. He graduated in Russia from Moscow State University of Civil Engineering with a master's degree in civil engineering, specializing in building design. After graduation, he lived in Russia. He traveled extensively in Europe, Asia, and America before moving to Calgary in Canada in 2013. Aki is registered engineer with the Association of Professional Engineers and a geoscientist of Alberta, Canada. Before moving to Canada, he was a leading construction manager, a designer of various high-profile civil projects in Singapore and Moscow. He is originally from the ancient city of Ile-Ife in Yoruba land. Ojo Oyebisi is originally from Ibadan, Oyo State. He received a BA engineer in electrical engineering and a MA in economics from the City College of the City University of New York. He also received an MBA from the Robert H. Smith School of Business at the University of Maryland. Ojo is currently the CEO of Ajadun LLC, a real estate management company. Ojo is also the author of the Mechanics of Ifa Divination System, highlighting some elements of technological knowledge in Ifa and its division. The fourth person is Olubenga Ojewale. How do you get involved? You can also email them to find out more. But the most important thing is our $5, our $10 into this platform is not going to kill any one of us, but it will become very powerful for us to fight our way out of Nigeria peacefully. Once again, my name is Olami Koiki. Also, we know that Ilano is also asking for funding. Without money, we can't do anything. Stop telling us that we don't need money. We want to fight the evil monster called Nigeria. We will fight it from different angles, different arsenal. And Ilano UK has taken the bold step to say, we will challenge the 1914 amalgamation here at the British High Court, here in United Kingdom, in England precisely, London, which is about almost less than 1.5 hours from where I live. If we are able to put that structure in place and quickly say to everyone that, yes, we can do it. Yes, it can be done. We can file this court case within the next couple of weeks, but it cannot be done if we don't have the money. File court case. And don't say that we don't need a court case. Oh, Yomi, M1, I need the Google. It's because you probably don't understand it. If you understand the reason for all this, you will not say so. We will fight Nigerian government peacefully with every means, legal means, M1, awareness, and even if we have to do what we call international movement to discuss about Yoruba nation using every mechanism that we have. We can put a road show across the globe to discuss more about Yoruba nation. Owolomaje. We can get the London buses to start having the inscription of Yoruba nation on them. Owolamasan. We go another country that will do it for us. Agba ìlú mi lọ, tá máa ní bosses wọn ẹ bá paint ẹ ní colour kan ẹ gbé Yorùbá nation sí kó tẹ̀ travel láàrin gbogbo ìlú yín. We can do a lot of things. Èyí tí UK ò bá gbà á lọ sí ìlú míì, èyí tí America ò bá gbà á lọ sí nílùú míì. Wọ́n ilé ayé pọ̀. Already now 2 countries have got their independence. Russia government said toss off to international community. Kò dá wọn lóhùn. 2 countries, region are now independent. This year, tó bá sọ fún ẹ̀yin ní last year, tó bá dífà ẹ̀kọ́ sọ fún yín pé Yorùbá máa lọ, ẹ̀ní Yorùbá ò ní lọ, ṣèbí nǹkan tí gbogbo yín sọ nìyẹn. But today, we can say that we have 2 extra countries, whether the United Nations agrees or not, they are already countries, and Russia is doing everything to defend them. Tá bá declare Yorùbá nation, kí ló fẹ́ dálẹ̀? Yes, a fẹ́ gba freedom, ẹ̀rù ń bà wá. Ẹ má sọ̀rọ̀ nípa owó, kò ń ṣe lórí platform yìí mọ́. We will talk about money every day. Ẹ tó bá fẹ́ gbọ́ kó de tiẹ̀. Politicians are spending millions of stolen money to convince our people. Ẹni pé ànídòwó, ta ló sọ pé ànídòwó? We need serious money to fight this system out. If not, we just go and sit down and close everything. Olùkàdùkú bá lọ ṣe tó bá ń ṣe. Ẹ bá lọ tọ́jú owó tẹ bá nìyẹn. Ìjọ tó bá lọ Nàìjíríà tó bá jí ẹgbẹ́ màá pariwo ní bíbà. Pé alájà ẹ̀dẹ̀ ń ṣe Yorùbá nation, àwọn ọlọ́pàá náà ṣe mọ́. Ẹ má bínú. But we don't want it to get to that stage. We are not evil people. And Professor Banji Akintoye sọ pé tá bá gba Yorùbá nation kò mí pa máa wà hostile ẹmọ tó ń pè bẹ́ẹ̀ pa àwọn neighboring country wa. Ṣá fẹ́ lọ lọ́dún yìí àbá fẹ́ lọ? That's the question. Tá bá fẹ́ lọ lọ́dún yìí dẹ̀ ká máa ṣe ní díẹ̀díẹ̀ gbà yẹn. Ẹ fi pé tí kò bá possible ṣé mi nìkan lè fẹ́ mú dání? Ẹni Koiki ṣèbó promise. No, tí bá promise tí ní funding kí la máa ṣe? Tí bá promise tí mò ń gbé gbogbo information wá tí gbogbo ọjọ́ lò. Ẹ lè mẹ́mi nìkan as responsibility pé àgbà Yorùbá nation. Everybody will be pointed and we will blame each other. Ṣé fẹ́ kó dìgbà tí ó bá ṣe tán tàbí ṣe báyìí àbádẹ́ wa gbé báyìí o àbá review ẹ̀ báyìí o. We need to spend money now so that we can tell the world that we want to lead Nigeria before the 2023 general election. Russia is ready for any outcome. Ìjáwá náà ready for any outcome. Wọ́n pa kòkòrò nísìn. Ó jẹ́ kí a ti mobilize lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀. But nígbà tó bá sówó. Kò nídòwó. Nídòwó. Pépà lẹ nídìí. Ẹ jẹ́ káwọn kan máa sọ fún yín pé nídòwó. Once again, ṣé ká máa lọ? Ṣé ìtàṣètò? Ṣé ká máa lọ àbí ká sì dúró? Oh my God. I'm happy for those of you. Somebody, your colleague sent a message to me. Oh no, ready láti fún owó sílẹ̀. Tàbá ti ready pé àwọn tani afẹ́ máa gbé káàkiri. And I'm going to try and speak to Pastor Kebiorun because I want to need a kind of a system that is set up already. We don't have to replicate any system. This system come back to our Pastor Kebiorun is already have a system in place. They need to just activate that system. Tọ́ba ní ìdòwò sí kọjá ká mọ̀ ká bá wọn pariwo owó. Kọ́ lè bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí rán àwọn èèyàn jáde. Gbogbo ìlú kọ́ ló máa listen sí wa. But ìlú tó bá lọ, à ń sọ fún ìlú yẹn pé ìjọ tá bá gba Yorùbá nation, àmọ́ tá máa ṣe fún yín. A máa sọ fún wọn point plan. We are Yoruba people. We should not be scared of anybody. Àwọn kan náà ń bẹ̀rù United. Kí lẹ̀ ń bẹ̀rù UK fún? Kí lẹ̀ ń bẹ̀rù America fún? Kí lẹ̀ ń bẹ̀rù wọn fún? Super power. Ẹ̀gbọ́n náà lọ tí ń fèsì ní sí. Kọ́ọ̀mù gbé troop wọn dì. Ká Amẹ́ríkà gbé troop ẹ̀ dìde kó lọ sí Ukraine. Ẹ̀mú tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀. Ibi báyìí náà ni gbogbo àti màmá sọ. Kí Amẹ́ríkà bọ́ ṣe ní agbára tó kó gbé troop ẹ̀ nísìn kó gbé nìṣó ní Ukraine. Ṣèbí wọ́n máa mobilize ni. Kọ́ mobilize nísìn kọ́ lọ sí Ukraine. Kọ́ lọ defend. Àbí kọ́ lọ yìnbọn fún àwọn ti Russia. World War III máa ṣẹlẹ̀ ni. Mo dẹ̀ ti add 100 years mọ́ èjì gbogbo wa. Ọlọ́run túbọ̀ fún gbogbo alẹ́ mi gúngbà àtàlàfíà. Ṣé máa kí àwọn kan ṣẹ́rù bà wá pé kinní kan?
We came back, we arrived at 12:30 from Ivory Coast, and this is 4 a.m. We're stuck in here, locked inside. We don't know what's happening. Someone should talk to us. Someone should just talk to us.
Mess up country.
Please.
Please.
This is a super marathon. This is a national team.
National team. Tó bá yá yín ẹ máa pariwo Yorùbá nation, ẹ máa pariwo Biafra nation. This is super Falcon. Orúkọ abroad òun wà. Ẹ jẹ́ n lọ post ẹ̀ sórí Facebook wa ká lè jọ gbọ́ dáadáa. This is super Falcon. We need to mobilize serious funds somewhere now for long term. When I mean long term, it could be this year as well. Tó bá dẹ̀ pé ṣé àfi lọ lọ́dún yìí? ṣé ká má lọ lọ́dún yìí ẹ tá bá ti lọ lọ́dún yìí ká máa ṣe díẹ̀ ńgbà yẹn tó bá yẹ pé ẹ fẹ́ jẹ́ ká kúrò nù ẹ má yẹ kí èèyàn kọ́kọ́ máa sọ fún yín pé kò lè possible lọ́dún yìí o ṣé àwọn onísọnù kan wà tó máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí sọ pé tàbá gba báyìí ó lè last ó lè take another 3 years 3 years nísìnyí ṣe bí country méjì ló ti jáde nísìnyí wọ́n ti add wọn mọ́ ìlú bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ̀ accept wọn àwọn accept ara wọn nọ́ọ̀sì arúgbó ni wọ́n kọ́ tẹ̀ ṣàánú wọn àìmọye arúgbó nísìnyí àwọn ìyá àgbàlagbà wọ́n ti weak bí wọ́n bá dàgbà dé stage kan ara máa tẹ̀ àwọn náà ṣọ̀dọ̀ rí gbogbo àwọn ìyá wa tó ń wò yẹn nísìnyí tó wà nílé àtàwọn tó wà labroad wọ́n ṣọ̀dọ̀ rí àwọn náà dàbí àwa náà nígbà kan ni but bí wọ́n nígbà yẹn àwọn wò pé Nàìjíríà máa work àwa ti tètè rí nísìn ṣé nígbà tẹ́mi náà bá pé 80 years old èmi wà labroad ẹ lọ wo àwọn ìyá wa tó wà in their 70s ẹ máa káàánú wọn ni wọ́n ti gbẹ egungun ti ń ṣò lára wọn oúnjẹ ni tíyàn bá jẹun dáadáa èmi ti jẹun nísìn ikùn mi lè kẹ́ mú báyìí ni torí àtàárọ̀ tí mo ti jókòó lẹ́yìn kọfí tí mo mú yẹn bó ṣe ẹ wo time tí mo ṣe lọ jẹun aago 2 fẹ́ lù látàárọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ibi kọ́ ló ń ṣe mí but nígbà tí mo rí kó dáhùn pé ikùn yìí ń kọrin sí mi mo ń bọ̀ ni mo sọ fún yín ìyá lọ wá nǹkan jẹ òun ni mo dẹ̀ mu juice lé lórí mo fi ń step aside ẹ lọ́wọ́ àwọn ìyá wa nílé egungun lẹ máa rí ní gbogbo ara wọn egungun poverty ni ọmọ àlè ní poverty ẹ wá ní kó má gbowó politician àwa wá ń jókòó sí ìbàdàn eye kan lẹ́tí 500 naira o àbí káwa gan mobilize owó kan mo bá ṣe fẹ́ yọ wọ́n kúrò ẹ má gba gúgúrú ẹ má gbẹ̀pọ̀ ìwọ́ra búrẹ́dì fún un. ẹ nídìí owó o nídìí owó o ẹ jẹ́ kó destroy US ẹ jẹ́ kí US lọ destroy Russia kí gbogbo ẹ̀ tẹ̀ dàrú ẹ̀yẹ́ máa tẹ́lẹ̀ èmi ò ní kọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kí US lọ destroy Russia US máa destroy Russia ẹ jẹ́ kó síbi kan máa ní US máa destroy Russia US nìkan ló lágbára ni ẹ̀yin mọ̀ tó wà lọ́wọ́ Russia náà ni àmọ́ tó wà lọ́wọ́ Amẹ́ríkà náà ó gbogbo ayé máa pín ni pín àwọn táwa ń bẹ̀ la máa jìyẹ pé Russia US máa destroy Russia kọ́ lọ destroy Russia kọ́ lọ bá wa destroy ẹ̀ kí gbogbo ẹ̀ tẹ̀ dàrú àfi ká máa lẹ́nu bí àjàkàrà kò jẹ́ ìní mo bá wí o Mr. Walex mo kàn ń sọ ní o tó bá fẹ́ destroy Russia kọ́ lọ dé àní kí gbogbo ẹ̀ kó dàrú káwa kan da gbogbo ẹ̀rú kó di big bang ẹgbọ́n sókè bàbá tó ń sọ̀rọ̀. ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ṣá. Ok ẹ ń lọ lọ́wọ́ ṣe fẹ́ dá sí náà bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ fẹ́ pè mí private ni. Later all right sir. ló bá wọn Amẹ́ríkà kọ́ lọ destroy Russia kí Russia náà destroy America kí gbogbo ẹ̀ kó gbogbo ẹ̀ tẹ̀ fọ́ lójú dáhùn pé wàhálà tá à ń ṣe gan ti pọ̀ ṣé wàhálà yóò ti pọ̀ jù àwa lábúrọ̀dà nísìnyí ẹ̀mí ẹ̀ máa kó sókè ni ìyà tó wà nílé nísìn ṣé ẹ̀yin lówó láti sọ ṣe lè sort gbogbo problem family yìí ẹ bá rí ti family yìí sort family mi nǹkan ẹ jẹ́ ká máa tẹ̀rù pé ǹjẹ́ family mi tí kò ní àyàn lábúrọ̀d báwo lọ ṣe ń survive nítorí ká máa fi ṣírò ara wa nìyẹn tẹ́mi bá ń send owó sáwọn family mi nílé which is not even enough àwọn tí kò ní ẹni tó ń send owó sí wọn kọ́ àtẹ̀yẹ tẹ̀kọ́ la bá wá sí ibẹ̀ kó bá wọn Amẹ́ríkà àti Russia kọ́ para wọn dànù kí gbogbo ẹ̀ kó dàrú kí gbogbo ẹ̀ kó kí the world kọ́ ìpadà again kí gbogbo ẹ̀ kó dàrú tó bá dàrú náà ló pé Nàìjíríà ló pé àwa náà kí gbogbo ẹ̀ kó fọ́ lójú káfíríkà gan tẹ̀ nísinmi àwa nìkan là ń lọ sí Mediterranean Sea tá à ń kú sórí omi èbí tó torí pé ẹ̀yin lọ lórí plane ẹ̀ wá fi ìpẹ́yìn wà better off than tó lọ ní Libya tó gorí omi ẹlòmíì ti dé abroad nísìn ẹ ti gbàgbé pé ìtòrí ẹ̀ wọ́n fẹ̀yìn ní visa ìwọ ṣe padà lọ sílé nígbà tó gba visa yẹn tán ó ṣe jókòó sí abroad ẹ jẹ́ ká máa fira wa ṣírò àwọn èèyàn wà ní Iraq bá ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ nísìn tí yà ń jẹ lójoojúmọ́ wọ́n send fídíò kan sí mi wọ́n ti fẹ́ ná ọmọ yẹn pa ẹ jókòó sí bíbá à ń sọ pé kinní kan ó ń pẹ́ kí Amẹ́ríkà tó blow Russia ó blow ra wọn kọ́ pọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ kó fọ́ dánù kó fọ́ lójú jáde ìgbà tó fọ́ lójú nǹkan kinní kan mi pẹ̀lú yẹn. so ẹ jẹ́ ká máa fi ṣírò ara wa àwa pé okay ìwọ̀n send owó sílé ẹ mọ̀ pé for every $100 ẹ bá send sílé ẹ ti elevate poverty kúrò nínú family tí yín ni family tó kù wọn kọ́ta ló máa sort it out ẹ wá rò pé family tí yín máa ní sinmi àwọn family tó lówó yẹn ẹ mọ̀ tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ àwọn ló máa pa family tọ̀dọ̀ tí yín kò ń ṣe pé ṣẹ́rí family tẹ́ ẹ̀ take care yẹn àwọn ló máa mọ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ family tọ̀dọ̀ tí yín. ẹ já lọ sí Kogi State ká lọ bá àwọn tí Kogi sọ̀rọ̀ ẹgbọ́n sókè. ẹ káàbọ̀ láti Kogi má dárúkọ yín ẹ kàn máa sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́ní o àdúpẹ́ fẹ́lẹ́dùmarè àwa nìyẹn àṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
ọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà bó ṣe ń lọ ó ní agbára ó le ju ti tẹ́lẹ̀
Okay. Okay.
Because ọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà ó ti di ìlú kan tó jẹ́ pé Ọlọ́run gan ti gbàgbé ẹ̀ kò sí tán pé Nàìjíríà wájú Ọlọ́run.
Ó dá. Okay.
Kò sí tán pé bí àwọn èèyàn là ń pè Nàìjíríà Ọlọ́run ò mọ̀ ní Nàìjíríà mọ́ torí ìtẹ̀jẹ̀ sílẹ̀ ti pọ̀ jù. Gbogbo àwọn ọmọ tán ni wọ́n ń pààyàn wọ́n fìyàn sẹ́só ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn àgbàlagbà òsì náà ni wọ́n ti kọ́ gbogbo ìṣe wọ̀nyẹn. Sí yàtọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀rin ọmọdé àti àwọn àgbàlagbà tí wọ́n pera wọn lágbàáyà ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà náà. Bí tí Nàìjíríà ń lọ kò sẹ́ni tó yé o ebi ìyà ó ń pa àwọn èèyàn ẹlòmínú kọ́tà ló sùn àti mú wàhálà. Àwọn ti pa àwọn èèyàn tó jẹ́ pé ìwọ ti débi tá ń tọwọ́ bọ̀ òru ní agbára àwọn èèyàn bìlífù lórí oògùn owó nítorí pé kò ṣiṣẹ́ níbi tíṣẹ́ bá wà kò sí pẹ́ pẹ̀lú oògùn owó. Bẹ̀tẹ̀ àwọn olóṣèlú wọ́n ti ti rí àwọn èèyàn bọ̀bẹ̀ àwọn ọmọ kékeré adé ń pariwo nísìnyí àwọn míì tó padà wọ́n tó lọ dìbò wọ́n tó sá eré lẹ́yìn wọn ó jẹ́ òògùn tó fi fún wọn ni kò sẹ́ni tó yé.
Kò sẹ́ni tó yé o.
Torí ibẹ̀ tó bá pẹ́ tán gbogbo ẹ̀ á ní ìtumọ̀.
Lágbára Ọlọ́run.
Ọmọ pé tó bá yá ogun tán nínú májèmú náà ni ó kó padà gbẹ̀yìn ẹ̀.
Okay. Ọ̀dà.
Kò sọ pé bàtà fẹ́ dá sí.
Ọ̀dà.
Láti gbọ́ pé wọ́n náà ń jẹ́ wọ́n fa àwọn kankan ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Ukraine báyìí àmọ́ bóyá òótọ́ ni.
Ẹ mọ̀ bí òótọ́ ni ẹ follow program látàwọn tí mo ti wà lórí ìjókòó ní almost 5 hours nísìn wọ́n ti ń blow ara wọn níbẹ̀.
Mo wà á kò yí mo ṣe.
Ó ti ń ṣà ara tá à ń sọ náà nìyẹn jerry Nigeria news àwọn sì wà delay wọ́n ẹ̀ tí gbọ́ kankan tó ti tí airport ti já bọ́lẹ̀ tí gbogbo ẹ̀ ti ń já bọ́lẹ̀ lọ́hùn kò ń ṣe exaggeration o ìjà ti bẹ́lẹ̀ lọ́hùn o ìjà ti bẹ́lẹ̀ o kò ń ṣe pé mò ń fẹ́ mo lè má sọ to the exact dáadáa but ẹ bá ó ti bẹ́lẹ̀ ṣàánú kí sọ nǹkan ti bẹ́lẹ̀ báyìí lọ́hùn ó ti bẹ́lẹ̀ gidi ó ti bẹ́lẹ̀ airport gan wọ́n ti close airspace Ukraine báyìí.
Ní Ukraine wọ́n ti close airport wọn.
Kò sí ẹ tó wàhálà bá dé airport máa ń ṣiṣẹ́ ni ẹ jẹ́ kí civilian plane lọ kọlu ṣé ẹ̀yin nísìnyí ẹ̀yin lè gbéra lọ ṣé ẹ̀yin lè lọ Ukraine nísìnyí tí bá fún yín lówó tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì so kí lẹ wá bó ṣe rí nìyẹn tí bá fún yín lówó tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì àtọwọ́ tẹ̀ kẹ́ bá lọ rìpọ́ọ̀tì gan ẹ̀ ní sọ pé Koiki ìjọ gbádùn so bó ṣe rí nìyẹn kò sẹ́ni tó fẹ́ humanitarian crisis but there is nothing we can do. Ọ̀dà ìyẹn náà láti sọ pé àfẹ́jà UK ní pé ká wá lọ ṣe election ṣé UK ló ṣé gbogbo ẹni tí ẹ ní kí ẹ fọ́lọ̀ nǹkan tí UK government ń sọ ṣé family tí ń wà okay ẹ invite family wá sí abroad. Ẹ ṣé gan ni gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ ń pè wá aago méjì òun ló fẹ́ lọ lù gbogbo àgbáyé ni wọ́n ń pariwo pé Russia má gbé ìgbésẹ̀ tó ń gbé yẹn ó máa cause catastrophe àbí catastrophe dẹ̀ la fẹ́ pè é ó máa create havoc ilé ayé òní nísinmi Russia ní nígbà tẹ́yìn náà tẹ́ fún wa ní breathing space olúkàlùkù máa ní tiẹ̀ sọ the same way táwa náà ṣe ń pariwo nísìn right tá à ń sọ pé àfẹ́ jà o ẹ fi Ìgbòho sílẹ̀ o ẹ jẹ́ a máa lọ o ẹ jẹ́ ká decide bí a fẹ́ wà nù Nàìjíríà bá fẹ́ sínú Nàìjíríà ní dandan ni ká wà nù Nàìjíríà ní Nàìjíríà pé wa kò ṣiṣẹ́ àwọn international community ní pé àwọn máa bá monitor election that's what they're telling us the international community is telling us that they will come and help us to monitor election ṣé nǹkan tá à ń sọ fún wọn nìyẹn ṣé ariwo tí à ń lọ ń pa níwájú Downing Street nìyẹn bí kò wá bá monitor election ìtọ́ ti monitor kí ló ṣe fún wa mo rí ẹ̀ ń bẹ̀ Michael Godwin my brother èyí tó ti ń bá wa monitor látijọ́ kí ló ṣe fún yín tó máa bá wa monitor election èyí tó ti ń ṣe látijọ́ iṣẹ́ wo ló ṣe kí ni àǹfààní wo ló mú wá ẹ jẹ́ mi lọ ẹ̀gbọ́n mi náà ok ó ti drop ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá fi dá sí line yẹn sí òkun yá ká dẹ̀ lọ ká ṣe ká parí ètò ká máa lọ àbí ká tó padà wá létà àbí báwo yẹ ṣe ń gbádùn àbí ká máa lọ tí ó ti sú gbogbo wa ẹ ká máa rántí pé bó ṣe ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Ukraine tí ó bá di big bang ní Nàìjíríà kò ní sọ̀rùn fún anybody o àwọn Ukraine citizen nísìn tó wà ní UK wọ́n sún ibiṣẹ́kẹ̀ ẹlòmíì máa ti pè fún calling sick ṣẹlẹ̀ ìtẹ́ ní ẹ̀fẹ́ calling sick mo rí wọn lánàá ní iwájú Russian embassy tó lọ́n protest tí British government ti sáré kọ́ ọlọ́pàá síwájú bẹ̀ kọ́ má ba nǹkan jẹ́ bó ṣe máa rí nìyẹn ìyá mi ọmọ wùn mí láti ṣe ṣé àtúntò lẹ́yìn lórí Facebook ni mo kọ kọ́mẹ́ǹtì kan lórí péjì Máyégún lánàá pẹ̀lú woman kan ó dẹ̀ sí àwọn Facebook dẹ̀ ní nǹkan tí mo sọ yẹn pé ó wà against their Facebook àti ìyá wèrè. So ẹ ti understand ní sẹ́yìn yẹn wa nobody wants any blood anywhere, nobody wants anybody to fight or kill each other. You know, why do we have to kill each other? Nigeria is not working. Let us just say come to the round table, dissolve Nigeria. Yeah, I'm going to need a break. So we come back at Àtàárọ̀ láti bẹ̀rẹ̀. I started just before 8 a.m. I had a break in between. So let's go and take a short break. I'll have more strength. Then I did look at Google messages and all that so that, you know, then I'll come back. So this will be my last call before I go away. Hello, caller me.
Hello, Lotsu.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sir.
Yeah, ẹ kú àtàárọ̀, ẹ kú iṣẹ́ ìlú.
Èmi ni ẹ sà.
Ẹ ṣeun gidi gan ni. Àwọn èèyàn wa, nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Ukraine nísìnyí is about to play out in Nigeria. Because Russia wọ́n dédé attack Ukraine. Donetsk àti Luhansk, they will be clamoring, they will be shouting they want to go, all because of the probably corruption that is going on in the country. Who are not being taken care of.
Okay.
And they'll be shouting they want to go. As Nigeria, as Biafra and the Yoruba nation agitating to go off Nigeria because of injustice, killing, kidnapping that is going on. Same thing is happening in Ukraine. And the whole world kept quiet as if they don't know what's going on. Until it became as those, as you said, they are now shouting. If they had conducted a referendum for them in Ukraine, for Donetsk and the Luhansk to decide.
Olúkálùkù ti lọ peacefully kò ní sí gbogbo eré.
All this would have happened. So that's what we say. Whoever wants to conduct a referendum for us, let them do it. Because before it becomes bad, what you said. So in So I mean, I'm not to support this company.
Yeah.
Russia.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Nobody wants to support anybody killing anybody all over the world, but at the end of the day, if things has been done peacefully, we won't. Anyone in the tower, ẹ ṣé gan ni. So mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin olólùfẹ́ wa nílé lóko. I think I have these. I pray that we don't have to stay till March because this rally is meant to come up in March. But I hope we want to release it, Baba wa Igboho, before then. You know, I have a lot at the bottom. So anyway, let's wind down. Let me go and refresh again. Let me go and have more energy. And when I hear data, sometimes it will be like this. You know, especially, you know, the world is extremely busy with the situation that is going on in the Ukraine crisis. Ẹ máa gbọ́ different view ni bí RT ṣe máa sọ yàtọ̀ sí Al Jazeera àti àwọn ti British. Ẹ mọ̀ pé àwọn British, you know, ibi tó bá ṣe kinní sí ni. My name is Olami Koike. Thank you so much once again for staying on the platform. We'll come back later. If there's any need for me to come back urgently, we've said what we have to say. But hopefully things will get better. I don't know. Yeah. I get that you're corona for now. Okay. All right, my reason to sharing a link because I was not on the right scene. So let's take off Harold Smith. Let's wind this down. And we are not priority. They were okay priority in one, and she priority, America. So you can relax. Maybe for 4 hours, have more energy. Come back. We'll discuss the issue, and we hope that Eledumare will guide us. Nobody wants to fight, but the situation in Nigeria is we want to be killed. Of your power, and they like to defend our. Have a very good afternoon. Bye for now.
ìran ọmọ Yorùbá ọlọ́pọlọ pípé ọ̀mọ̀wé ń bẹ àgbẹ̀ ń bẹ iṣẹ́ ọnà ń bẹ kákó ni mọ́ra ìwà ọmọ Yorùbá ni kápọ́nlélé káyé ni sí iṣẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá ni ká sọ̀rọ̀ tútù tó yọbi lápò ọmọ Yorùbá ló ní òwe ìbáwí ọmọ Yorùbá ló pa òwe ìkìlọ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá ló pa òwe ìwúrí ọmọ Yorùbá ló pa lọ́rọ̀ bá sọnù òwe la fi wá àkàlò èdè ńkọ́ ọmọ Yorùbá ló lò ibi gíga ibi gíga gíga lọ́mọ Yorùbá yóò máa lọ ibi gíga gíga lẹ́sìn máa rọ́mọ Yorùbá ibi gíga gíga lẹ́sìn máa rọ́mọ tuntun wá ẹ ò ní rí wá nílé ẹ̀jẹ̀ ẹ ò ní rí wá láyé ibi gíga lọ́mọ Yorùbá yóò máa lọ. Adéwálé fún wa ibi gíga ọjọ́ ibi gíga oṣù bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o iwájú iwájú lójúkùn ń gbé òkè níjọ́ òkè lẹ́yìn fún òkè.